thing was, like, I read somewhere that you, like, were going to coach on a raised platform or something? I don't know. It sounded a lot like kind of like some knockoff Hugh Freeze shit, honestly, which, you know, is something you kind of have been doing. It's kind of like your brand. No, I know you're not into horse at all, but I mean, some of the other stuff, just like operations and whatnot. I mean, shit, I gotta go, man. We're going live. Good luck. See you. No, tell Barbie. I don't care what Barbie has to say. Just go. Hey guys, what up? It's me again. It's Jay Tate. I am the publisher / Commodore at auburnsports.com. I feel like my mic might be a little bit low, but not anymore. It is another beautiful day in central Alabama for football. It's sunny. It's like, I don't know, 55-ish. Might be 60. Something like that. We've already got some super chats coming in from two absolute legends. Blake R., one of our absolute favorites on the East Coast. He's kind of holding down the East Coast for us. Says, already opened my first bottle. War Damn Eagle, let's go, JGT. I am about to open my first bottle, too. Blake, thank you, bro. And thank you for subscribing. It's great to see you as a posting subscriber now. It's really nice. And Ravine, everybody knows Ravine. Everybody loves Ravine. He's an absolute legend. I don't know why my super chats keep showing up like that. They won't kind of tighten down, but we'll deal with it. He says, let's get ready, JG. Start the show with a full pour. I can probably make that happen. Let's show state. This is our house. Everyone drink. That is a great message to send to everyone this morning, Ravine. Thank you for just being a legend. Yeah, and for understanding kind of how we do things here. You know, because you know. We've also got one coming through from Auburn Unit. I see we have some of our other studs and studettes on the show. I don't know why it's doing that weird thing. Hey, what up, JG? Haven't been able to make the drain in a couple weeks. We have missed you, Unit. For various reasons, but glad to make this one. Fired up about Jabari. Yes, Jabari Smith. Insanely good. Yes, Jabari. The Tigers won 93-65 last night against the hated ULM Warhawks, which we didn't talk about all night, but that is an alma mater of Neil McCready, who is not a very popular person at auburnsports.com. But Auburn had a difficult first half. Auburn did not have a difficult second half. Auburn put them away handily, won by, what is that? I don't know, approximately 30. And Jabari Smith, the uber-talented freshman forward, number 10, number 1 in your hearts, but number 10 on the court, had 23 points on 7 of 12 shooting, 10 boards, 4 steals, and 2 blocks. He had a whale of a game, and I would argue in the first half, it felt like he was the only one playing. Like he was the only one with any emotional investment in that game, which surprises me a little bit. But when you think about how badly ULM lost at LSU in the first game of the season, I think they lost by 60 or so. I think the kids just didn't take it seriously. So Auburn gets behind at halftime, and then they really take off in the second half and put them away. I thought Jabari had a great game. I thought Chris Moore had a really good second half. It's hard to know if he would have had a full game because they didn't play in the full game. They started off with Devin, and Devin was just kind of Devin, and then they put Semo in there, and I thought he had a terrific second half. Zep Jasper only scored, I think, 2 or 3 points last night, but, man, he was a huge difference maker on the defensive end and also on the distribution end, and he finished, I think, plus 28 or something like that, had the best plus-minus on the team. And it says something about Zep, I think, that he has led plus-minus in both games in that. His defense is really good, and he kind of helps, he greases the wheels, so to speak. I didn't say grease the rails. I said grease the wheels. So he's just a guy you love to have out there. Look at this. We got man, this is crazy. Mamadou Dat, who is not on the Eastern Seaboard, but he's holding it down in Indiana, says, let's score more than 3 points today. I think everybody would be in favor of that. Mamadou Dat. And also a recipient, Mamadou is, one of our glasses, one of our auburnsports.com brain drain glasses made capably by Chip Chip. I have not sent out many lately, but we're going to do that. I have like 4 over here that need to be sent out. I just don't want to go to the UPS store because every time I go, it's an unpleasant experience. Snobburn says, going to finish up my hardwood flooring installation after the game. Hopefully this game doesn't cause me to start drinking. I'll do what I can on that one. Also, I saw Crystal is here earlier. Kilgore is in the house. Stephen L. is in the house. Well, we got a lot of legends in here today. Cleveland Brown in the house. Auburn Dad for Life in the house. I think you've got the front end. No, hold on. You got the cup last week. I haven't sent it out yet, though. I remember where you're at. And GDL in the house. I know that Taxman's in the house. Jake's in the house. Jake G, one of our celebrated entrepreneurs here as part of the good group. And I mentioned Christelle, Tiger Man 1143. New overlay. Sheesh. Does that mean yes or no? I don't know what that means. Sorry. Eric O in the house. Stoltz is really pissing me off with this pregame blitz. What is he doing? Let's see what he's doing. If he's pissing you off, it means he's pissing me off, if you know what I mean. I can't get answers from these guys about anything right now. They're probably having difficulties with their Wi-Fi. Let's see. Hang out with me during the next 70 minutes or so. Maybe have a nice warm coffee or tea. Snuggle up with your favorite blanket. Maybe start a fire. I mean, he has his own delivery. You know what I'm talking about. Zion Puckett is seen warming up with the rest of the team. A bit chilly. The student section is not as full. Offensive linemen are warming up. There's no sign of Brandon Council. He's been out. Would not be surprised to not see him today. He's mad about Auburn students throwing the ball out of the stadium after they, quote, make a field goal. Tayshawn Manning starting at left guard, which is interesting. We had heard some information from practice this week that Tayshawn had been, actually the last 2 weeks, that he had been playing really well. So I'm not surprised to hear about that. Zion Puckett is in uniform. He missed the last game and then part of the game before that with I believe it was a shoulder injury. It says Demetrius Davis is back. I didn't know he was out. And Papo is not dressed out. Papo has been really struggling with that ankle injury. He's played the last 2 games, but he's not played well, and I don't think he's himself. And then Chandler Wooten is going to start in his place. So Erico, not liking that news. I don't know which part of that you're upset about, but there's not that much. GDL says JGT loves Jimbo as much as I love spinach. Yeah, I was accused on Twitter the other day as a joke that I was a big Jimbo apologist. As you guys know, I am the opposite of that. And then some people actually bought it. And they were like, oh my gosh, Jay, really? You like Jimbo? I was like, fucking for real? Like, you guys don't watch the show. You don't watch the show. There's no way you could come away with that. Crystal says, I hope State leaves their damn cowbells at home today. Please ring responsibly. Brought to you by who would be the corporate sponsors at Mississippi State? It'd be like Tractor Supply, Barber's Dairy, John Deere for sure, International Harvester, the National Weed Association. Yeah, you know what I'm talking about. They all love cowbells, unfortunately. Small Time says no touchdowns in the last 6 quarters for Auburn or their opponents. That's actually not true because Texas A&M scored a touchdown last week. Wasn't on the defense. It was on Bo Nix. But they did score a touchdown. Listen, today I'm drinking this Cave Hill, which is made by Rabbit Hole out of Louisville, Kentucky. It's actually, they don't say this on the bottle, but it's named after a locally famous cemetery in Louisville that I have visited many times, and Lord willing, I will be buried in Cave Hill someday. I'm not trying to get too dark on this. It is black, the black color there. Kind of hammers it home. Anyway, Cave Hill, one of the expressions from Rabbit Hole. This is one that they actually have done themselves. So it's only like a 3-year, and I've had it once before, and it was like so-so, but I don't know if I was being bougie or not, so we're going to try it again today. And see what happens. AU Taxman, this is probably a little bit below you. But anyway. Oh, GDL is boss man. Dude, you caught B-Will on that one, bro. It's solid. A little spicy. It tastes rye-ish, but I don't think it has a lot of rye in it. 70% corn, 10% malted wheat, 10% malted barley, and a 10% honey malted barley. Interesting. All right. It's not bad. Let's see. Mama Doodat says, game day sign said Jimbo puts ketchup on his steak. Nerd. Hey, Taxman, please drop the editorial commentary or terrible opinions in the blitz. Okay, we can do that. We can definitely get that straightened out. You know how he is, though, man. He likes to, he's got his own style. When we hired him, I had a feeling we were going to go down this hole, down this path with him, and I thought it would be good because, me and B-Matt have very similar feelings about pretty much everything except politics, and then Christian is his own brand, really. And then, we needed someone to be a little different, and I feel like that's what he does. GDL says, Charles Barkley said, Zion looks like me and Shaq had a baby. Well, unfortunately, Barkley played all the time. He didn't get hurt very often, and Shaq didn't get hurt very often, so except for the plantar fasciitis. So Zion is way behind them as far as that goes. All right, let's get over here to our main game page, getting ready for this game between Auburn and Mississippi State. I need to get up or something. Between Auburn, I'm making it worse. I actually redid some stuff in my office somewhat recently, and I messed up some of the angles and whatnot. So, oh my God. Anyway, guys, I'm trying not to hide my mouth there. Okay, now we're good. We're doing better, Jay. Come on. Jacob L says, "What's up, JG? War Damn Eagle. Let's get out there and get after it today. Love the show. Keep up the great work, brother. I appreciate you tuning in and being part of the show. And if you're not part of the community at auburnsports.com, you should be. It is a wonderful place to hang out, and it's been particularly funny here it's always funny. Who am I teasing? It's always funny. GDL says Zion has gained a lot of weight. I was very concerned when he went number 1 overall. First of all, he's a dookie, and you guys know how I feel about that. Second of all, I just didn't think that he I don't know, I just didn't feel like his body. Oh my goodness gracious. I have a feeling that that's a bad idea. Sometimes on my Skype, I get these weird messages from people I don't know. I think it's just spam and whatnot. So this one comes to me. It's from somebody named Laureen Quigley. I have no idea who this is, obviously. And it has a picture, but it's kind of blocked out. Like it's you have to click on it for it to go through. And I have a feeling it's a girl who's not wearing a lot. So I'm going to go ahead and pass on that one. And we'll find somebody else to talk to. I think that might be bad. Jacob L says, how do I become part of that community? auburnsports.com is where it's at. You, when you go on the front page there, it'll say subscribe, and you can go that way with it. Yeah. Or you can send me a message on Twitter, and I can get you set up. Oh. Is this Brian Matthews?
The one, the only.
Hi, Brian.
What's up?
What's going on with you?
Not much. Have you cracked your first bourbon yet?
Yes, of course.
Nice. Very nice.
Has anything gone on? Yeah, you're not going to be drinking bourbon today, are you?
No, probably not.
Has anything captured your attention so far from a football perspective today?
Well, there are a couple players out. Brandon Council's out, which we heard earlier this week that Deshaun Manning had been stepping up his play, so he looks like he's going to get the start at guard. So that'll be interesting to see, and maybe interesting to see if Deshaun might indeed decide to maybe return next year too. So that's one. And then Owen Popo being out, not necessarily surprised by that because he hasn't played well since he returned from the high ankle sprain. So my guess is either that's still bothering him or he's had it aggravated or something else is going on injury-wise to keep him out, because I can assure you Owen Popo wants to play football and wants to be a difference maker for Auburn. He's not out because he wants to be.
No, he's a tough individual for sure, and I think they will miss him because Chandler's not been good this year, really. But you do what you got to do. That's another spot we need to talk about. That not today, but some other day soon. About
that was supposed to be the strength of the defense was the linebacker core, and it just has not been as good as we thought it would be.
No, it's been. Defensive line elements. Colby Wooden and Derek Hall have been absolute maniacs, and then I think cornerback has been a really good position too.
Oh yeah, definitely.
No doubt.
But that's the personnel-wise the biggest thing, and then I just have a feeling this is going to be a pretty good game. I think it's going to be frustrating to watch at times because Mississippi State's going to go up and down the field. I think with their air raid offense, it just matters that Auburn can continue to do what they do when they get in the red zone and defend well. And if they force Mississippi State to try field goals, that's a big win for Auburn, right? Because Mississippi State has really struggled in that area.
They got real problems there. They were trying to audition basically the student body this week, right?
Yeah, that's not a good situation to be in week 11 of the college football season.
No, it's not. You're right. You're absolutely right about that. Let's see. So we're expecting a good game, good weather. That means they can pass the ball pretty easily. And I guess from an Auburn perspective, you just kind of hope it's going to be good Bo, right? That Bo's going to come out there and do the stuff he did prior to that A&M game.
Yes, Yes, you do. And I think it'll be interesting to watch, if things start going south and he starts getting frustrated, and I believe he will, but is, Brian Harsin and Mike Bobo going to be more willing to make that move quicker? I think the answer is yes, but we'll see. But my guess is he will bounce back. He usually does. When things go wrong, he usually comes back and plays one of his better games. So I wouldn't be surprised if he plays well. The issue to me in offense is what Mississippi State does defending the run. And it seems to me from what we're hearing is that Auburn feels like they can run, right? That's part of their game plan is to establish that run. So I'll believe it when I see it. That's going to be an interesting side note on that side of the ball for me.
Yeah, for sure. Mississippi State's run defense, as you mentioned, B-Matt, has been really, really good this year. And Auburn's run offense has not been good, mostly because of the offensive line. I think the tailbacks are good, but it is what it is.
Yeah, I think there's some issues, maybe Tank not hitting the hole correctly all the time, but I think Tank is just a natural running back, and he goes where his feet take him sometimes, right? I mean,
and he can truck people, including his own teammates.
Yep. Yes. No doubt.
Any quick thoughts on the basketball game last night? Great second half. Big time comeback.
Yeah, they looked a little discombobulated in the first half. ULM was playing pretty aggressive defensively. Auburn had a tough time moving the ball and handling the ball on the perimeter. Defensively, they're giving up too many blow-bys. ULM was driving on them fairly easily, and they switched all that around in the second half. They played much better defensively. They forced turnovers, missed shots, got the rebounds, got on the break, and just played Auburn basketball that second 20 minutes, and it made a big difference. I mean, they outscored them by 30. I think it was 30 points in the second half. And very impressive play, I thought, by Jabari Smith. You can see how fantastic he is as an offensive player, and also hit the boards better than anybody on the team. And then I thought Chris Moore, a guy that I've been, talking up a little bit, was really good off the bench. Really good, really active offensively. Is showing that part of his game that he didn't have last year, being able to drive in one-on-one situations and make plays, either scoring or dishing. And, he has a really nice three-point shot, too. We haven't really seen that yet, but I think that's coming.
I know you've been on the Chris Moore bandwagon the whole time, so we'll definitely give you credit when he blows up.
There you go.
All right, Brian Matthews, we're going to bounce. Let's just keep it real.
Peace.
All right, see you, man.
Yep.
Bye. All right, there he is, Brian Matthews, a man who is a terrific team reporter, beat reporter for us, and he's a doer of many things, as you guys know. Looks like Kiffin picked Mississippi State in this game. Des Howard, Corso, and Kirk Herbstreit picked Auburn in this one. I don't know if that's good or not. And Dwayne Phillips said, "Get ready for bipolar Bo today." We need to boo this man. Where is the boo? Do I have a boo? We need a boo. I don't have a boo on here. Dadgummit. I need to have one, though. That's something I need to add. I'm going to put that on my notes. Dwayne, that's for you. Boo! We don't want to hear that. But this is probably the truest thing we could say about Bo.
Sometimes it may be good, sometimes it may be shit.
That would be bipolar Bo right there. Matthew R. says Kiffin is salty. Jazz Music in the House says, yo, 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 yo. JG, what's up, man? How you doing? And then Blake gives B-Matt a big thank you. Looking for some, highlight plays they're doing on ESPN here before the game starts. Jabari had one last night that was pretty damn sick, and I was kind of hoping it would be on here. He did a behind the back. He juked their point guard who was trying to kind of attack him in transition near the midcourt line, and he just did a behind the back dribble right around the kid, and then he went down the lane, switched hands, and dunked. It was pretty damn sweet. I hope you guys had a chance to see that one. Looks like they're going to be pushing for NBA highlights. And to be fair, that was a really nasty dunk right there. Mm-hmm. Been watching a lot of basketball lately, NBA basketball. It kind of catches my fancy there at night when my wife's asleep, and because she goes to work at like 6 a.m., so she goes to bed a little before I do. Watching a little NBA late. Still trying to settle on a team. I think it's going to end up being the Thunder, though. I just kind of decided to let myself watch just teams and figure out who I wanted as we moved along. Shout out there from Abby Laker, who I got into it with just a little bit last night, but it wasn't a big deal. He says, Wardam Eagle, still love Walker Kessler, FYI. Yeah, he was getting frustrated by the fact that Walker, who is Auburn's big center, wasn't a big part of the offense last night. My argument to that would be, Aubrey Laker, that it's not his fault, that you've got to get him the ball for him to be able to do something with the ball, and they have a lot of difficulty with that. I promise you he's going to blow you away when he's given opportunities to make things happen on the scoring end. He's gifted. He's not just some tall oaf. He's got it. Although, his three-point shooting's not been great yet. When I watched him in scrimmages this summer, and I watched a bunch of them, I was just amazed by his ability in the transition, his ability to shoot the three. He's not going to be like a 40% guy, but he's probably a 25 or 30% guy. Anyway, Aubrey Laker, don't get dissuaded to this point yet. Another one of our outstanding studs. I don't know why I can't get these things a little smaller. War Eagle 000. Yeah, this dunk right here was absolutely just ridiculous. Look how high up he went, man. He was this far above the rim. Look at this. Yikes. Yeah, that deserves to be number one. War Eagle 00008 says, War Damn Eagle, all hoping for the best today. I like that. I like that positive, optimistic outlook. Basketball looking good. Jay, how do you feel about the Jalen small ball 5 lineup? I'm a fan. Yeah, Jalen is one that I have a hard time kind of getting on board with. He's a great kid, and he works. He's out there every day. There were a few days, maybe a month ago, when the team was just kind of dealing with some injuries and some sicknesses that weren't related to COVID, and they had 5 scholarship guys out there for back-to-back games, and he was one of them. He just refuses to be that guy. He just wants to be out there and do his part. My thing is, I think he's good, but he's not awesome. So they're trying to find ways to get him into the lineup because I don't think he'll ever play in front of Jabari. And so they're trying to play a little, like you mentioned, small ball 5 with him. I like the idea. I'm glad they have that portability with him. I think there's going to be games this year where that could come in handy. I'm thinking about teams like Arkansas that are good, that don't necessarily have a lot of size. Kentucky does have the size this year. LSU has a little bit of size. And Tennessee might be another team. Tennessee and Arkansas might be the 2 teams that he could come in really handy as a 5 guy. I'm really interested to see this season play out because I have a very high opinion of this basketball team. I like the pieces they have, and when they get Al back, and you can kind of put Devin on to 10 minutes a game, and then if Simo continues to blossom, you can play him 15 minutes a game. Now you've really got something. Thank you for the super chat, brother. I think IU Taxman says, Jay, what do you think about the Ben Simmons situation? I think he's a pouty little wench, and I'm done with him, completely done with him. He's got huge holes in his game that turn people off, and he's also an attitudinal little turd. So he gets what he gets. I know his money's guaranteed. I wish that it wasn't, but that's the way it is. I was talking to a basketball coach friend of mine the other day, assistant coach in the SEC, and he was bemoaning just the example that Ben Simmons sets because a lot of kids look up to him. I mean, he in this league because they know that he played in the SEC, became number 1 pick. He's a big time star with the Philadelphia 76ers, or at least was. And I think kids look up to him in a way, and just a bad example to set. War Eagle 0008 says the Thunder are a tough one to pick. Such a non-free agent destination feels like a setup for heartache. Boy, you have make some great points there. I mean, they had 3 guys that are, potential Hall of Famers. Kevin Durant's definitely a Hall of Famer. James Harden will probably end up being a Hall of Famer. For me, Russ Westbrook is close. He'll probably get in because he's going to keep playing. So 3 Hall of Famers, they lost them all. But the good thing I like about the Thunder is I like the team. I like the setup that they have. I like Josh Giddey a lot. I think Shea's a really good player. Baisley is questionable in general, but he's been really good this year. And they have 1 million draft picks coming up. Like in the next 5 years, they have like 15 or something like that. So they're going to have dudes. They're going to be in the lottery. Although they're a little bit better than I was kind of hoping for this year anyway. Not trying to go all NBA on you guys. Let's see. A. Robinson talking about why Lane picked Mississippi State. He says he's butthurt because he lost to Auburn. There may be some truth to that. I'm just saying. GDL says we could have had Okoro, Sharif, Jabari, and Jalen Green on the same team. Ooh, yeah. That would have been pretty good. That's pretty good. That would have been real good, actually. Okoro, just imagine Okoro here right now. Sheesh. I wonder about him a little bit in the NBA, though, just because I don't think his offensive game is quite. I've always had questions about his offensive game, and I don't necessarily think he's blossoming in that way. Sharif is down in the G League. I'm not surprised by that. I think he's going to be fine. Just give him a little bit of time. Jabari's a stud, obviously, and Jalen Green is a stud, although he's very loose with the ball. If you ever watch the Rockets play, dude, they give the ball away all the time. They are like 2 games ahead of the next worst team as far as turnovers, which I believe is the Pelicans. And they're 2 games behind them, or 2 games ahead of them, and they still have more turnovers. 2 games behind them, excuse me. You know what I mean. The Rockets turn the ball over probably 20 to 30 times a game. It's crazy. GDL has been almost 365 days since Ben Simmons last made a free throw. That's pretty funny right there. Super chat coming through from SSim008 with the memorable catch there of Seth Williams, the big play he made against Kentucky. I think it was last year or the year before. It says, War Eagle ladies and gents, looking forward to some good bow, and some angry D Hall plus let's go Hottie Toddy. Everybody pulling, of course, for Ole Miss today against A&M, because if A&M gets knocked down, obviously that gives Auburn a better situation for getting at least the Iron Bowl in a situation where you win that, you go to Atlanta. That's ideal. That's what Auburn would love to have. Because if you watch, we all have watched a lot of Iron Bowls in Jordan-Hare Stadium since 1989, and Auburn tends to play well in those games. We'll put it that way. Oh my gosh, I just killed the wrong thing. I can get it back, no problem. Right there. Thank you for that super chat, my man. Appreciate you. And Sam H jumping in. Man, Sam had a great week last week too. Unbelievable. Clear fixed width. Whoa. Okay, we can do these long ones. We can do a long donger. That's fine. Whatever. That's kind of a long one though. What up, y'all? Won't be on the chat much today. He's in Chattanooga for the day, but War Eagle will talk to y'all after the game. Hey, Chattanooga's a great town. Lots of cool stuff going on there. They did so much work in the 90s making that place, downtown area, so much nicer. It's great. Let's see. Yeah, Solo Tiger mentions that JT Thor had a ridiculous game his first night in the D-League. Yes, he sure did. What did he have, like 25 points or something like that? 30 points. He was insane. He's playing for the Hornets. And the Hornets are actually a pretty interesting team to watch from an NBA perspective. They need some size. And he can provide some size, so I think that's a good fit for him when he's ready to go. Crystal says Corso picked Ole Miss over A&M. That'd be good. GDL says Ole Miss is screwed. Corso's picking them. My man. And Sam shouting out Blake R. I like that. I like it a lot. 34-10 for JT, War Eagle 0008 says. Outstanding. Yeah, I knew he had a big game. I'm looking forward to him. God, I hope he keeps balling like that. I would love to see him play sooner rather than later. Because that Hornets team, man, they need right now, Mason Plumlee is like their big guy. You know how I feel about Dookies. And JT's swashbuckling full court style, I think, matches the Hornets better. So if he can step up and be kind of a force, I know scoring is probably his best attribute, but if he can be a defensive element and a shot blocking element and a rebounding element, I think he could play pretty quickly. All right, we're about ready to. Chaz Music says, top 10 things you don't want to hear your doctor say. Damn, I killed the wrong thing. Yeah, I knocked off that background. Oh, I like that sweatshirt. It's pretty cool. On Mike Leach. I'm going to go ahead and put us on the first quarter graphic here. And we're getting ready for some football inside of Jordan-Hare on a beautiful Saturday. Beautiful, beautiful Saturday. Christelle says, I hope Bo took his Prozac this morning. And we're off. The Auburn Tigers and the home Blues. It looks like there may have been a fumble there. But I think Auburn got it back. That's not a great way to start the game, is it? Hey.
No, if you need that.
Yeah, you're going out to somewhere, right? Oh, you're getting your blowout, aren't you? All right. Thank you, ma'am.
Be mad on the horn.
Oh, okay. Administrative assistant's already getting in for. BMAT's not on the horn. Thanks, ma'am. Appreciate you. All right, I'm going to go ahead and switch my stats package here from basketball from last night to football, since we're, a little more relevant to what we're doing right now. Auburn's taking over on their own 33. with Sir Bo Nix, it is my belief that if Bo plays like shit early, he's going to get pulled. I don't think it'll be like it was last week, where they just let him stew in his own stew. Yeah. Spicy Pieces, little fumble to start, only up from here. I noticed somebody got really mad at you on the bunker. Was it last night or to this morning, Spicy P? Was saying mean things about you, and I was like, geez Louise, I don't really think of you as a problematic poster at all. This kind of stuff absolutely drives Harson crazy. It just absolutely drives him crazy. I can't tell you how much it drives him crazy. He spends so much time in practice just being like, we got to be mentally tough, and we got to avoid mistakes. And the first thing that happens in a game, and why is the clock at 13? Okay, there you go. The first thing that happens is a mistake like that. It's just like, oh, God, I couldn't be a football coach. There's no way I could be a football coach. AU Law in the house as well. Hey, now. There we go. That's what I'm looking for right there. Cheers, JGT. Oh, my goodness. Cheers to you. Drinking some EC Barrel Proof B520. Wow, nice. I like that. Let's hope I don't need to open another bottle. Hey, now. Oh, guys. Holy shit. Now, that is a great first play from scrimmage. It was looked like a skinny post of some kind of very slow developing play action pass, but lots of protection, and Bo did not get antsy. He just took a couple steps forward and hit the ball to Shed. Wow, I'd like to know what he was doing before he got there, but in a little post route. That's good stuff. Auburn all the way down to the plus 19. Wow. AU Law, thank you, brother. Appreciate you. Auburn down to the 19 already. Wow, great start. Another nice little, he had a couple reads there. Normally, like last week, he would have thrown that ball to Tank, but that time he went to Schenker and got 9 out of it. Guys, seriously, it's going well. This is a great first 2 plays. It's 2 plays, but it's a good 2 plays. Spicy P says we about to smoke these fools. Well, Auburn shifted every single receiver in that formation right there. I like that. Tank that was like kind of a Trey Mason run, wasn't it? Kind of duck your head and try to find some space below the waist. And he found it. So that's going to be a first and goal for Auburn right around the 10. Which is my least favorite first and goal distance, but, whatever. You do what you got to do. Tiger Pride says, nice start. I completely agree. Jim Bob's in the house. Says, good morning, Jade. Nam. What up, bro? We're drinking a little bit here. Auburn with a 2 tight end. No, 1 tight end set. Nice little hole there for Tank. Didn't get there maybe as quickly as I thought he would, but nonetheless, that's a positive play. They get down to the 5 or so. Travis J, what up? Hey, man. Glad to have you again. Frank G says, JGT, quick thoughts on game last night. We were talking about it in the pre-show. We will go back through it at some point and maybe a lull in the action here in football. I didn't have a whole lot to add, but we'll go back through that, at some point here before too long. Remind me if I don't do it. I'll put it on my list here. You know what that is right there? I know what that is. Tank, bringing home that bacon. Tank. So, nice drive there. You got the play action throw on first down, which went for 40 or 50 yards? Look at the numbers. I'm sorry, guys. I should know that right off the top of my head. They went from the 33. Come on, I need my numbers. Went from the 33 to the 19. So, our mathematicians out there. That's a 49-yard play to Shed Jackson, which got them into the red zone, and they threw a pass to Schenker, and then 3 runs from Tank, and that is 6 points. So, Auburn unit says incredible opening drive. I must agree. Mike N also says great first drive. About as good as you can possibly hope for there. Because if you get like a 1-play touchdown, obviously that's good too. But I still think he's over the goal line, or he's cracking it. If you get one play and you go all the way in, it's like one play. It's a fluke, right? But when you put together a 6-play drive like that, or a 5-play drive, I should say, you get some confidence from that. So I think that's good. Matthew R. says, touchdown, War Eagle. No doubt. Yeah. Sad times for Mississippi Staters. I was just thinking that this game's going to be tight. I do. The run's there. I mean, Auburn got the yardage they needed running the football, which you wouldn't necessarily expect against Mississippi State. Yeah, confirming the touchdown there. Bo, who some thought might be bipolar today, is not bipolar on the first drive. He goes 2 of 2 for 57. Rogers hadn't thrown the ball yet. Tank has now 3 carries for 10 and a touch. Indeed. And Auburn on third down. They never got to third down. So it's all Gucci. Anders Carlson for the PAT, which he puts through the wickets. Auburn Tigers up 7-0 very early on. What are we at? 12:37 mark of the first quarter. That's a great start right there. D. Lucky says, not a bad start. That is absolutely true. There's no doubt. Let's see. A. Robinson says, feel like it's been a game and a half since we could yell touchdown Auburn.
Finish him. Sub-Zero wins. Flawless victory. Fatality.
You're spitting truth, but it still hurts a little bit. Anyway. Jacob L. fired up, says, that's how you do it, boys. That's what I like to see right there. Frank G. says, big play to start is huge. Absolutely. So it was a nice play-action throw. I need to go back and watch the replay on exactly what kind of a route Shed was running. My guess, he was free in the middle, so it was some kind of a post. But it took him a minute to get there, so I don't know if he was like stock blocking or what. I'm going all the way back. We're going all the way back. Did they show an all 22 on that play? They did, well, not really an all 22. What happened on that is it was some kind of a concept that sucked the safety. They were playing 2 high safeties, and that safety got sucked onto a drag route, I should say a corner route being run by Kobe. So I need to see more from that. But they really did a number on that safety. What? I don't understand. He had a corner on top of him. Oh, they were zoned. Okay, they were zoned. I think that's a miscommunication, honestly, because the safety was apexed over the corner. He should have been right there. And then he was chasing Kobe across the field. And that cornerback dropped off of Shed, obviously thinking that it was some kind of a zone. And Shed says, thank you very much. I appreciate that. Let's see. Gene says the D needs to tackle well today. Absolutely, because the ball is going to be in the hands of Mississippi State players early and often is the way this air raid works, this version of the air raid. Terrence W. says, I like the play being reviewed because we get to see the touchdown over again multiple times. This is true. I like that. You're always seeing the positive side of things. You see the light outside of the dark cloud. I like that. Terrence says, like we've been saying, they need to be thrown to Shed more. Yeah, everyone's been clamoring for more Shed opportunities, right? Blake says, let's put this wing away early and get Mike Leach searching for his bag of clearance Halloween candy to eat the rest of the day. One thing he will not be getting is the candy corn. He made that very clear. So, no go on that one. I wish I could update some stats, guys, but pretty straightforward this morning so far. Golly, I bet we could get somebody to do the research on this, but I'd like to know the last time that Auburn played a morning game like this and scored on the first drive. Doesn't happen very often. It seems like Auburn always scuffles, I should say, early on. By the way, Bo right now has an average yards of completion of 28 yards per completion. He also has a quarterback rating of 339.4, so he's basically the best quarterback in the world. And Anders, after hitting the PAT, kicks the ball out of bounds on the kickoff. One step forward, 2 steps back, guys. telling you, stuff like that just drives Harsin insane. Be like, kick the ball into the end zone. It's that big thing. Remember Matt Clark about 10, 15 years ago? Matt Clark was he was the master of the kickoff. He'd knock the ball in like the fifth row every single time. And Auburn led the nation in touchbacks that year. This is before they changed all the rules about how you can kneel down and all that kind of stuff. So anyway, Mississippi State takes over on the 35 thanks to Anders kicking the ball out of bounds. No big deal. All right, so the first throw is from the air raid team is a deep vert route. And it was defended expertly by Nehemiah Pritchett. I don't know their wideouts the way that I should, but anyway. Look at Papo. He's got a lot of chains on, doesn't he? Looks like he's got a number 5 chain on there. I guess shout out to Kobe. Little Brent Bedsole there on the left. One of Auburn's awesome off-the-field guys that helps out in various roles. Former coach he was with Tuberville. And then subsequently at some other programs, including, I believe, Troy, certainly South Alabama, maybe Birmingham Southern. All right. Their first completed pass is a little swing route to the tailback, which they do a lot of that. A lot of that. Tigerman says, wait, hold up. Owen is out. Owen is out, indeed. He's just having some difficulty. That ankle, man, has been giving him problems, and he's tried to play on it the last 2 weeks, and he just hasn't been very effective. If you guys remember on the PFF grades last week, he scored like in the 30s, which is just really, really bad. Anything below 60, you'd think, ay. And so to have a 30 rating, he's having a bad day. And I think the attitude is just like, if you're going to be able to give us a 35 PFF rating, I'm not saying that that's not what Harsin says because they're not going by those ratings, but I'm saying if he's going to give Auburn a 35, you might as well just sit and get better so that for the Alabama game, you can really showcase yourself. All right, Mississippi State did get the first down. Now they're at a 2nd and 5. They're just a little bit into Auburn territory. And they're running doubles. Little quick toss, little quick. Oh, that's got to be a penalty. Yeah. So Kobe either got a horse collar or a face mask on that one, and he's mad at himself, as he would be. Tug of Pride says, Pap swagged out, LOL. He did have a lot on, didn't he? We used to, back when I was a kid, we called those ropes. You're wearing your ropes. I don't know if the kids call it that anymore. Got a Mississippi State player down. Never like to see anybody down like that. So he's going to be getting up, though. Come on, bud. I just can't imagine like being a mom or a dad, seeing your son down there like that. And even if it's cramped up or something, you're just like, oh, my God, oh, my God, oh, my God. Let's see if they show what happened to him. It was number 24. Yeah, he got rolled up on by Zacoby as he was kind of falling through. I can't really tell if it's an ankle or a knee for him. It didn't look like the worst hit he could have taken. Oh, definitely an ankle. Eesh. Spicy P says, looks like we're going to have a Mexican standoff with the cows. Do I have a cow sound? Guys, do we have a cow sound? We do not. Okay. We'll get a cow sound. Yeah. Look at that hold. Abby Laker says, look at that hold on number 78 for Moo State. I missed it. I wasn't really looking for it. Let's see what we got here. Yeah, well, that's not the worst one I've ever seen, but it's a hold by the letter of the law on J.J. Pegues. No, I take it back. It's D. Hall. My bad. Wow, you got to hold to slow down D. Hall, man. He's been playing at a really high level. He's so active. We would say he has a high work rate. Terrence says he grabbed the running back's face, not the face mask. All right, let's see. New Mexico State is leading the Turds 3-0. 5 minutes to go in the first quarter. New Mexico State over the Turds. See how that goes. Everybody's doing their favorite moo sounds. Da Vinci FA says Jacoby is so good. He is certainly a very active player. He's a little undersized, and so he loses some of those physical confrontations, but he certainly doesn't do it because he isn't valorous. He's willing to go in there and get some work done. Jim Bob says, how great do you think it feels for a cow to moo? Research staff, do we have an answer on that? Do we have a pleasure index? No, we don't. I would imagine it'd be wonderful. Although I bet they sit around and think the same thing about us, like how awesome is it to like fart or whatever. But really they do a better job of that, don't they? But they can't control it as well as we can. We can kind of hold it and drop it at the perfect moment. Or some of us can. Anyway. Riley M says, did he tackle him by grabbing him by the neck? Never seen that before. Yeah, I don't. He was just so abruptly changed directions there. Yeah. Let's see. Christopher C says Samford is up on Florida 7-0. That's great. Bobby Licker says, would love a La Monroe repeat. Brings things full circle for Saban. Yeah, if you guys remember, he lost to La Monroe in 2007, his first year in Alabama, and on Tider Insider, which I used to read sometimes. I haven't in a long time. Somebody has said, damn, and I thought 9/11 was bad. It's just okay. Bammers, Back then, they didn't even have anything, right? Saban hadn't done anything yet. And they were still like, we're the greatest. Now they do have probably the greatest coach coaching for them. But that's the thing. Purdue at Ohio State. That's going to be a nice game today. Our friend Nick the Pipe Layer, he's a big Purdue fan, and they tend to play well at Ohio State. So my friend Les that covers Wake Forest thinks this is the biggest game at Wake Forest in a minute. With ranked Wolfpack coming in. Raleigh not very far away from Winston-Salem, so that's kind of a backyard brawl, as the kids would say. Crystal says, Shake said, farts and moos, damn, we are dropping low. All right, here we go. Back to action, Crystal, thank goodness. 45-yard line, Mississippi State. Little slant action, and Roger McCreary says, no, we're not going to do that right now. Was able to get his hand in front of Polk, their number one receiver, and knock the ball down. 4th and 1 is what they're looking at. They, again, are at the Auburn 45, I believe, so I would go ahead and run this. But, they're not really a running team. The only real run play I ever see from them with any consistency is kind of like almost like a draw. Like it's a draw that goes around the perimeter. And I don't know as though Will Rogers would be the guy running the ball. The tailback is confused about what's going on here. Oh, man. Chandler had a chance to knock that ball down. They throw a quick slant to Wally. Wally. It's kind of their thing, right? Quick slants, et cetera, et cetera. Jim Bob says, the Moo Pleasure Index deserves a super chat. We are glad to have you, Jim Bob. Thank you. I didn't think that we would be going there today, but I'm glad that you took us there. We just kind of go wherever. Tiger Pride thinks that Dan Mullen wishes he was in the NFL right now. I think he wishes he was somewhere else, that's for sure. Things are not going well. And I think once he said the thing about, oh, nice lick right there. Smoke Monday knocks the ball out after that receiver was thinking about catching that ball. Dan Mullen wishes that he was anywhere else. After he said that, talk to me about recruiting when it's recruiting season. It was like, okay. Targeting. Fucking targeting. I don't know if you read the Q&A that Brian Stoltz had with Mike Leach. I don't think so, guys. I do think he led with the crown of his helmet, but he hit him in the shoulder. Anyway, in the Q&A, that's not targeting. Come on, that's not targeting. No way. No way. He hit him not even in the high shoulder. It was like right here, dead on the shoulder. I'm back to what I was saying, though. Mike Leach said in the Q&A he wishes if there was a change you could make to the rules, his number one change would be to eliminate targeting because they've just lost their way. They've lost their way with what they're trying to accomplish with that rule, and I completely agree, and I bet everybody on here. This better not hold. This better not hold. Okay, good. Absolutely, Blake R. He says clean hit. I mean, yes, that is just a really good football player, and that's not dangerous, and it's just, well, I mean, everything's dangerous, but we're all day-to-day, guys, but you know what I mean. Shane says, when will he learn? I thought he did a good job there, man. He adjusted his hit. He adjusted his target on that. He went for the shoulder. That's fine. Everything's good. All right, so he's back out there. This is good. 2nd and 10. Auburn's been really, really spicy on these quick throws, man. They've been in position to defend them every time. The 4th down throw they didn't get to, but Chandler was just a hair short on that. He almost had it. That's a little bit of a hold there. Did you see TD get taken down from behind? Tell me there's a flag on that. You had to have seen it. There it is. Okay, we got a flag. Dude, yeah, it was really bad. Did you guys see that? That was horrible. Good golly. All right, at least they called it. That's good. Because a TD was going to get him. Lashley. Not the Ret Vet. A different Lashley. Spelled differently, of course. They didn't stay on him long enough. I guarantee you Lashley was like, what? I didn't do that. Mm-hmm. Smoke should tell the ref if they call that targeting, he's going to decapitate the next guy who comes across the middle. So the Tigers just stop cheating. Oh, boy. CDF says YouTube isn't allowing the super chat. Yeah, I'm sorry to hear that, CDF. I hate it when that happens. But they've been coming through today. We just had one come through from Jim Bob like 3 minutes ago. So it is working. I appreciate you at least efforting to make that happen. I think I've had that happen before, though. CDF, because occasionally I'll do super chats over on the Rebel Grove or the Power Mizzou channel for my friends. And sometimes it's like if I put a dash or I put like a semicolon or something, I've had to edit the messages for weird reasons that shouldn't happen. But listen, Rivals isn't the only company that screws up its technology from time to time. So maybe that'll do it if you change it a little bit. TD Moultrie gets the holding call, and then he comes right back with a personal foul. That's it? That's the personal foul? Did I miss something? What did I miss there? I didn't see anything untoward. What? Did I miss something? I must have missed something. I mean, we're moving on, but I think I'll be Lakers surprised like I am. Man, you see those measures like every play. That's just like that's the most. It's the primary staple of any air raid is you have a mesh. Like the drag. The two drag routes coming at each other in a mesh. And then he just sits there right there on the hash. And B-Rad says, good Lord, what a BS call that was. Tiger Pride says he snatched his helmet off. Okay, maybe they did. I could see that. I wasn't able to tell. I did see the helmet come off. I didn't know if TD maybe he pulled that off. I don't know. This is the exact kind of drive. So the way that Derek Mason is going to play air raid is he's going to play very conservatively. And he's going to make them put together 15-play drives, which they are doing right now, to their credit. But it's hard to do. We'll see if this works, for the whole day. Frank Jesus pulled his helmet off. Okay, that's fair. I couldn't tell. I did see the helmet come off. they're going to call that on Lashley again. So he's gotten 2 penalties on this drive. One was a 10-yarder, one was a 5-yarder. Although when I covered the SWAC in 98, I saw a 7-yard offside. Yeah, they just kind of mark it off whatever, you know. If you're at Alcorn, you know, you get penalized a little bit heavier than if you are at Itabena. It's just the way it goes, guys. Okay, so they're at the 20 now, 1st and 15. This is they just ran this concept. I had him open, but didn't quite get the ball there. Let's see. D-Lucky says, D-Lucky is my man on this. He says, it's not penalty worthy, but stupid for TD to put himself in that spot. All right, I'll accept that answer. Zion Puckett out there. Back again after missing last week. They played a lot of Ladarius Tennyson last week in his place, and I thought he played pretty well, honestly, number 13, with Zion out. But they're certainly going to go with Zion if he's available. So he is available. And you can see him right now working over top of D. Hall and Roger. They're going to try a little tunnel. Auburn attacked it pretty well. They ended up getting, I think, 4 yards out of it, but that's not a problem. You're looking at a 3rd and 6 now. And remember, we talked about this before the game. Brian brought it up. Brian Matthews did, that their kicking game is so bad that forcing them to kick a field goal is a definite W at all costs, anywhere. It doesn't matter if it's at the 1. These guys just can't hit hardly anything. They were going to do a student body audition for a kicker this week, so it's one of those kind of deals. All right, here we go. 3rd and 11 is what I'm looking at. Some pressure on the quarterback. If they tackle, and they do, it's going to be not too bad. Chandler and Nehemiah make the stop after a modest gain. They probably got 5. So now they're looking at 4th and 6. You can see right there, they're showing some footage from the Arkansas game last week. I mean, they miss short kicks all the time. Again, another reason I couldn't be a coach. God, there's 6 teams. There's 5 teams that are worse than them. Oh, wow. Spicy P says, kid's about to put this right down the pipe after that bit from the crew. Yeah, you're right. Yeah, you're right about that. All right, so they got another flag on this drive. That's 3. Been penalized a 10er, a 5er, and a 5er. It's 20 yards. And now they're kicking from this way. Going to be like a 35-yarder, right? 40-ish, something like that. I mean, again, for most teams, this is automatic, but for Mississippi State, it's and look at that, Spicy P with the perfect prognostication.
I hate you. I don't even know you. And I
hate
hate
your
your
guts.
I hope all the bad things in life happen to you and nobody else but you.
All right, so the Bulldogs are now on the board. It's 7-3 in the first quarter. Let me go ahead and update some of these numbers for Will Rogers, who is now 7 of 13 for 44. 7, 13, 44 yards. Let's see. They're rushing. They have not had a rushing. Did they? I thought they had one rushing play. Guess not. God, that's crazy. And then 3rd down, they are 0 for 3. Good start. All right. So Mississippi State's run-pass disparity is 13 passes, 0 runs. As my daughter would do. She'd go. That's crazy, man. 13 plays, and they're all passes. I know. I don't watch Mississippi State that much. Let's see. Melee says, what is Jay sipping today? Jay is sipping on the Rabbit Hole Cave Hill. This is one that I don't necessarily think this one's in Alabama. I picked this one up in the Florida Panhandle a while back, about a year ago. I bought 2 because it has special significance to my wife and I are going to be buried in Cave Hill Cemetery in Louisville. So that's what this is named after. It's actually better than I remember. It's pretty good. It's not old. I think it's 3 years. They overcharge for this shit. It's like $50 for this bottle. Should be about 30. But it's pretty good. Let's see. Spicy Pizzas. B-Matt is obsessed with Gus. Rich says, y'all see B-Matt's retweet of Gus at his little table. Let me pull this bad boy up. All right, let me. I'll put this on the screen here for us to see. This is Gus. So Gus hurt his. I think he broke a bone in his leg getting rolled up in the Tulane game last week, and so his doctor told him no more contact under any circumstance. So he had a choice to either coach from the box, which you don't want to do, or this is what they came up with. And so he kind of coaches from an elevated platform on the sideline. Yeah, I don't. It's just I don't know, kind of funny. I don't think Brian's obsessed with Gus in a bad way. I mean, look, man, we're kind of like friends with him, like kind of. I mean, we like Gus. Terrence says, I'm confused. Does Baker live at the Heisman House or at First Energy Stadium? Because he has the commercials where he pretends to live at both. It's so confusing, isn't it? Yes. Let's see. Flash Keys says, LOL. We all know Auburn going to win this game. I feel like that's almost certainly going to happen. Let's see. Blake R says, sometimes the threat of your job is what it takes to step up. Now, you could talk about that with Gustav. You could also talk about that with Bo Nix. It goes both ways. It cuts both ways. What were we saying about New Mexico State being ahead of Alabama, huh? Look at that little cornerback trying to get to him. No, not going to happen. Bro. There we go. That's a mascot I can deal with a lot better than that ugly-ass elephant. Let's see. Jim Bob says Baker is amazing in those commercials. God, I'm glad he's not my quarterback, though. He is so maddening. I'm fortunate to say my NFL team is capably quarterbacked by Derek Carr, who doesn't give me a lot of drama. He's just a competent, good quarterback. Can't say the same. Oh, looky here. They're going to do a little razzle-dazzle on the kick return. Jarquez threw the ball across the field, stuff we used to see years ago, to Nehemiah, and they've called a flag. I don't know what it's for. It would be a shame if this came back for some technical glitch, like a block in the back that's fake or whatever. Let's see what the call is here. Block in the back. Yeah. Stuff drives Parson just mad. Was that JJ? No, they threw the flag further down the field. I don't know. JJ's block was iffy, but I don't think they called it on that. I think they might have called it on 46. He seemed like he was just kind of like pushing the guy. I don't know. Either way. Auburn takes over at the minus 18. Little razzmatazz, Rich said. I like that. Razzmatazz is a good word. I don't use enough. Ambitious Engineer said, are you serious? Weak-ass call. I think we all agree on that, right? Thumbs up, guys? Yeah, weak-ass call. 2nd and 10. Auburn doing a lot of exchanges here. Wow, you're going to see Fromm out wide, too. Great run by Tank. He got an extra 7 yards on that just because of being able to keep his balance and continue to fight forward. Great run. Great run. Little window dressing, man. Got those tight ends moving around. He actually trucked the umpire there, didn't he? Auburn unit's still getting a kick out of Gus's table. Oh, that's the wrong one. I have it on here somewhere. Maybe I killed it. I don't know. I can pull it up again. There's Gus's table. He looks happy. Oh, dang it. I did that again, didn't I? Another run for Tank on the outside. Probably got 7 yards out of that. Gustav on his table. I love it. All right, guys, here's what we're going to do. Wouldn't it be funny, though, if he would never admit this in public, but, what if he really liked that? Like, he liked that spot? And saw things better, and actually called a better game? Be interesting. 2nd and 2. They're just going to give Tank the ball in a little hunt run there. And he's got the first down. Auburn Dead for Life says Gus the judge. Alex says, I really like Tank Bigsby, and I'm an LSU fan. Hey, man, glad to have you here. Appreciate you. And we would love to see LSU win the ball game tonight, by the way. Mama Dudette says, Gus looks like he's a potluck waiting for some grub. He wants to know where his plate's at. I like it. And that was a tough catch for 2 yards from Jake Fromm there. Jake from Jake Fromm. Solo says, dude, Gus is isolated over there, and I bet he loves it. Yeah. Right, here's what I need y'all to do. Hey, can you guys hear me? Can you guys hear me? Let's run the football. All right, VAR. Javarius Johnson's in there. They call him VAR. Oh, you're not gonna. I don't think you're gonna catch him. You're not gonna catch him. He is Gonzo, as the kids say. That was yikes. I hate to say it, but that is a play that Gus liked to try to run. He just didn't seem to call it at the right time. That's the difference between Gus and Bobo, I think. It's not necessarily that Bobo is coming up with all this incredible stuff. It's his sequencing and the specific play that he runs against specific teams. I don't think Gus was along those lines, but yeah, they just tore their brain up on that one. Honors is good with the PAT. Let's see what happens on this one. So Javarius was doing an orbit motion on this. Looks like the safety's gonna have to pay attention to him. The safety got sucked in bad on that run on that mesh. And Javarius is Gonzo. I'd like to talk to Hunter about that one. Great block from Kobe. If Kobe doesn't hold that block, I think he probably gets hit. DJ says, all right, boys, all-star special, smothered, covered, and chunked. My man, I love it. All right, here's what I need, guys. Scattered, covered, smothered, top, and chunked. And if you don't mind, maybe give me a little waffle, a little bit of syrup on it. Sir, the syrup's at the table. All right, thank you. Auburn Dad for Life says, was that a throw or a run? That would be a run, right? Because that ball went backwards. So that'd be a lateral. Let's see how the official statisticians ruled that one. Okay, they ruled that a catch. I would argue it's a run, but I could be wrong. I'd be interested to see what the chat thinks about that. I'll be Lakers says, OMG, is that Gus? Dude, hell yeah, it's Gus. That's what we've been talking about this whole time. He broke his leg in the game against Tulane last week, and he was not allowed to be on the sideline. And so they offered him, hey, you want to coach in the box? And he was like, no, I need something else. And they led, well, we'll figure something else out. So he's coaching from an elevated stage there along the sideline. That is Gus. Yeah, it is. Gene's with me. 57-yard run is the way that I would have put that down, but they ruled that as a 57-yard catch. Oh, gotta tackle. Got to tackle, TD. Let me go ahead and update Nix because he's having a whale of a start to the day here. He's 4 of 4. And, again, since they ruled that a catch, I don't think it was, but whatever. He has 116 yards now. And he has a quarterback rating, for what it's worth, 426.1. That's pretty good. There's no doubt. Tanka now has 7 carries for 33 yards. Oh, Smoke's got to pick that off. Smoke was kind of lurking underneath there. I don't know what that specific coverage call was. Let's see what he's doing. Yeah, he was playing kind of like a robber in an underneath situation there, and I should have had that. I wonder if Zacoby maybe tipped it a little bit and just kind of messed up the timing on that. But anyway, they are now 0 of 4 on third down, and Auburn hasn't had a third down yet. Kind of tells you how things are going for Auburn today. State rushing, they do have one carry now. It was from this drive, obviously. They have one carry for 0 yards. Guys, I'm not joking. They have 16 total plays now, 1 run. I mean, we know the score. I just didn't know it would be quite that slanted toward the run, toward their pass. I like this formation here. You got 2 tailbacks in there. Flanked out side by side, so the defense can't get a read if you're going to do a read option, which they're probably not going to do because they don't do that much. A little shuffle pass, Utah pass, whatever you want to call it, but Auburn's been doing a good job of just kind of creating commotion up there in the front. Looks like they might have a lineman hurt. Slow getting up. Looks like he's going to try to fight through this. Oh, boy, he's tough. He's tough. They grow him tough in Starkville. Or in Columbus, Mississippi. Remember that time in the 90s when there was like a serial killer in Columbus, Mississippi? You guys remember that story? Killed like 6 people. And then disappeared. Never to be heard from again. Very interesting case. Very, very interesting case. Spicy pieces, I miss D. Ford. Terrence says, shovel this. That's the thing, man. When you're playing, if you're going to play zone like they're doing against this air raid, he's got to be very precise. And I think that starts kind of weighing on you. Hunter mentioned this in the Know the Enemy, that Mississippi State just cannot afford to fall behind big in games because they end up they had to call timeout. They end up having to press to get back in the game. It's similar to what happened with when I was in the 80s and I was in high school in Oklahoma. In the situations it didn't happen very often when Oklahoma would get behind and they're running the wishbone, which is like the running version of this, really, where you're getting 3 or 4 yards of carry and you need to have a 15-yard possession to get the ball in the end zone. When they would get behind, they just didn't really have a way to catch up. Anyway, Spicy P channeling his inner Rick Pitino says, Dak Prescott ain't walking through that door, fans. Montez Sweat ain't walking through that door. And if they do, they'll be gray and old. My man, Hornicius, who you guys know is a permanent shout-down member, but actually, hell, he gets shouted out more than he gets shouted down, the honest truth of it is, says, have you ever put butter on a Pop-Tart? I think I have. I haven't lately. I haven't had a Pop-Tart lately, but I think I've done that, Hornicius. Actually, the idea of a chocolate Pop-Tart, a chocolate iced Pop-Tart with like sweet, like honey butter on top, that sounds pretty damn good to me. If you want to come by and bring me one, I'd go ahead and take a bite of that. Fred Smoot ain't walking through that door, fans. I thought that was offsides. Oh, my God, he's going to kill him. Oh, Will Rogers is lucky he's not dead. They got a hold on him, though. They got a hold on the backside. There was a flag flew down, right? I thought Derek Hall was going to literally kill him. Lashley's having a tough go of it, man. I thought I saw a flag. I'm sorry, guys. I misled you. That was anyway. The third down, and now it's it's going to be a punt situation. A punt situation. Christopher says T-Will's defense getting carved up by SMU. Dude, SMU's pretty good. I've been a fan for 2 weeks now. They're 0-2. Oh, damn. Auburn almost got that. Almost got that, and then Demetrius added some intrigue at the end where he kind of scooped it up, and I thought he was going to drop it again. Yeah, this play to Shed was pretty filthy. That was the first play from scrimmage. And then this play to Javarius. I still think that's a run, but... Is Chip in the house? He is. Number 78 is Ripe. Abuse him all day.
Finish him. Sub-Zero wins. Flawless victory. Fatality.
Indeed, indeed. Tiger Pride says, man, we'd be close to sacks. Yes. That was. They should have a stat for that. Like an almost sack. Bo is looking downfield again. He is thirsty. And he hits Shed again for about a 20-yard gain. They're already in Mississippi State territory. This might get really bad here, guys. In a good way. Auburn unit says Pritchett in the tent. I did not know that. Wasn't able to see that. The good news is they have some other dudes that can play. I would love to see Drayshawn Miller play a little bit today. This would be a great opportunity for him. Shed is having a little bit of a day, getting some spotlight, catching the football. Jarquiz Hunter against the team that should have offered him a scholarship but didn't. He's got a 14-yard gain right there. Mobile alum in the house. Mobile alum. Glad to have you, young lady. Solo Tiger says, what a dime. Was a nice throw. And a nice catch. I mean, heck, you got to give him. Terrence says, keep feeding Shed. Terrence has been hilarious today. Let's go ahead and give Jarquez some stats because he just earned it. One carry for 12 yards. I know this means a lot to him. He's not a guy that's like big. He's not into petty stuff like that. Like I'm gonna beat their ass or whatever. He's just a kid that goes about his work. But I know he would love to have a great game against Mississippi State. Again, he's from Philadelphia, Mississippi, and I think if Mississippi State had shown the proper respect for him, he probably would have gone to Mississippi State, but they didn't, and so he didn't. And Auburn is really, really stoked to have him here. I was told by somebody on the inside earlier this week that I was like, who's a guy that like perfectly has like accepted like what Harsin wants to do, like who is just totally bought in and everything's going great, and they were like Jarquez Hunter, like that's the guy. That guy's like the walking, talking example of what you're looking for. And I was like, sweet. All right, looks like they got VAR and Shed down here to the left. And look at that. Shed makes another catch, guys. That's 3 today. Hornacious says, I trust Harsin in 11 a.m. kickoffs after a loss. Jim Bob says, what does kvetching mean? Kvetching is, I think of that as a word, as fussing. It's Yiddish for, I'd actually like to know what the official definition of that word is, so I'm going to do it right now. Complain. The official definition is complain. It's an informal version of complain. To habitually complain or gripe. When you kvetch, you whine or grumble or bellyache about something. It's an informal way to describe a very annoying activity. So there you go. Kvetching. My mom would say that to us. You and your sister, all you guys are doing is just kvetching. You just love to kvetch. It's like, Mom, what? And I didn't grow up in a Jewish household either. I think of that as a Yiddish word, but Crystal breaks it down just straight up. Says kvetching means bitching, which is what we do when Auburn loses, but Auburn ain't losing today. Not so far anyway, and I don't think they're going to lose today. But hey, things change sometimes. Let's see. Terrence says we need the offense to be Shed-centric. It has been today. Small Time says that snap was so bad they threw a flag. Brahms with a dribble pass is what Patrick P says. Ambitious Engineer just says, WTF was that? I love it. Sam H., who is not with us today, although he is with us. He's in Chattanooga doing his thing. Says these $1 mimosas are hitting the spot. Do we have a sound for Sam? The $1 mimosas hitting the spot. I don't know if we do or not. Yeah, we'll just give him some beat.
Yeah, on Monday, I won't make it on Monday because I got someone calls on Monday.
That's him just babbling. Jim Bob says, my wife is a master kvetcher. I bet you there's a lot of wives and husbands who would say that about their spouse. I would not. My wife is many things, but she's not a kvetcher. My wife is a doer. She just gets shit done. No complaining. Her dad didn't do any complaining either. Her mom did, but she's a lot more like her dad, which is good. Let's see. Mama Dudette says, very cool to see Shed match his career totals in one quarter this afternoon. Is in catches actually made. Chris M says, where's the Midtown meetup happening, JG? So there is a little bit of news on that front, although it's not exactly what you're asking. We are going to do this may not be up your alley, Chris, but we're going to do a bourbon tasting. We're going to do a bunker bourbon tasting. You guys are the first people in the world to know about this outside of people that were putting it together. We got the final say-so last night that we can do it. It's going to be December 6th, which is a Monday. I realize it's kind of a pain in the ass, but it is what it is. December 6th on a Monday. It's going to be at the Tipping Point here in Montgomery, Alabama, in Hampstead, in my neighborhood. It's going to be my local bar. And we're going to have 5 bourbons. 5 bourbons, and we're going to hang out and talk at the bar. It's going to be a closed event. It's going to be bunker members only, preferably platinum, although we will make some, we'll allow maybe some golds. I don't know about silvers, but golds and platinums for sure, and we're going to do it. We're going to sell some tickets just to cover the basics because we got to have some folks from the bar there. We got to pay for the burbs, and we're also going to have some giveaways. Yes, so as far as the Midtown meetup that number 19 was mentioning, I have not gone there yet. We do have a couple restaurateurs who are on the bunker that I want to reach out to first and see if they can or would like to host. And then if not, if they do, then we'll go there. If they don't, then we'll find somewhere else. I was thinking that the back room at Midtown Pizza Kitchen would be the best place, but that's not a bourbon restaurateur, so we'll work on that when we get there. See, Snobburn says, should I Uber from Atlanta or can I crash at your place? Hey, Chris M says, I'll try some alternative brown water. I'm game for anything. Look at you. I love that can-do attitude. We'd love to have you and Mrs. 19 out. I think 19 Junior, he's probably not old enough. Although they grow up quick these days. They grow like a weed, don't they? I don't think he's old enough, though. I would estimate that 19 Junior is probably 13 now. Haven't seen him in a minute. D Lucky says, I missed that date. When is this trip? When is this road trip? We would love to have you, D Lucky. Of course we would. Coming in from Madison, Alabama. So that's going to be December 6th. That's a Monday. It's going to run from 6 until question mark. Look at Bo's thinking about it. He's thinking about it. And he's doing it. Guys, seriously, man, the passing game is working today. We're going to run it from 6 to question mark, and we're just going to be drinking some bourbons. Everybody's going to get 5 pours of what I could. They're hand-selected bourbons by yours truly, which will include Blantone's, Old Fine Whiskey. We're going to do Basil Hayden Rye. We're going to do Blue Note 9. There's one more. It's just getting away from me. Look at Bo doing a little bit of running. That's a 6-yard gain on first down. No problem with that. Riley M says, can we have Bo for the rest of the year? And this Bo is what he means. Hell yeah, of course. Wait, hold on. What? Chris M says that 19 Junior turns 18 next week? Wait, what? Are you serious? I really do feel like it was like 2 years ago I was playing basketball with him at the Wilson Y. I guess it was more like 6 years ago. Jeez. That's how I know I'm getting old. Kobe Hudson with his first catch of the game, and he gets them within about a half yard. It's going to be third and whatever. As Rod would say it'll be third and a short one. Let's see what we got here. Hornicius. That's going to be a first down, but not by much, I think, for Jarquez there. No, they're going to mark it short. Like, really short. Hornicius says, at AU Law 20, sucks his ball bags? Ball bags? Okay. We like AU Law 20. He's good people. I don't know why you guys are talking about it. All right, fourth and a very short one. Auburn's got about, what is that, about a foot? Maybe a foot and a half? For the first down, I completely agree with going for it here. If you can't get a foot and a half, then you just don't deserve to have any points, is how I feel about it. They give it to V8 Blazin on the end around there, and he gets about 4. So that's going to be a first down. Period 3. There's a flag down, and they are deliberating. Jarquez seemed a little bothered. So I don't know if that was... Spicy P says, 4th and 1 Shivers, LOL, love that little meathead. Encroachment on the defense, so no big deal. JJ Pegues in the game now. I have a feeling he's going to truck somebody. He's going to defame somebody. I didn't see it. I wasn't really looking, though. Solo Tiger wants a sugar huddle. Yeah, he does. Yeah, we like that. It's pretty good. JJ Pegues in there as a de facto. Oh, let's see. Where is JJ? I don't see him. Oh, there he is. He's playing like tight end. Oh, he got knocked back on that. It didn't really matter. I mean, the run wasn't going off his hip or anything, but he got knocked back. Got to stay low, bro. No gain on that one, guys. Killian Zier in the game. How long has he been in the game? How do I not know these things? What's up, Big Perm? I mean, Big Worm. Got to see some Friday fans in the house. Ambitious Engineer, my man. How long has Zaire been in the game? It's weirding me out. I don't always notice the lineman, obviously. Little play action here from Bo. He sees something, he likes something, and he got it. To Sir Luke Deal for one of these right here. Bo Nix is absolutely serving him up. Serving up some tasty throws today, and the boys are catching them today. Catching that football. It's like an NFL concept there. I like that. It's good stuff. Honors going for another PAT here. Thank you for the super chats, Hornatius. And he hits it, so that's going to make it 21-3. Wow. Man, this is starting out really, really well. God, when's the last time Auburn had an 11 a.m. kickoff that started this well? I mean, it's been a minute. They've been playing great. I mean, I feel so good about it. I might just play a random Donkey Kong song. I don't know. Why not? Makes me feel happy and loved. Let's go. All the Bo Nix haters are really pissed right now. Bo Nix is 8 of 8. Hold on, Warwick. I'm going to get to you after this delicious line that I know you're going to love seeing. 8 of 8, 108. Wait, hold on. Oh, they changed the run. Yeah, so that's what they did finally. Terrence, they changed the run. So now, after further review, they have given Javarius Johnson's touchdown is now ruled as a 57-yard run. So Bo lost yardage on that. So he's now at 108. I was like, wait, what? He lost yardage? He's out, and I'm going to put his QBR on the screen just to piss Mike G off if he's watching. Mike G, if you're watching, bro. Oh, come on, man. He is 8 of 8 for 108. Be some people crying over that, man. I can't see what's going on there. And a QBR of 254.7. I don't think this will all fit on the line, though. Well, we'll just leave it there. Even if it's confusing, we'll just deal with it because I got to leave that QBR up there. Third down, Auburn is now 1 of 2. They're 1 of 5. And State rushing, they still have the 1 carry for 0. Will Rogers is now 10 of 18. I don't know, so it really matters that much, but they're falling behind here pretty quickly. 1 of 18 for 58. And a lowly quarterback rating of just 82.6. How about that? Let me hit that up. Let's see. My man Warek, who was very nice in lauding his friend, was it BJT? I think who got engaged in New York. And then actually offered pictures of the engagement, which I thought was a ballsy move. But it's appreciated, too, when people actually do provide the photos. Says good Lord Bobo is doing work. You know what he's doing. We call that Ecuadorian clown makeup. He's putting things in the eye sockets. Just, whatever you would put in there if you were doing something mean to somebody. Warek, thank you, bro. We need to give Warek like something for that. I appreciate you on that. Let me turn it down just a little bit. Little DJ air horn for you, Warek. Appreciate you, bro. Absolutely. Also, a super chat coming through, and I know BJT appreciates you on that too. Daniel P. jumping in. Wardam Bo fired up about Bo. And how could you not? He's 8 of 8. Mike G is out there just crying in his beer, man. He's upset. He's inconsolable. He's inconsolable. That's what he is. Yeah. Thanks, Daniel P. I appreciate you, bro. I'm going to put Warex back up here just for a minute because we all love Mark Paul Gosselaar. Of course we do. Let's see. Auburn Net for Life says, does Leach go for it on 4th down from now on? What does that Kiffin book say? JG, the Kiffin book. He's going to definitely be – look at Joko Willis making that stop. He's going to be taking more risks for sure. He already takes a lot, but he'll take more. Melee says 74% Bo is my favorite Bo. Elijah says 11 a.m. Bo is immaculate. I love it. A man with no name. Jacqueline Hagar says, hello all. Thoughts on why we don't run 2 tight end sets the whole game? Seems like we have a lot of talent there, not much at wide receiver. So that's an interesting point. I think Auburn uses at least 1 tight end more than just about anybody in the country. I mean, it's like 80% of the time. They use 2 tight ends probably 40% of the time, which is still a whole lot. And this is not a good game to make that argument because the wide receivers have been catching the ball today. I personally, this is just me talking. I think that the percentages are pretty good. I agree that their tight ends are really good. Shanker in particular, and he plays a whole hell of a lot. So I feel like they're kind of doing what they should be doing. Brian H., my man up in Tennessee, says, can't wait for Hunter to slam down a box of bomb wings. Oh, I would love to see it. Hunter, of course, picked Mississippi State to win this game in the know the enemy piece. Ooh, a little arrow route from 7. They were trying to get that arrow route, but it was covered really well, and Will Rogers was really freaked out by that. And I have to admit, I can't tell who that is. It's Eku Leota from Asheville, North Carolina. They were trying to get this arrow route on number 7, but they had it capped. See, they had it. They were chasing him. Wooden was chasing him, and then Zacoby was on top of him. So that wasn't happening, and then Will Rogers just kind of panicked. And then, just said syntax error, and he just kind of stood there. I don't know. Seemed like you'd want to try to run away from that. Solo Tiger says, nah, Mike G just wants whoever to plays to do well. I forgot to say what I was finished the sentence on Brian H. That Hunter picked Mississippi State to win this game and then know the enemy. But he said that if Auburn did win, he'd be willing to hit some bomb wings, which is probably true because he's not a big wuss about hot wings. He probably likes them. Indeed. Let's see. Did someone made a reference to Julia? I didn't know if Julia was back. He was just mentioning her. Yeah. Auburn Dad for Life says Julia sad to see Goodbow back. LOL. Yeah, Julia hadn't been on today, has she? I'd be surprised if she jumps on now because things are going pretty well. I think she kind of likes it when things are not going well. Rich says the commotion got to him. I like that. That's on the Will Rogers sack. 4th and 11. Auburn pressuring that punt again. It's 2 in a row now. And Demetrius is going to fair catch that at the 31 or 32. So Auburn has a chance here to build another nice, tasty drive.
And honestly, if you get up 28-3 on this Mississippi State team, I think that's too much. I just don't think they can get back from that. I mean, if Auburn were to never score again, but Auburn's playing with such fervor right now, precision and fervor. Let me take a look at these drives. Auburn's had 3 drives today: touchdown, touchdown, touchdown. 5 plays, 67 yards, touchdown. 6 plays, 82 yards, touchdown. 11 plays, 66 yards, touchdown. So that's pretty good right there. That's not bad. Auburn has 0 3-and-outs. They have 1. Don't have much else to say about that. It's going pretty well. Let's see. Auburn Dad for Life says D-Rob scares me in punt catching. I don't know, man. Spicy Pieces, Jay, at second quarter. What the hell are you doing, sheesh? Come on, man. Are you watching the game? Yeah. Uh-oh. Terrence is on me, too. I don't worry when Spicy P gets on me. When Terrence gets on me, I start wondering. Did I go too far? Have I taken this too far? I love the Cats is with me, though. He's calling this one to be a Georgia Tech-Cumberland game. 222-3 is what he's seeing. It could happen. Look at that, CC. I haven't called you out today, CC. I don't know if I've ever called you out. What an open field tackle. I agree with Zacoby over there. That was what I used to call my wife, my girlfriend at the time. I used to call her CC. But I don't call her that anymore because that's not her name anymore. So I'll just call her Courtney or Cordy or Snortney. Let's see. Mama Dudat says offense getting deserved love, but Derek Mason and D deserve credit, especially with Papo out for basically the year. I mean, he's been out a long time, hasn't he? He's probably been out 6 games. Blake R says, JG, need to catch up to me. Get to drinking. All right. This one's for you, Blake. Spicy P says, your perfectly coiffed hair. Spelled incorrectly, but I still understand what you're saying. Makes it hard to watch both, JG. Thank you. Christopher B says, JG, how much were you loving Jabari last night? Man, I've been watching Jabari basically since he got here. Christian and I, and then BMAT sometimes would watch a lot of basketball during the summer. And so I kind of, that's awesome. Oh, I love these salute to services. That's great. My dad was in the Navy, too. He was a Navy doctor in the 70s. Never went to combat, though. He worked on some carriers, and then he worked at the medical center at Balboa in San Diego. Lieutenant Commander Emmett Tate. Also, both my granddads were in the Navy. Navy, yes. My granddad Tate was a baker. My granddad Wexler was a radio operator on planes. Let's see. What have we got? We need a drunk JG by halftime. Man, this is not a good day for drunk JG, is it? We should do that nighttime, not the morning games. I'm kind of ashamed that I'm drinking this early, but you guys make me do it. Guys, I'm telling you, Bo, he's still throwing. He's still aces. He's 9 of 9. His quarterback rating is about 1 million. Hits Demetrius on a little drag action. Little drag action. It was Demetrius and drag. Makes the catch. That's probably, a 17-yard gain, something like that. Let's see. Auburn Dad for Life says, by the way, JG, how'd Upset Store treat you? How did Upset Store? I bet you that's a spell check that screwed you up there. I didn't understand what you were trying to say. Terrence says, let's talk about the beating the U.S. men's national team gave Mexico last night. I better not talk about it. Bobby Budnick on the bunker today was ragging me for making occasional references to soccer, so I better not do that. People get upset. EU Taxman says, how about my Samford Bulldogs? I guess Samford's still playing pretty well at Florida. This is good. Solo Tiger says, Jabari is so good at scary. Yeah, we've been, again, I didn't finish that thought, but Jabari, we've been watching him play the whole time he's been here. And, he's just a really good player. He's just calm and everything about him. Nice run by Tank. Adds 3 yards on with extra effort. Everything about him is just repeatable and smart and he's just a well-drilled, polished basketball player. He's not a crazy athlete, actually. He is long. He's a good athlete. He's just not insane. But he's a really good basketball player, and I think he's a guy like what the first night they didn't really need him to score, and he just kind of glue-guyed it. And then last night they did need him, and he came through. He's really, really good. Spicy Pieces, of course, JG knows how to spell quift. Respect. Yes, sir. Of course. The quaff. Actually, my wife's not getting quaffed right now. This is a weird play here. They let the ends go. There's the first incompletion. They kind of let the ends go as if it was like a double screen or I don't know what was going on. Bo had to get rid of that ball quickly. I couldn't tell what the concept was on the blocking there. They just let dudes go. That was a mess. And Kobe didn't even know that ball was coming out that way. He wasn't going to make a play on that ball. He didn't know it was there. Here he is. Here's a good bunker reference right here. Brad E. jumps in and says, replacement opposing team ball fund. That's a reference to the pregame blitz where, and also I believe on, look at Tank. Also on Twitter where Stoltze was bemoaning the fact that Auburn students were taking the field goal attempts that Mississippi State was attempting before the game. When they would kick it through or not kick it through, they would just pick the ball and throw it out of the stadium. And Stoltze thought that he told Auburn kids to do better. I mean, is that not the most old man tweet you've ever heard? You guys need to do better. Don't throw their balls out. Anyway, Brady making a replacement opposing team ball fund. Appreciate you, Brady. Hey, that was a tough throw right there. Smaller window and a nice catch from Kobe, guys. They've been catching the football today. Hornation says Stoltz is soft AF. I mean, I feel like the guy that tells you that he snuggles under a blanket to watch the Hallmark Channel is probably pretty soft. I mean, like I don't think he's hiding it from you. That's really good coverage, but that's an even better throw and catch, man. It's a nice play. Auburn doing a lot of exchanges. Particularly, they've been doing a lot of two tight end exchanges. That was a great read by Malcolm Johnson Jr. right there. That front end block kind of collapsed a little bit. Demetrius was the one on that. They also had Fromm out there blocking. I think it was a perfect read by Malcolm Johnson Jr., but they just kind of broke down on him a little bit. Still a solid gain, 2nd and 2. Nobody's crying about that. Solo Tiger says Stoltze is such a beta. Beta. Like Betamax. Oh, man, that's funny. I can't tell if that was a catch. It looks like a catch to me, so we're going to go ahead and give it one of these. It was in the dark. Oh, Auburn Dad for Life was talking earlier. I said Angry Store. You put UPS Store. Yeah, so I hid. I didn't go this week. I just didn't have the mental fortitude to get it done. So I still owe you a glass, and I owe a few other people a glass too. Still can't see that catch, but it looks like a hell of a catch. I think that was pass interference too. He still caught it with one hand. Dude, when Auburn receivers are out here catching touchdown passes with one hand in tight coverage, and you guys are sitting there making fun of me about, I don't know, JG, it's only the second quarter. Dude, this is a game of destiny right here, bro. Da Vinci FA says, OMG Kobe. Absolutely. That might be the best individual catch of the whole year. Goodness, let me get these points put up here. Extra point here, which is right down the middle, puts it to 28-3. Well, I feel like a fool, right? I mean, I picked Auburn to win, but I thought it was going to be close. I thought Mississippi State had a lot of things that would cause Auburn problems, but that has not been the case at all so far. No. Let's see. Brad E. Oh, let's see. My bad. Patrick P., we still love you, bro. I guess I got the wrong one there. Brad E. jumps in and says, we caught a fade. Shots for all. I don't know if that was truly a fade, but hell, man, I'm looking for a reason to hit a shot. So today we're drinking this Cave Hill from Rabbit Hole. I don't know what you guys are drinking today, but this it's pretty good. It's not the best bourbon I've ever had, but it's good. Patrick P. wisely notes that catch was made in the shadow of the Jumbotron. Some would call it the J-Botron. I would. Scotty P94 says, yeah, I think it's going to be a good day. I guess it's going to be a good day. Now, outstanding. Mama Doodat says the roller coaster continues. Speaking of that, let's go ahead and update some of these numbers, man. Just to get the bow haters like absolutely boiling over. I hope Julie is having a chance to watch this tonight. 12 of 13 for 162 for Sir Bo Nix. Let's see. We're going to just put all the numbers in there. That's a TD. He has 2 now. Oh, my bad. Jeez. It could have been 3 if they had kept the Davaris Johnson one in there. Yeah. Touchdown to Kobe and touchdown to Luke. That's right. I forgot about that one on the back of the end zone. Yeah, wow. 12 of 13, 162, quarterback rating of 247.8. Yeah. The Bo fans are hating that. Or the Bo haters. They're devastated. Like, dang it. I thought we were 1 game closer to Demetrius Davis, guys. Let's see. Rushing. Tank is now 10 carries for 47. Not bad. Not bad. Considering they're throwing the ball a lot. And Jarquez is still, he's 4 of 12. That's kind of disappointing, isn't it? Auburn on third down is now, we got a super chat coming through from Jacqueline Hagar. Appreciate you, bro. I'll get back to you here in a second. Third down. Auburn is 2 of 3. They're 1 of 6. Wow. That's a pretty stark difference there, huh? This is not going well for them at all. Like really, really like super, super not well. This is like the opposite of what they wanted right here. Abby Laker jumps in with another super chat, my man. Says, at home today, got game on mute and drain on. We're glad to have you, Abby Laker. My man. I think you're a great bunker redemption story because people were mad at you like a year and a half ago for some stuff that, you know, was just a matter of opinion. And you're a good bunker member. You're a good bunk. We appreciate you, bro. Jesse wants to know, why can't Bo play like this all the time? Yeah, there's a lot of people wondering that right now. D. Lucky says the Pillsbury Doughboy still thinks Salts is soft. Ay. David says, what is JG's best bourbon? My best bourbon? Well, okay, it's not technically mine. It is my wifey's, but the best bourbon in this house is Old Forester Birthday Bourbon 2020 edition. That would probably be the best one we have. We also have a bottle of Weller CYPB, white label Weller, which we have not opened. We're waiting for the perfect moment. We actually co-own that with our friends that live across the street. Mississippi State. There's another arrow route right there. They were able to get this one to go. Lodarius Tennyson out there, probably in place of Zion right now, giving him a little bit of a break. Shoot. We got Cleve C. Made it possible for us to have the 10-year Old Rip and Winkle. That's a pretty good bourbon, I would say. Those are probably the best ones I've got right now. We also have a 150th anniversary Old Forester we haven't opened. So that's pretty good stuff. I don't know. I like all that. My favorite bourbon to drink is the Bardstown Bourbon Company Pfeiffer Pavie version. It's like a dark brown label. Hard to find in Alabama, not impossible to find in Georgia or Tennessee or Kentucky, although it's not common. Let's see, super chat coming through from Jack and Hagar, my man. Appreciate you, bro. He's actually technically a man with no name, but those of you who are Game of Thrones fans like I am, I'm not a crazy fan, but I am a fan, would know that the man with no name is Jack and Hagar, among others. He did say earlier, Mississippi State is playing their 5th SEC game in a row, not to take anything away from how crisp we look, but they look sluggish too. They do. They're just grinding, man. They're just grinding, just trying to get something positive to happen. James B says, can Auburn still make the SEC championship? Yes, there is a path to that. It would involve most likely Texas A&M losing at Ole Miss today, so you want to be probably watching that one later. and pulling for the Rebels, which is not hard to do for me anyway. Got a lot of friends over at Ole Miss. Really like Ole Miss as a place, as a school, and for me, Lane Kiffin's a pretty easy guy to cheer for. Because he doesn't like, well, I mean, he kind of mocks Alabama with his over-the-top positivity, his toxic positivity toward Alabama. Makes me laugh. I enjoy it. Anyway, thanks, Jack and Hagar. You're an absolute stud. SSim008 jumping in again. He had one early today, but hell, why not? Dang, I might have to stop boozing so I can cheer on Ole Miss tonight. Love me some good Bo. Yeah, everybody loves good Bo. Well, Mississippi State doesn't like him. And we don't know about Mike G. We'd have to check with him. But other than that, yeah, everybody run him down and kill him. Kill him. Will Rogers running for his life right there. Everybody be nice to him on the sideline. Just give him a handshake. Pat him on the butt. He didn't get anything nice said to him, but he didn't get anything mean said to him either. Yeah, we're going to probably watch that game tonight. I mean, that's going to be an important game from an Auburn perspective, no doubt about it. Yeah. The total yard situation there is a little different, wouldn't you say? 288 to 86. Auburn, Mississippi State has 7 rushing yards. I got it as 0, don't I? Yeah, they do. They're up to 7 yards. I'll update that here in a minute at the end of this drive. Little check down route. Oh, good lick. So Kobe made that we would call that in the PFF term, that would be a stop. No, that actually wouldn't be a stop, would it? A stop would have to assure either a loss or a neutral. And that did not do that, but it was one hell of a stop anyway, because, man, as soon as he got to him, it was like, you're down, son. It's a fatality. Sim008, thank you, bro. Renard says Florida cannot stop Samford. They just ran the kickoff back. What's the score? Do we have a score update on that one? 35-28 Samford. TJ Kidd's fired up about this. I like that. If they were to lose that game, if Samford were to beat Florida, that would be the end. That would absolutely get Dan Mullen fired. Or they would have a mutual, come to Jesus meeting or whatever you want to call that. I did find out something very interesting the other day. The Texas Tech coach who got fired, maybe was it 2 weeks ago? Even though his team was 5-3, he got caught up in kind of a political situation, which Auburn fans know very well how that works. He just had gotten word that they wanted another coach. They felt like Sonny Dykes was available, the SMU coach, and so they were. Yeah, he just felt like he was on shaky ground, even though the team was fine, and asked them, and they were like, and then he was like, man, fuck this, I'm leaving. Anyway, he was at Auburn for the Ole Miss game. His name is Matt Walsh, I think is his name. Is that right? Do a quick Google search here. No, that is not his name. It's something close to that. Matt Wells. Sorry, guys. Matt Wells. Matt Wells. He was here for the Ole Miss game. And I don't think that's going to be the last. It's possibly not the last time we see him at Auburn. Put it that way. Oh, interesting. This is in a group chat that I'm in, asking about Mullen, a guy who definitely knows his coach stuff. Says, I heard the money's a major problem there, but I don't see how he survives this. I don't see how he coaches next year no matter what. The damage is done no matter what. Wow. Florida's losing at home to Samford. Like, it ain't the first quarter either. Did you get a blowout?
Yeah, got some beachy waves.
Look at you. So exciting.
Exciting. You need anything?
Yeah.
Are you hungry already?
I don't think so. Blake and Hornatius and Warwick have made me drink.
I see. That's.
No, they're enablers is what they're doing. They're bad. They're bad influences on me. All you guys are. Every last one of you guys. Spicy P is too. Don't hide, Spicy P. Be what you are.
Why are all these out?
Honey, because I owe them.
All of these?
Yeah. Let's see, not that one. What number is that? 9? Well, one of them on the carry. One of them's going to dad of 3 girls who lives in town.
10? This is 10, isn't it? In today, 10 game?
No, well, remember we started 1 game early, or 1 week early, so that's actually 11 will be today.
Jesus, Jay.
I know. I don't want to go over there. I told him it's a disaster every time.
You don't have a...
Wait, what? Are you guys serious? Tell me what's going on. I had 3 people in the chat say Mullen gone. Wait, what? What's going on? What are y'all telling me? I don't understand what we're doing here. I mean, I mean, how bad is the situation at Florida? Whew. This is crazy, man. I need to see this number. I need to see these stats. Because I just don't trust anybody else. I got the wrong. Come on, Jay. So I'm going to try to pull up these stats on the Florida game. Florida. Here it is. Oh, hell, it's only the second quarter. But it's 42-28. Jeez Louise, man. Yikes. Wow. They got 3 minutes left in the second quarter, and it's 28-42. Good golly, Miss Molly. Patrick P., he's our resident mathematician. He says the Sanford's on pace for 84. That would be awesome. Let's see. Renard says it's bad, Jay. Serious rumblings. Serious ones. Yeah, I had just gotten that text saying that they're saying that they didn't think he would survive this season anyway. Terrence says you call the bunker a community, but really it's a gang. It's a nice gang, though, right? We're friendly. We're friendly folk, okay?
Do you want your snacks now or later?
What snacks?
Snack tray. Do you want now or later?
I don't know.
Are you hungry at all?
Not really.
I'll wait a little bit.
Yeah, they make me drink, though. They're a bad influence.
Okay, so I need to get you snacks.
Rich A says Sanford going to hang half a hundo on him and go home. Boop, 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 boop. Good night. Gene W. says poor Dan going to get fired at halftime. They're going to leave him on the tarmac. They're going to say, hey, I need to meet you out at the airport. We got something special for you at the airport, bro. Mississippi State still has possession of this ball. 2nd and 3 at the Auburn 20. Hadn't even really been paying attention to this. Chris M. says they're going to install a tarmac at Florida Field to leave Mullen on. Tiger Pride says Mullen will have to wait until the offseason to talk about recruiting, LOL. Says a man with no name says the wife knows y'all. Act casual. Oh, man. Terrence says Sanford's check might not clear. I'm telling you, we have the best commenters in all the network. And by the network, I mean the internet. The best commenters anywhere. I dare you to find smarter, sharper commenters anywhere. I don't really care about that.
I hate you. I hate you. I don't even know you, and I hate your guts. I hope all the bad things in life happen to you and nobody else but you.
All right, so Mississippi State got the first touchdown right then. And I look at this as an opportunity for Auburn to exercise its 2-minute offense rights. Touchdown to Polk. Polk is, he was just doing the number 10 signal. Just promoting his own brand. He's number 10. I thought he was going to tell the Auburn fans to quiet down. Didn't you find it odd last night, those of you who watched the soccer game, that when Weston McKinney scored that second goal, he started shushing the crowd? He was playing at home. I don't know why you would shush your home crowd, but, whatever. See, Spicy P says at this pace, I don't know if I'm going to be awake at 1 o'clock Pacific time, which I think, doing the math, means 3 o'clock our time, God's time, Central time. Auburn Dad for Life says, well, now we take 2-minute score. He's saying now we get a chance for a 2-minute offense score and take the momentum back. I completely agree. 10-28. They did make their extra point there. Bunch of nerds. Bunch of nerds. A. Robinson says, people watch soccer? Question mark. I do. I keep it quiet mostly because you guys get upset. Solo Tiger has intercepted some communications from University of Florida coming in. Florida said, meet us at the airport. Mullen says, it was a home game. Florida said, yeah, we're going to need you to drop out of a plane. Looks like Chris Majors might be watching a little bit of soccer here and there. I mean, look, man, I don't ever encumber you guys with any of my club soccer travails, stories, gripes, belly aches, et cetera, et cetera. But, when it's the national team of the United States, I feel like I can talk about it every now and then. I'm not trying to be one of those guys that talks about it all the time and says, you should care. Because if you care, you care, and if you don't, you don't. I get it. I'm not mad either way. I still can't appreciate the Kobe Hudson touchdown because it was in the dark corner. It was on the dark side of the moon. Dark corner of the end zone. I couldn't see it. But I could tell what happened. He certainly caught the football for a touchdown one-handed, despite being interfered with. The Auburn Tigers are now taking over on their own 25. They're going to start this drive with a dropped pass for no reason. I thought we were going to go a whole half without a dropped pass, but we are not. We are not. Mama Dudette says, huge win, JG. I don't want to get any deeper into this. People are getting upset. Terrence W., thank you for the nice reset. He says, hey, just because we love soccer doesn't mean we love football any less. Or the Auburn Tigers any less. I like America too. And I want to see us do well. V8 Blazin continuing to fight and costing the team 2 yards on that one. He should have just gone down on that first stymie. Looking at a 3rd and 6 now. No, it's a 3rd and 8 because he stepped back. Man, this would suck to go 3 and out right here. You're doing so well. You have a great first half. Really, a perfect first half in a lot of ways. I mean, every drive's a touchdown, and then you get to this point, and it's like, hey, let's at least try to get a field goal out of this little situation where we had 156 to go, and then you just go 3 and out. But they're not there yet. 3rd and 8. No, they're not going to be 3 and out. Pass to Kobe Hudson is now out to midfield. Let's see what was going on here. They had a compressed set going on. Kobe just ran a dig at a depth of about 12 and got it out to about 15 yards. They're right at midfield. 53 seconds to go on a counting clock, as Andy would say. Bo is thinking about going deep, but he ended up going shallow to V8 Blazin, who was able to get 8 yards. So 2nd and short, which is usually a really tasty situation, but with 43 seconds left and you're at the 43-yard line, I'm not sure it really matters. But the offense still moving along nicely. We're getting too much soccer talking here, guys. People are going to get turned off. We're going to start losing viewers. They're allergic to soccer. After all, we do have an Auburn football game going on, and things are going well for a change with Bo Nix and the receivers, so this is good. Blake R. says, Chivy Poo with some wiggle. Yeah, he's been great today. Here in the second quarter, where he's had some opportunities to get some things done, mostly as a receiver. He also had that 4th down conversion on an end around on a Steeler sweep. That was nice. Will Rogers, Mississippi boy, going to Mississippi State and doing well. You love to see it. Bo Nix, Alabama boy, going to Auburn and doing the great things. You love to see that too. Most everybody loves to see it. Not sure everybody does. All right, so Auburn's got a 2nd and 2 at the 42. Plus 42, I should add. They're going to try a tunnel to Kobe, who has got about 12 yards. Got him down to the 30. Yeah, a tunnel is not a concept you see very often from Mike Bobo, do we? We saw a lot of that from Gustav, but not much from Bobo. But in that situation, it worked nicely. Wizard Dragon says Florida is making a comeback, LOL. Mississippi State just sacked Bo Nix. Full credit to Bo. He was trying to hang in the pocket. And that kid just dived in there and got him. Yeah, it happens sometimes. I guess Brahms got beat on that. Brahms also had a bad snap. And he got just totally beat on that. I mean, he got beat bad. That's a really, like, to me, that's a 0-point play for Nick. You know, I think technically he can come back next year, but I don't know, man. Yeah, he's going to be a pilot, just like his dad. Great family of pilots. About as likable guy as you can imagine. But I had a tough play there. That's pretty tough. Ambitious Engineer said Brahms got manhandled. AU Law says Brahms pulled him into Bo. And D Lucky notes that he had a bad snap and then got whipped. War Eagle 0008 says Nick needs to be a pilot. I think Nick is going to be a pilot. I think you're saying he needs to go do that right now rather than be a center anymore, right? All right, 2nd and 18 is the situation after that sack ski. Considering the way Auburn's offense has worked today, though, 2nd and 18 is not a death sentence by any stretch. Oh, Demetrius was open on a little drag there, and Bo just overthrew him. Just led him just a little bit too much. Just a little bit too much. What? Why is Bo? Is Bo starting to do his thing again? Or he's bitching? I think he was screaming, why? At Demetrius, and now he said something else to Demetrius. He might have said wide, though. I don't know. I'm with you, Sam. Sam thinks he missed the throw, and I think that was the problem there, not Demetrius. D-Lucky says, hope his landings and takeoffs are handled with more aplomb. That's pretty clever right there. I should have made the prediction. I was feeling it in my head, and I didn't say it. Because when he started bitching at Demetrius on that last play, I was like, his next throw is going to suck. And sure enough, his next throw was like way behind Kobe on a drag. He was wide open. I don't think he was going to get 18 yards out of it, but he was going to make the field goal a lot easier. And Bo just was way behind him. You know, Bo is, man, when he starts like getting angry out there, then his play really it falls off. All right, so there's a 55-yard field goal. They're just trying this for shits and giggles just to see, you know, what happens. Anders is not very good from this distance, and he's going to shank this one badly. Well, not badly, but he shanked it. So no good there on the 55-yarder. Albie Krentz is bad Bo on that drive. I have to agree with you on that. That was not a good drive. And he started acting out a little bit. His passes got off target. And it's getting a little bit weird. This is a good ending to the half for Mississippi State. I'm not sure that he would have made that even if it was on target. I mean, if it would have, it was either going to clear that post by about a foot or it was going to hit the post. But who knows? AU loss, is that a way to keep the momentum going? Sam H says, Anders sucks. Crystal says, guess Bo needs a shot of Prozac at halftime. I don't do they do shots of Prozac? I know what you're talking. I know what you mean, though. Oh. I think he would need Xanax more than Prozac. Something to just take the edge off a little bit, you know. Mississippi State moving down the field. They're now in Auburn territory. They just burned their final timeout, I think. I'm not keeping up with that. So they're at the Auburn 44 with 5 seconds to go. Let me check with Hunter to make sure he's good to go. That's weird to think that, like, Dan Mullen would be, like, in trouble, like, for real. Let's see. We'll check out what Hunter has to say here. Adam S. says, is there a bigger softie than Nick Brahms? Interesting. Not going to answer that. Let's see. Auburn was green dogging a little bit with Zacoby. Was still able to get the ball off. Ball was knocked down on a Hail Mary around the 5, so it probably wasn't going to go for anything anyway. But that's going to end the half right there. With Auburn ahead, I still had first quarter up there, guys. Why didn't you tell me? With Auburn ahead 28-10 in a half that they pretty much dominated, to be honest. Let's get some numbers here updated. Bo Nix is now 15 of 19 for 205. Had kind of a bad ending to the half. No shit. Looks like Hunter is definitely a go. And his quarterback rating is now 204.3. His nosedived to 204.3. Will Rogers' current rating is 122.1. He's 20 of 29 for 144. He had a touchdown himself. He also threw for one. Need to add that in there. Sanford still up, clinging to a 42-35 advantage inside Florida Field. Let's see the numbers here for the tailbacks. Tank is still 10-47. Hunter's still 4 for 12. Mississippi State is 5 carries for 11 yards. Need to update that. And third down numbers. The Auburn Tigers are 3 of 5. They're 1 of 8. All right, now we're fully updated. It's amazing. 5 carries for Mississippi State. They had 35 plays. I would say that's weighted heavily toward the pass. I know they're air raid, but dang, brah. I had Michigan in this game against Penn State. Let's see what happens here. Oh, they're going to go for a little fake ski. Very casual throw from the punter to one of his blockers. But guess what? That's all you need. Anyway. All right. We're going to get Coach Hunter on the horn because we love having Coach Hunter on. Is he our favorite caller? Well, him and J-Head are both Hall of Famers. So we'll add him and see what's up. There he is. Coach Hunter, what's up, man?
What's going on, JG?
Well, good things because this team's playing.
They are, other than 2 possessions, 1 offensive possession, 1 defensive possession. It's been a really, really complete game.
Yeah.
I think there's been a big difference in the way that Mike Bobo called the offense this week, in the fact that it's more aggressive. And again, it's a really good defense. And one of my concerns was what they would be that they kind of clammed up, because I didn't think he called a very aggressive game at all last week.
Yeah, I thought it was passive too. Yeah.
Yeah. It was like he called last week not to lose. He's calling plays this week to win. There are tons of tight end shifts pre-snap to change the defensive strength, receiver motions behind it to either identify man coverage or change the responsibilities in man coverage, doing some things to force Mississippi State to break their own defensive rules, and it's opened some things up. But, dude, when Kobe Hudson catches the football, it's a different offense, though, man. When there's confidence in him attacking the middle of the field and Bo can step up and complete those passes, it opens up so many more things. It makes the quarterback so much more confident in things that are going on. One of the big keys of the game has been to play a 5.
Yeah, and I mean, the receivers, hell, all of them have been catching the ball pretty dang well. I mean, that's been the story of the game so far.
It has, and that's what we've seen all year is when they play well, Auburn wins. And they're playing very well today. They're manufacturing a lot of space for them though, with the running the bootlegs and leaving an extra tight end in as a blocker attached on the line of scrimmage, so there's no edge pressure, giving them that extra second and a half to clear all the way across the field. With levels concepts coming all the way across a shallow drag, a deeper drag, and a shoot route variation. Yeah. They're getting a lot of stuff open, and Bo's having time to progress and get there.
Yeah, it's been a big plus, man. Bo, less pressure means less chance to see him acting weird, right?
For sure. And when his receivers are catching the ball, though, he's usually a guy that gets it out pretty quick and throws them open sometimes. But when they're not catching the ball, he starts trying to, make backyard plays and put it all on himself, and that never works out.
Do you remember exactly what happened on the Javaris Johnson touchdown? Did the safety, from your perspective, get kind of caught up on that one?
It was so that was in. Let's go back and put that in 80s terminology. That was wing over right, unbalanced, flash return veer. I mean, that was a triple option play. And they brought Javaris back. I don't know if Mississippi State was playing a combo coverage to whereas it was man on one side of the field and zone on the other. But when he returned in the motion, there was not a third defender to account for him. And you got 2-on-2 with the outside receivers block, and Hudson made a great block right there, and he just became the de facto pitch man on the read option. And there was not a third defender to play the pitch. And you got 2 good blocks, and it was out the gate.
So that's basically like current day, new world, triple option, right?
That's 100% what it is.
Yeah, okay. Gotcha.
That is 21st century, veer football.
Well, we like veer. I mean, that's a tried and true concept right there, brother.
Oh, dude, it's the best offensive play in football when you can run it right.
Listen, when
defensively,
so I was leading. I was gonna say with Papo out, I was like, I don't know, man, but really, defense has been pretty good. Hadn't missed a beat, really.
Yeah, they're doing a great job tackling in space. They're really attacking the screen passes, and out physicaling the wide receivers on the perimeter who were trying to block them, and they're cutting down yak yards. Mississippi State gets the majority of their offensive yardage after the catch because they live and die by those 5 to 8 yard pass routes, that they can turn into 9, 10, 11, 12-yard gains. Auburn's not giving them really any. Like you with Papo out, I was almost expecting a whole bunch of dime, a bunch of 3-1 with maybe Smoke or Tennyson walk down as the 5th guy in the box. And they've done a little bit of it, not a whole lot. Wooten hadn't been bad at all. He's done a good job carrying mesh routes across the field. Been a run fitter inside, but they've handled the run, and they've got a little bit of pass rush with a 3-man front.
Yeah, they have.
You can do that. You're going to have a chance because that means you got 8 guys playing in coverage. So that's been big too.
Yeah, and Denton. I say Denton. Everybody's talking on the chat about Denton. Derek Mason.
That damn Denton.
I know. Mason. It seems like his plan today, and days. It's like this most days. You need to put together a 15-play drive to beat us. You know what I mean? And that's kind of what he's done today, and they've had a hard time doing that, honestly.
In this world of tempo offenses, of go fast, look for explosive plays, teams rarely have, the focus and precision or use that buzzword that people don't like to hear, bandwidth, to put together those long, sustaining drives without having a penalty, without having a protection bust, without having something that kills the drive. And so when you make people have to drive 11, 12, 13 plays, even though it can be tiresome from your defense, and even though, it can jack up the time of possession metric a little bit, odds are you're going to let them stall out or give yourself a turnover opportunity at some point during the drive.
And you just kind of wait for them to kind of trip over themselves, I guess, right?
I mean, it's, don't give up anything over the top. Rally to the ball, be physical when you tackle, and make them earn every single yard of it. And very, very few teams are that precise and that well-oiled that they can do that over and over again.
Yeah. And we got questions about Mississippi State right here. I mean, they're down 28-10. They've had a difficult run of possessions, although their last possession of the half there, or their last full possession was pretty good, though, Downer.
I think, it was. And if you watch the touchdown play, they found something that Auburn's going to have to adjust on. And it was inverted motion, motioning the inside receiver back outside the outside receiver. And I know I talk ad nauseum, especially when you and I talk about leverage and coverage. But everything, man, depends on your leverage, and it's got to be sound. And they caught him twice on that drive, once on the 3rd down and then once on the touchdown play where they motioned the inside receiver out. And now it made Simpson where he was the slot corner. And he didn't adjust his leverage and work to the inside since the safety was now removed to the outside, and they broke open to the middle of the field. That touchdown, you could see it. The receiver pressed him, stacked his feet, and then broke off to the inside while he was still center shot on him. And there's no inside helping man coverage right there. You've got to protect the middle of the field because the sideline is your 12th defender, and it's much easier to close that space than it is all that grass between the hashes.
So he should have leveraged on the other side of that receiver, right? He should have leveraged on the inside.
Yeah, when the motion went outside and he was no longer the outside most defender, he should have tilted his leverage back inside to make that receiver have to run outward where there's a secondary defender and where there's the sideline, because now the secondary defender that was inside of him is no longer there anymore.
Yeah, I got you. That's tricky. Auburn does that.
So we'll see.
Auburn plays that game with other teams a lot too. So
They do.
Fair is
They
fair.
do. It's something that they've made hay on all year, and it's just smart. It's chess matching football, man.
Yeah.
That's what good coordinators, good football coaches find those things, especially when your basic stuff's not getting anything. You make those adjustments and you try to exploit some things, and then you have to come back as a defensive coordinator and adjust to their adjustment.
Give me a couple keys for the second half. How Auburn can maintain this lead and finish it out.
They don't need to get too passive and just kind of sit in a prevent mode the rest of the game, and lose the energy, because I think that the team energy has been a big part of this. They've been juiced up and playing hard, and just the complete antithesis of what the general early morning kickoff team looks like, And so stay juiced up, bring some pressure on first down. I really like what they were doing early in the game and bringing some pressure up the middle on first down and forcing those throws to where they can't hit the little mesh routes and the swings that develop slowly like they want to. And then on offense, keep attacking, keep them on their heels. I hope Oscar Chapman doesn't get a single rep the whole game.
I like that. You want to keep the punter off the field. I got you.
Yeah, keep his ass on the sideline.
All right. We've got that. We've got it written down, and we'll see if they're able to keep up with it, Hunter.
All right, Jay. We'll see you post-game, brother.
I appreciate you, man.
Yes, sir.
See you, bro. There he is, Coach Hunter, giving us the good stuff there. He wants to see keep that energy up, which they did. They came out with a ton of energy in this game, which you don't normally see from Auburn teams at 11 o'clock. And then you'd like to see the aggressiveness on first down defensively, which you don't necessarily see a lot of regardless of what time the game starts. And then on offense, he wants to see them. I don't think he mentioned this, but no, he did mention it. Keep attacking. He likes the way that Bobo. Again, I agree with him that he was calling plays not to lose last week at Texas A&M, but in this game, I felt like he was calling plays to win the ball game. He's been very aggressive with them, and they've been throwing the ball downfield a bunch today. What's going on?
I just want to turn this on. Is this the other mic?
No, it's not a mic. That's a headset.
That's what I'm saying.
You couldn't hear it?
No, it's all. You can barely reach it.
Thank you, administrative assistant. You're trying to work the headset to get it a little bit better fitted for Sir Denton. Denton has been a topic of discussion in the chat. I'm not sure exactly what's going on here. Let's see. Anthony R. says, where's Denton?
He didn't come till after the
Melee correctly answered. Denton only comes after games, which could be taken a few different ways here. And then... what? No, Anthony R. says Denton. Man, Courtney's got my headset messed up.
Sorry.
I don't know why we're playing this game right now. All right. Anthony R. says Denton is at the Sky Bar chilling. Blake R. says Denton probably already tanked. That is unlikely. Yeah, administrative assistant gives the head shake no on that one. Anthony R. says Denton passed out at Tumors, LOL. Corey Dubs says, how we feeling, fam? Pretty good. Tough finish to the half, I think, defensively and offensively. Conceded that long drive to let them get their touchdown. Auburn had a chance to come back with whatever, 1:56 on the clock, and really just kind of, they got to the 42 and kind of meh. And then Anders missed a difficult field goal, 55-yarder. Love the Cat says, Hornatius says, Denton done got in his mama's liquor. Courtney probably says no on that one. D. Lucky was answering Corey earlier about how we feeling, fam. He said cautiously optimistic. That's a situation there. Let's see what else we got. There's a few more Dentons. Blake R. says Denton loves Trulies.
That's good.
What is that?
It's just teriyaki sauce.
Okay.
Good.
It's good.
You want it?
Anthony R. says Denton is at the bar twerking. Hornatius says Denton would be a star at Coyote Ugly. Courtney, your thoughts? Why is everybody saying this stuff about Denton? He's fine. He's fine. Adam Smith says nobody puts Denton in the corner except me because I put him in the corner. He's not here, by the way. Jacob R. says, like the stream, fam. More damn Eagle. Let's finish this. All right. New Gus Who Dis, my man, says, would Hunter like to amend his pick? He'll eat the bomb. Unlike some other members of our staff, he will eat the bomb. We love new Guess Who Dis, man. What's up, bro? Another one of our bunker entrepreneurs. War Eagle 00008 says, as someone with a degree from Samford, I was excited for Buckyball and a possible regional in baseball. What a day. Adam says Denton always takes the fight outside. You want to take the fight outside? I don't think Denton's been in a lot of fights, honestly, to be honest with you guys. Super chat coming in from Stu Pup. I'm telling you, death taxes and Stu Pup super chatting. What an absolute stud. He says, saw him late, had some stuff to do, but I'm juiced and hard after that first half.
The Bears are who we thought they were. That's why we took.
Appreciate you, Stu Pup. That was pretty descriptive. Ian Bailey said it was 55 yards, bro. Yeah, I wasn't giving him too much trouble. I'm just saying it was a difficult kick, and he missed it. I mean, and if it was on target, I still don't think he had gotten it well enough to even get that to go through. It was going to hit the bar or be short or a little bit long. Who knows? It was going to be close. Let's see. Solo Tiger says, Denton is about as animated as the guy in the intro to the Sweater song who is being asked all the questions. Little Weezer reference there. Chat loves Denton. Everybody loves Denton, of course. Let's do a quick check-in on the Samford Bulldogs, who now lead, it's halftime, 42-35. Samford's quarterback, whose name I believe is Liam Welch, is 18 of 28 for 295, 2 touchdowns, 0 interceptions. He has a quarterback rating of 176.4. Trying to look for stats that stick out here in this game. Talking about the Samford-Florida game. Time possession's pretty much even. Sacks, no team has one. Red zone, both teams are 3 of 3. Average yards per play, Florida's actually higher at 10.3 yards per play. Good golly. 382 yards in 37 plays. That's pretty strong. That's pretty good. That's going to be a shootout, man. That's crazy, though, that Samford's playing that well against the Florida Gators. Everybody here would love to see Dan Mullen lose. Again, on our game here, Auburn up 28-10. Auburn had a great run of offensive success. The first 4 drives were touchdowns. 5 plays for 67 yards, 6 plays for 82 yards, 11 plays for 66 yards, and 8 yards for 68 yards. And that final drive was 9 plays for 37 yards, and it ended with a missed 55-yard field goal. I'm not sure that Honors deserves a lot of angst or anger over that kick. It was hell, his brother would have a hard time making that one from 55. And Mississippi State, their last full drive of the first half yielded a touchdown, a 10-play, 75-yard touchdown drive, and they got the ball back with just a few seconds. I guess more than that, 12 seconds, and they had 3 plays for 18 yards. Ended because the time ran out. In general, Auburn has looked pretty good today, in general, but not a great end to the half, and so I think they need to get things going again, kind of approach this second half the way they did the first half and hit it pretty hard. Let's see. Hunter48 has jumped in the chat saying that he will own it if Auburn wins this game because he picked Mississippi State. He wasn't like he was fired up about it. Reluctantly picked Mississippi State. He said he'll own it and he'll eat those bomb wings gladly. We would love to have you any day, Hunter. I know you've got some responsibilities you're probably worried about. Usually on a Tuesday midday, but maybe there'll be a time a little bit later in the year when we could sneak you out on a Tuesday midday, and hopefully we would be able to gorge you with some bombs. I've actually broke bread with you at Voodoo before, which is a pleasure, of course, always. D. Lucky says Denton is a runaway. Stoltze isn't even interested in himself. Talking about which one's worse, Denton or Stoltze. That's tough. Poor Stoltz. Everybody wants to give him so much trouble. The poor guy just gets pooped on all the time. He kind of brings some of it on himself. But, bunker-wise, he has some different ideas, right? Yeah, I mean, not a lot of us sit at home dreaming of Angela Lansbury. Just being real. I know I don't. And I like older women, but not that old. All right, so we're about to kick off the third quarter here. And I'm trying to think. Auburn took the ball to start with, so I guess Mississippi State will start off with the ball this time. And Auburn probably needs to go ahead and get a stop. Spicy Penguin says show killer. Obviously, he's referencing Stoltze on that one. By the way, when Hunter was on the air earlier, administrative assistant brought up a snack tray. It includes many normal staples, but it has some jelly beans this time. Also some spring rolls and a few dumplings. A dumpling. Yes. An Asian dumpling. Still can't see the Kobe Hudson touchdown. We'll just have to we need an artist's rendering of that one. How about that? Let's see. Spicy Pieces Miss Administrative Assistant always putting out fire snacks for the Commodore. He's a lucky man and she's a saint. You're absolutely right about both of those. Caught from behind, that Mississippi State tailback was. Interesting that their first play from scrimmage was a run. And Roger McCreary knocked that one down. Let's see, Chip. Somebody laughing at what Chip says. Spicy Penguin. That's what his glass says. Oh, show killer. That's absolutely true. I can confirm. Little play action throw there for Mississippi State. They get the ball to about their 48. Auburn again in zone. Roger just a little bit slow getting to the ball, but he's in good position. Not terrible. Hunter had noted earlier that Auburn's done a pretty good job of getting pressure with just the front three so they can use the 8 in coverage. And Ladarius did his job there. He had outside leverage on that pass, and he was able to fight that ball to go inside. So he did his job, and that's where Smoke and Kaufman came in and made the play. Exactly what you're looking for. Let's see. D. Lucky says, "Love administrative assistant, absolute legend." That's what I'm talking about. 2nd and 6. They are just over midfield. They're at like the 49.5. Auburn's still showing a 3-man rush. Those guys are having to work really hard. That guy's getting held so bad. My God, Derek Hall was getting held like it was a bear hug. The guy literally had his arms all the way around him, like hugging him. No call, by the way. Mason wants to know: are we ever going to see holding on a Mississippi State? Yeah, they caught him once. I think on Mississippi State's second drive of the game, but not since then. I mean, there's really not much Derek Hall can do with that. They were going deep on that one. They're going to try to call a pass interference on that, and I don't see it. But maybe we'll see it on the replay. I don't know. Oh, you guys are calling. They're going to call. No, they're going to call a DPI on that. I didn't see it. I don't want to get fined. Man, that's a really soft PI. Not sure how I feel about this. I mean, I know the 3-man rush has been okay today, but when you see Will Rogers literally standing there not moving for like 2 or 3 seconds, it's like, E. Robinson says, how TF is that a PI? I have to agree with you. Mama Dudette says, not seeing anything there, no clue. That was a little bit mysterious on that one. I don't know what to tell you on that. I wish I had a talking point, a teaching point on that one, but I think he did a fine job. I think the defender did. Gene says the refs are a major problem today. They've had some bad ones. They've had some bad calls and some bad non-calls. I'm typically the last guy to get on refs, so I don't want to be that guy. Tuberville kind of taught me that.
I hate you. I hate you. I don't even know you, and I hate your guts. I hope all the bad things in life happen to you and nobody else but you.
Spicy Pieces, Bulldogs on a 14-0 run. Jabba. Why are we the way that we are? We got a little quick slant from a little bit more of an outside position. And ball was a little behind him, but he made the adjustment. And, touchdown for Mississippi State. It's now 28-17. A little disappointing there. That was a pretty straightforward capitulation by the Auburn defense. And, not exactly what you want to see on that one. Let's see, Rob D says, why did Mason change the defense? I haven't noticed any, wholesale changes here at all. Personnel-wise, maybe a little bit. Tennyson was playing a little bit more. Maybe out of necessity. I don't know. Things happen. All right, let me go ahead and update some of these. Will Rogers now 26 of 35 for 202. And just got another touchdown. Bro, these boxes are annoying the pee out of me. There we go, much better. That's annoying. They're rushing 6 carries for 13 yards. That's so weird. Normally, the opposing team, you want to keep a really close eye on their rushing, but this is obviously kind of a weird situation with the way that Mississippi State runs their offense. And then on third down, they're 1 of 8. Auburn is 3 of 5. Same as before. So not much has changed on that end. Interesting situation. So the Tiger says our offensive line needs to start mauling folks until they call it. Let's just find out where the line is so we'll know. Yeah, I mean, they're not maulers. They're not maulers. They're not going to maul anybody. Mama Dudette says the eagle flew good. Let's not bury the lead. I like that newspaper humor right there, and you spelled lead correctly. Very, very nice. Spicy P says SEC refs this year are an embarrassment to football. I don't know about that. They've been bad for a while now. Avery in the house says, hey, guys, pulling for y'all. Hey, the feeling is definitely mutual. We're going to be pulling for Ole Miss tonight for sure. Would love to see Jimbo go down. Would love to see Lane clown him about it for it, too. Would absolutely love that. Things you absolutely love to see. Solo Tiger is now advocating cheating. He says, we need to cheat basically to undermine these refs. Auburn Dad for Life says so many no calls by ref for us. Come on now. These guys. They're not good, but they're not having that bad of a game. At least not that I've seen. Spicy P says Brahms couldn't maul a kitten, bro. That's not very nice. AU Law 20 says you got to be able to bench more than your body weight to try and maul someone. Not something I think our offensive line can do. Interesting. Yeah, one of those days so far, huh? Auburn had such complete command of this game. And then there's just been a little lull here in the last, 10 game minutes, 7 game minutes. Yeah, we'll call it 10 game minutes. And all of a sudden it seems like it's kind of difficult. But, Auburn still comes out, puts together a nice drive right here. Everything's fine. There we go. A little salute to service. Showing some of those Auburn servicemen and women doing their thing. I like that POWMIA chair. That's pretty badass. I didn't know they had that. Have y'all seen that before? It's cool. All right, so Mississippi State's kicking off now. The Auburn Tigers are going to have their first drive of the second half right here. And it will start at the 25. Oscar Mike in the house is late to party. I'm going back home now because it's obviously my fault. Yeah. I'm going to blame this one on you, bro. Spicy P says, should we take bets on which bow we get? Well, since it was just halftime, maybe they had a chance to kind of have an interaction with him, an intervention with him, and try to get him back on track because he was kind of losing his shit that last drive. And he made 2 really bad throws to end the drive. They're going to do an end around here to start things off, and Demetrius is going to get a couple yards. Ah, man. It's probably a good idea. Just let him hand off the ball the first thing. Remember to open the first half, they did a play action long throw to Shed down the down the middle of the field. He was running a post route. I'm just got a 2nd and 8 right here. Going in a doubles formation. Let's see what they got here. He's trying to be ambitious here again. Wow, nice throw, nice catch again from Kobe on a drag. Very tight window on that throw. That's pass interference too, bro. He was grabbing his britches or a shirt or something. Good God. Doesn't matter because he caught the football anyway, but that's pass interference. Like, it's obvious. They're going to say he's out of bounds on that throw. Tyler Fromm made a great catch. He was just happened to be out of bounds. It's only going to be a, 2-3 yard gain anyway. Nick Moore says, nice snatch. Oh, man. Nice use of words there, bro. By the way, we're pulling for the Boilermakers today. Would love to see them beat the Ohio State Buckeyes. We don't like Ohio State around here. No way. No way. All right, Bo is running for his life again, and he wisely just throws the ball out of bounds on a 2nd and 10 play. Shaking his head again, though. That's not good. That's not what you want to see. Like, just fucking pick up the ball and let's move on. Stop shaking your head. He made some mistakes, too, in the first half. Yeah, Spicy P says, here we go. Spicy P seeing the same things I did. Nick would like to see Purdue beat Ohio State. Yeah, I think we all would. I think some Ohio State people would like to see it, too. They're just kind of a generally loathsome bunch. All right, John Samuel. A little flat route there. Got about 4. Oh, I'm sorry. I thought it was 4. I got confused on the downs. Maybe they did, too. Isn't that a weird call? I felt like that was the route that Bo was going to throw to the whole way. It was a 4 or 5 yard route on 3rd and 10. I didn't really put 2 and 2 together there. Yeah, ambitious engineers thinking with me on this too. 3rd and 10 and both there was a 3 yard out route. That's kind of an interesting call. I don't, Hunter was talking about at halftime, like you need to be, oh, that's a tasty ass punt. They down the ball at about, the 2, inside the 2, maybe the 1.5. That's a long way to go right there. That's pretty big. I just didn't like the play calling, and Hunter was talking about at halftime. They had, Bobo came out very aggressive in this game and got some touchdowns on the board, but boy, that drive right there didn't seem to have that same edge, did it? Terrence says they lost track of downs. Look, man. You normally would think the millionaire coaches would make that mistake, but it sure looked that way to me. Like that play wasn't set up to go 10 yards. No way. Gene thinks the same thing. We'll just chalk that one up to, you never know. I mean, what else are you going to say? Spicy Pieces run a 5-yard play on 3rd and 10. They'll never see it coming. All right, let me update some of these bows now. 17 of 23 for 224. Yeah, and they weren't running too much there, were they? Tank's still 10 of 47. Jarquez is still 4 of 12. 3rd down, they obviously had a bust there, so they're 3 and 6 now on 3rd down. That's the only thing I can update with you there. Ay, man. Oscar Mike says, do we play not to lose, or basically, or we just shoot for domination? That's a great question. I would have said earlier they were shooting for domination, but now that was a weird drive, a weird call there on 3rd and 10. Dion says, do we not like to run the ball? Yeah, this a little confused there. I thought Tank was having a good game, and then they've just kind of gotten away from him lately. Chip says D definitely needs to make a play here to flip the field. So the punting team did a great job. Has kind of pushed them all the way back to the 2 or the 1. Now they got to kind of consummate that advantage, right? And have a 3 and out, or maybe a shorter drive that yields a punt inside the 20, kicking out of the 20, and then maybe you can kind of flip that and get to the 30 or the 40, and then a couple first downs, and you've got the field flipped. So yeah, I don't. The question about the run from Dion, I don't know, man. This kind of tends to happen sometimes. Those of us have been watching Auburn for a long time, and that may be you too, Dion. I'm just kind of not necessarily surprised. It can get a little weird. Kind of like she says in Up in the Air. She says, we get away from timetables. It can be counterproductive. Spicy Pieces, how much does an interception cost? My wallet is out. My man. Mason says, classic AU to keep a subpar SEC team in the game. Yeah, they do kind of play to their opponents, don't they? And it was fine when it was like at LSU where you're just like, hey, man, can they finally win down there? And they did. And it's Ole Miss comes to town, and Ole Miss is good, and they kind of did that, and they won, and you're like, okay, that's good. But then it's like a team like this where I think Auburn is, well, for most of this game has been clearly superior. And they're just kind of dogging around, right? Not putting them away. Scotty Pieces, I've got a bad feeling, fam. Offense has quickly become a mess. He's not wrong. Ambitious Engineer says Knighton is not good, number 19. Look at Lord Tennyson coming in there, though. He made a play on that, didn't he? It was a 2nd and short, and Lord Tennyson came up and made a nice fill. And now it's going to be 3rd and short. 3rd and 2. This will be, as Chip was saying, talking about flipping the field. Here's where you flip it right here on a 3rd and 2. You get a stop, and then you force a punt right here. I thought that umpire was going to throw the flag, and when he didn't, I was like, okay. And it looks like the back judge did. I think that's a defensible flag there. I mean, I think that's probably a penalty. Yeah, he got in there just a hair early. I mean, it's good defense, but there you go. That's a blitz, and I think Jacoby got his hand on that. Good play. Good awareness. Second 10. I think this is going to be – I feel like it's going to be one of these possessions where Auburn actually breaks through defensively here. They've done a good job defending this drive in general. I mean, they're really having to grind here. And Hunter was talking about this earlier, where if you kind of set these teams up where it's going to require a 15-yard drive to get in the end zone, eventually they're going to have a protection breakdown or a major penalty or a turnover. You know, you just kind of force this kind of like game of chicken with them. Ladarius Tennyson was in position to get that one, to get a sack there, and he just didn't quite get it. It's going to be 3rd and 2 from Wally. Made that catch right there. Oscar Mike says, not going to lie, Miss Rod. He's a great broadcaster. He's a really good football broadcaster in particular. Sucks, but Andy, I haven't had a chance to listen to Andy on football lately. I listened to him on basketball every single game, and I think he's great. There was somebody on the bunker last night that was like, we need to get rid of Andy on basketball. And I was like, shit, man, he's really good on basketball, I think. And he and Sonny are terrific together. Andy gets a little technical, and Sonny, you know, he's just so colloquial with the way things that he says. Is that a timeout they're going to call there? Mississippi State called timeout. Sonny is just so good with his, I failed math in 3 states. Yeah, I've been to Georgia. You mean Atlanta? Yeah, I'm in Atlanta. Talking about that kid last night from ULM that was from the country of Georgia. That's pretty funny. Hey, Robinson says 3rd down, Jay's smacking gets louder. Well, there won't be much smacking now because I finished off the stuff she gave me. Believe it or not, when you sit up here and you're talking all day and you're drinking this delicious bourbon with you scallywags, it's easy to get too drunk. So she provides some food to help me stay sober. Which I don't want to. I'm not besmirching anybody. I love you guys. I'm just saying. You know, you sit up here and you drink the brown water all day. I'm just saying. Let's see. Terrence was asking a question earlier. How many flags do we have? And we got an answer from A. Loss is 6 flags for 56. Just want to make sure. Not that you. I think you're not a worthy person to answer that question. Penalties, Auburn indeed. 6 flags for 56. They have 4 for 30. So, you know, Auburn has a little bit of an advantage there. Not really an advantage, you know what I mean. But reasonably close. Aside from the really bad pass interference call on Jalen Simpson earlier, I wouldn't be fussing about anything. Let's see. I guess Hornatius wants an update on the Samford game. Uh-oh. Florida's gotten on a run here. Florida's now up late in the 3rd quarter, 49-42. How about that, huh? Looks like Samford just got stuffed on a 4th and short near midfield. And so Florida has possession now at midfield. Oh, great. A. Robinson says, is it possible to watch Auburn football sober? Oh, man. Hornacia says, take a shot, nerd. Hey, you're a nerd. Why don't you take a shot, nerd? This is for Hornatius. And Hornomania, 2 of my favorite horns. And, yeah. There's another horn. There's Hornswoggle, who is not actually part of the Horn clan, but is also a cool dude, too. He would be the tallest horn if he were an actual horn. Solo Tiger says, well, it was fun while it lasted, Sanford. You still have questions, though. right? Like, why in the heck are you giving up 42 to Sanford? Why do you need a rally, a big rally to win at home against Sanford? Spicy Penguin says, Bo Nix is Auburn's all-time leader in total offense. That's a real kick in the knee. I got a soundbite for that one. Where is it? You guys probably don't know where it is. Yeah.
Sometimes may be good, sometimes may be shit.
Just saying. Love the Cat says that was a sip, not a shot, nerd. Dude, everybody, come on, man. It's another sip. 2 sips equals a shot, bro. Not a 2-ounce shot, but a 1-ounce shot. By the way, if you're going to come to the Bunker Bourbon event on the 6th of December, we can share shots. Hornesius. I mentioned this earlier in the show, but December 6th, that's a Monday. We're going to be doing a Bunker Bourbon event here in Montgomery at the Tipping Point, which is the bar here in my neighborhood. Hey, I'm the Commodore, so we do things on the Commodore ship. And, yeah, we're still working out prices, and we are going to be doing got somebody else on a drag. We're working out prices and exactly what we're going to do drinking-wise. But basically the concept is going to be you pay a fee, and then you get 5 shots of bourbons of my choice, which is definitely going to include Blanton's, among others, and also a drawing for some really good stuff. And I'm also going to bring some of my good bourbons to the event, and we can drink some of those as well. Have a chance for people to have some stuff maybe they haven't had before. I mean, AU Taxman, I don't know. I don't know if we can go that far. But for somebody, some simpletons like myself who just like the bourbon, who just like the brown water, who don't consider themselves super-duper bougies, me, D-Lucky, others. I don't know. I hate to see that. Thomas has been hurt. Young man from Eufaula, Alabama. Let's see. Hornesia says, I'm crashing on your couch December 6th. We have some room here. No joke. If you need accommodation, you can holler at me. We got a little bit of room. I mean, obviously, Denton's going to stay here in the studio room. But no, I'm just kidding. Not really. But we got a little bit of room. So if you all need somewhere to stay, and I know who you are, if you're one of the absolute studs, you know what I'm talking about, then we can work something out, I imagine. Fail Like a Stranger says, fire Van Gorder. I love it. He's a developmental player. Ooh, they're trying to run a tunnel, and Auburn is all over that. Chandler Wooten was the first person there, but TD and Ladarius Tennyson were able to finish that off for a minus play. And Mike Leach seems bewildered by that happening. I told you guys this story before, but I interviewed Mike Leach when he first got hired at UK. I was a student at UK. This is probably 1996 or so. And he was an odd character then. I didn't know how odd he was, but he had that same kind of but weird delivery, you know what I mean? But he was nice. He was real nice to deal with. I didn't have any problems with him. Again, I'm a student at the time, and I didn't know football very well. I came from a basketball household, so, I mean, I probably didn't even know what I was asking. But he put up with me pretty well. And I appreciated him. He's my favorite guy to talk to on that staff. Another drag route, another horrible tackle. Hunter talked in the Know the Enemy piece. You have to tackle these guys. And Auburn's done a nice job of tackling and not giving up yak yards, but that's an example right there where you're just trying to take him down with a shoulder. Roger is not somebody who does that very often, but he did right there, and he gave up another 20 yards on yak just because of that mistake. So, Mississippi State again. Pushing into scoring territory here. Let me take a look and see what this drive is already. Auburn's got to get to him. This drive, that is the 10th play you just watched. And they're down to the 4. Dwayne Johnson, the Rock, on the catch there. All right, guys. This isn't ideal, let's say. That's fair to say. Ooh, Hunter's not on the horn anymore, is he? Courtney's going to be like, why you say Hunter's still on the horn? All right, 1st and goal for the 4. Quarterback has nowhere to go, but there's nobody really rushing him. And now he threw a check down pass to the tailback, and he's in for a touchdown.
I hate you. I hate you. I don't even know you, and I hate your guts. I hope all the bad things in life happen to you and nobody else but you.
I got to admit, I'm very surprised at how this has gone down, guys. I thought Auburn had complete control of this game earlier, and Chip says, that dude ran like 3 routes and was open for 5 seconds. Rob D keeps saying, why did Mason change our defense? Do you guys see any evidence of that? I don't see any evidence of that. I see Ladarius playing a little bit more than Zion, but the concepts seem the same to me. Hunter, if Hunter's still watching, I think I would have deferred to his opinion 100%, but I haven't noticed anything. Oh, they finally got him. They were going for a 2-pointer there, and then TD got in there, and Auburn's been in the vicinity of a sack a bunch today, but they finally got their actual paw on him and got him down. So a little failure there on the 2-point conversion. They were trying to go to that tailback coming out of the backfield, and he was covered, and then TV just got you. All right, so that's the sitch. Hi, how are you? Let's see. Rob D says, "Oh, there's the Eagle Whisperer." If you guys don't follow him on, if you don't follow him on Twitter, you're missing out. He's like, I can't remember what his handle is, but something like Eagle Trainer or something. And he posts some unintentionally uncomfortable tweets. I mean, and it's not like porn or anything. I'm just saying, like he spends a lot of time with the Eagles. I'll just put it that way. AU Taxman says Bunker says we need to fire Mason. Okay. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Okay. Yeah. Terrence says, for the love of God, run the ball this drive. Hey, that's a fair criticism there. We haven't seen Tank much at all in the last 3 drives? Oh my goodness, Jarquez is going to take this out from 3 yards deep. I don't know about this. Hey, that's a great idea. I love it. Auburn got out to the 36, I think. Their Spirit with the final flight today. Man, one thing that kind of sucks. I love being here with you guys on the show, but I do miss the Eagle flights. I'd say the Eagle flights are what I miss the most about not going to the games anymore. Oh, shiz. The previous Eagle, I think, was Nova. Does that sound right to you? I know we got some Eagle. So the first thing they do on this drive is give the ball to Tank on a pitch, and he gets knocked down for a loss. So that's what we get for clamoring for Tank to get more carries. Number 19 says, we tailgate with a bunch of Eagle trainers from back when we were at AU. Interesting. Eagle trainers. I didn't get along with them great back at the time because I wrote a story about that Eagle that died, and they got really mad at me. And I actually did an interview with one of the Eagle trainers in that area. I doubt that's somebody you're tailgating with because she seemed kind of untoward. But I put it on speakerphone for my grandma because I said, this chick's going to be really mad at me when I call her. And I called her, and she was really mad at me. And she acted like a fool. And I put it on speakerphone for my, 80-year-old grandmother to hear. And she was like, oh, my God. It's like, yeah, this girl's not very nice. Love the Cat says, can we start talking basketball? My man. 3rd and 8. Here we go, guys. Oh, my goodness gracious. Look at this. Javarius Johnson gets free on a really deep, I guess that's a post. It could have been a corner. I don't know the exact concept here. Let's see. Compressed set. Oh, that's similar to the concept that Texas A&M busted Auburn with in the 3rd quarter last week. But yeah, he's running the deep, like a deep corner, and just got behind the safety there. So that's a big gainer right there. Big gainer. Gets Auburn to the plus 18. They're going to run a tunnel to Kobe, and he's not going to go anywhere. But that doesn't change anything about that, 40-yard reception. Is that what that was? To Javarius, 44 yards. He now has a 44-yard catch and a 57-yard run. It's a pretty good day for Javarius. He is known colloquially inside the complex as VAR. Somebody made a reference to that the other day. I was like, who is that? Oh, Javarius. Yeah. I had to use context, though. All right, so Tank, they gave him the ball again. He just got crushed. Mississippi State normally has a very good run defense. So coming into the game, I didn't expect Tank to be a big factor because I thought that their run defense would be a problem. He was obviously pretty good in the first quarter into the second quarter, but right now it's not working. So Auburn's having to kind of go reversed philosophy here and pass to set up the run. Or just pass to set up the pass, whatever way. Sam says this O-line is trash today. Dude, the O-line's not been very good all year, to be fair. I don't like that play on third down. I just don't feel like that's going to happen. So the only way that Demetrius is going to catch that ball is if that ball's thrown inside. But there was a safety kind of floating out there, and so I think that's why he was scared to throw it inside. I don't blame him. I just don't love the call there. Saunders goes for like a manageable field goal and it gets blocked. Sam H. said Saunders misses this. You're pretty much right about that one. He didn't quite miss it, but he didn't get it through. My goodness, guys. I mean, they got penetration, but I don't. All right, Mississippi State's back on the attack. More yak yards, 5 yak yards right there on that throw. And Auburn's really kind of on the back foot here. CDF says we gussin', brah. Yeah, it is coming that way. It's looking that way. God, I can't believe Auburn had complete command of this game. Just baffled. I'm baffled. All right. Well, let's not do that motion. No. It's like, I guess I can do this again. No big deal. More yak yards. Another 5 yak yards. Stoop Up says Carlson is going through a Damon Duvall phase. I hope he go through a phase where he goes and whoops somebody from the damn band. Not the Auburn band, by the way. Number 19. Riley M says time to start drinking. Too late. We've been drinking since 11. I felt like that pass right there was right for some kind of a play on the ball, interception, knockdown, something, and it just didn't quite happen. Fat Crack, my man, jumping in. What's up? Is that the step on a throat mentality I was talking about? We are still a soft team that gets mentally clustered when things don't go right. May have a point on that one. Today is certainly not going to absolve them of any of that responsibility, that's for sure. Thanks, Fat Crack. Appreciate you, bro. I love these in-game super chats. That's kind of an endangered species, isn't it? Although you're not, Fat Crack. You're an absolute stud. 23-28. Auburn is kind of reeling here. Not kind of reeling. Auburn's reeling. Wow. All right, here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to do a quick break. While we're doing this commercial break, I'll be right back. Just give me like 1 minute, all right? I'll see you here in just a second. All right. Oh, hey now. Something ain't right here. I know what it is. My bad. I turned down my mic there. We had a super chat, a big one coming through while I was indisposed there for a moment. CDF says, basketball season is here. Yes, indeed. I don't know what we need on that one. We need applause on that one. Thank you, CDF. I appreciate you for the support there. That's awesome. Love the in-game supers, for sure. Love the Cats wanted to know, why doesn't Kessler play football? Somebody thought I was taking a slam. Wait, what? No, I wasn't doing that. No, I just needed a minute. Hornicius jumped in saying JDT taking a slam RN. I don't even know an RN. I'm just kidding. I do, actually. But I was just teasing. You're the reason, man. You're making me drink all the brown water. Anyway, I put CDF's super chat back up there. I appreciate you, brother. That was awesome. Thank you so much for your support. Man, more pressure on Will Rogers, but they're gonna look at that super late flag, man. That Heath guy, he totally talked them into that flag. And why does he have enough pull with these guys to get a flag called right there? I have to look at the replay though. Maybe it was interference. I don't know. I'm just saying, remember when Bo had he had his little tantrum there? Like late in the second quarter? And they haven't scored since then, have they? They haven't scored since then. I can't really blame it. Like the way it was at A&M last week, I felt like Bo was the problem. I don't feel like Bo's the problem right now. Ambitious says Bo has not run one time. I think he has. He had a couple runs in the first half. It's hard for me. Yeah, he had one run in the first half, excuse me. A 5-yard run in the first half. You're right. No, typically he runs, 5, 6, 7 times a game as an attacker. And just one today is not, it's a little less than normal. Mississippi State again on the 11, 2nd and 5. And they're getting close to a situation where they well, I mean, this game's already in jeopardy, but they would get ahead. Nice lick there from Lord Tennyson. Got Tennyson and Puckett out there at the same time, which generally means dime, but they have 2 linebackers out there as well. So it must be Smoke, and then Zion playing a traditional safety, and then Ladarius playing nickel. What was that? 1st and goal. Man, this game is getting weird, man. Looks like they've got Kaufman out there as one of the regular safeties. Actually got to have a 3 safety look right here. And there it goes, guys. First thing Polk wants to do is tell everybody to shut up.
I hate you. I hate you. I don't even know you, and I hate your guts. I hope all the bad things in life happen to you and nobody else but you.
They're going to go for 2 because they're only up 1 right now, and to kick a PAT right now puts them only up 2. That didn't really matter. So I'm going to try to go up by 3. They did run a 2-point conversion after their last touchdown, and it was shut down. TD Moultrie had a sack on that one to ruin it, so we'll see if they're able to come up with something here. They only have 2 down linemen right now. That's interesting. Ekuliota's in a wide 9 standing up, though. Also, Zacoby is facing they got in, though. Not by much. He got in by about half a yard. But, no. The line judge says no, sir. I think that's the right call. I think his knee went down. Ladarius Tennyson deserves a lot of credit. First of all, Eku Leota did his job. He had outside leverage on that play. He absolutely held his ground and forced that run in, and he was kind of squeezing, so that run had to bend even further in than he wanted to, and then Ladarius was able to kind of get across his body and knock him down. That's a really nice play. That's a very nice play. Ambitious Engineer notes that Auburn had 2 missed field goals. Let's see. We're having some fuss in the chat. I mean, friendly. Riley says TJ, meaning it's time for TJ Finley to come in there. And Rob D says TJ not ready. Interesting. AU Law 20 says we're going to lose. That was kind of, when I was at my high school reunion like 2 or 3 weeks ago, I was trying to explain to people like what Auburn fans are like. Because, that's in Oklahoma. I went to Oklahoma for that. And they don't know much about Auburn. I mean, they know what Auburn is, but they don't know specifics about it. They will in time. And I was like, Auburn people are really, really awesome. They've had enough success to where they want it. They expect it. But they also have this kind of like fatalistic attitude, kind of like English soccer fans, where it's just like they're just waiting for the next fuck up. You know what I mean? And it's just every day. It's like this all the time. And as far as I have seen, not one complaint today in the chat has been completely ridiculous either. You guys are completely justified. That's what I love about you guys. Let's see. Plains Old Joe, my man, says Jabba 26 unanswered. Adam S says Jeremy Johnson time. Shut your mouth. Shut your mouth right now. My man Leif B is checking in. He's just a stud. He's a friend of the show, no matter what. One of our guys from Kentucky. Well, he lives in Kentucky. He's an Ole Miss guy. Says, what's up, y'all? Just woke up. Got called in late to work. Lamp. Let's get it in gear and beat these guys. Look at that. Leif's going to be an Auburn fan for the next 2 hours. I love it, man. Even though his wife is an Arkansas fan, so this is tough right now. BJ wants to know if we can talk about basketball now. And Jock and Hagar says, LOL at us. When was the last second half touchdown? Great question, Scott. Wow. Would it be Arkansas? Is that right? They didn't score in the second. They didn't score a touchdown in the second half against Ole Miss, and didn't score a touchdown in the second half against the game last week. Alabama, Texas A&M, excuse me. Horrible. Yeah, it would be Arkansas because they didn't score a second half against Ole Miss. Didn't score in the second half touchdown. Well, they didn't score at all in the second half against A&M. And also a theme I thought that in the A&M game was there was a really big missed field goal that would have changed. That would put the game to 9-6 and kind of change the dynamic of the game a little bit. And Anders missed that one. Although technically Anders did not miss this last field goal. He had it blocked. You know, it's tough. I don't know how you guys feel about how to attribute blame for a blocked field goal. Jesse says, I could throw the furniture out of the house right now. Corey G, my man, who's got the special hat, says, what a buzz ruin. My man. Steve says, how does Mason not adjust? It's fair criticism. That's a fair criticism. Tank gets another carry and gets about, 1 yard. I mean, Auburn in this second half really has just one big play, right? They have one meaningful play, which is the throw to Javarius. They're showing a replay of it right now, which is like a 45-yard play. But other than that, Auburn hadn't done much at all. Javarius is in there doing that orbit motion again. Let's see if they're going to try to hit him again. No, they're going to hand the ball off to Tank, and he's going to get crushed for a loss. He fumbled the frickin' ball. Guys, god dang, man, what is going on? I can't believe this. Sheesh. Everything went right in the first half, and now everything's going wrong in the second half. Even Tank's fumbling. He didn't fumble. If Bo doesn't get that ball, that's ay. Looks like A.V. Forbes Jr. almost got that ball. 3rd and long. It's going to be, 19? Shoot. They got to get all the way to the 35 right here. My goodness gracious. Why the cameraman sucks. Kobe's not moving. That's not good. Oh, he's moving a little bit. Okay. The cameraman sucks so bad. Oh, they're going to call a target on that. The cameraman was so messed up on that. I couldn't see anything about what happened. So Emmanuel Forbes has been charged with targeting here. He's like their number 2 cornerback, but he's good. Boy, you hate to see something like that. I mean, Kobe, come on, bro. Solo Tiger says, great camera work. Yeah. Yikes, man. You're going to go to fucking commercial right now? Fuck. Tiger Pride, I'm with you 100%. Let's see. Nick Moore says, nice to see Baylor mushroom stamping Oklahoma. Bro, I don't know what that means, but I think I like it anyway. Steve says now they go to commercial with no replay. Yeah, I need a booing thing. Do we have a boo? I need a boo sound. I complete 100%. I don't have one right now. I'm so frustrated by this camera work bullshit right here. This is how I feel about the ESPN cameraman right now.
How big a boy are you?
Well, it don't make no difference. Just bring her on down. You're tough as hell on this phone.
About to get in a fight with the cameraman there. Gene says Kobe not moving. He was moving a little bit. He was moving his legs and he moved his head a little bit, so he's not completely out. Mushroom stamping. Nick wants us to look that up. I have time to do that right now, so we'll do that. This is probably against better judgment here. Let's see if I can say this. When you hit someone with your, draw your own conclusion, and you leave a mushroom-shaped mark. That's pretty funny, man. I've not heard that one. That's pretty funny. My man, you should have used that one in the summer. Not actually done the move. I'm just saying you should have made a reference to that. Mama Do That knows what I'm talking about. Little Roy D. Mercer. How big a boy are you? BJ is able to use this in a sentence, Nick. He says, JG about to get a virus on whatever device he's looking mushroom stamp on. You didn't use it quite right, but you did put it in a sentence, so that's good. You get extra credit right there. A-Law 20 knows that's Roy D. Mercer. Roy D. Mercer, of course, is the, I'm trying to think, Brent from the KMOD, the Rainbow Station in Tulsa, Oklahoma. 98 point, I can't remember the call. Is it actually targeting? I got in late on that review right there. 14 was going to go talk shit to him when the guy's like knocked out. What an idiot. You're so stupid, man. You're such a fucking idiot. What are you doing? You're going to go talk smack at a kid that got knocked out? You're an idiot. What are you, Debo? So I guess they're not going to call that. They're not. Phil and Brent. Thank you very much, B-Rad. Phil and Brent from KMOD back in the day. Unfortunately, Brent passed away, so it's sad. So they're going to take the targeting away, which I think is fair. I didn't think it was targeting. And Auburn's going to punt it. Not the best punt ever, but good. Wesley Steiner was there to kill him, but he took a fair catch. God, I still have tears in my eyes from that. That was funny, man. My man Nick came through with that one. He said Roy D. Mercer is a legend. All right, good stuff. I agree completely. Leif B says mushroom stamp. Are we talking Mario Brothers stuff now? My man. Hold on, we got Mario Brothers sound on here. Just trying to change up the juju a little bit here. All right, so Mississippi State got another pass off. Man, this is bad news, fellas and ladies. I don't know if Crystal's still here though. I just don't know. I just haven't seen anything from the second half to make me think Auburn's going to be able to turn this thing around. You know, I mean, there's still 11 minutes left in the game, so it's fine, but it's not fine. You know. It's like, are they going to be able to get a stop? Are they going to be able to actually get anything accomplished? Oh, my goodness gracious. Oh, my goodness gracious. Hunter's having a damn aneurysm right now, wherever he is. He kept talking about yak yards, and that's giving up some right there. Let me see what the play numbers are here. I haven't updated the numbers here lately because I've been so fixated on this damn game. They have run 60 total plays to Auburn's 52, so no, that's not a high number for defense. They seem tired to me, but 60 plays isn't very high for this point in the game. They're probably on pace for 80, which is high, but not like super high. It's about average. It's probably a tick above average. Yeah, that's what I call the typical Mississippi State run play right there. They just kind of like run an off tackle run. From start, from zero. I guess I need to update some of these numbers, dang. Bo is having an okay game, but nothing better than that. 19 of 27. Remember when he was having he started out, 8 of 8? Something like that. 19 of 27 for 268 and 2 touches. Will Rogers is currently 41 of 51 for 377. And he has 4 touches. This is not great. They've rushed 10 times for 45. And on third down, let's see what third downs are. 3 of 10 for Auburn, 4 of 9 for them. So they're on a little bit of a run here. And Auburn is a little bit of a third down rut. Would be the fair way to put that. Tank is now 15 carries for 40 yards. Look at that, guys. He's lost yardage this half. And Jarquez, we haven't seen much of him at all. No, he's still at 4 carries for 12 yards. And that's going to be another touchdown, guys.
I hate you. I hate you. I don't even know you, and I hate your guts. I hope all the bad things in life happen to you and nobody else but you.
We know Will Rogers has 5 touchdowns now, 380 yards. Jeez Louise. 42 of 52. And they hit the extra point there, so that puts them up to 36. Whew. I mean, it's like it's totally possible for Auburn to get back in this game, but my God, you just don't see any reason to think that would happen, right? Like, I can't believe that it's come to this. Spicy Beast is a little bit of a run. They've scored 5 unanswered touchdowns. Yeah, you're right about that. It's pretty amazing. I mean, guys, seriously, work with me on this. When's the last time we saw Auburn kind of fall apart this badly? I mean, this is definitely worse than when Gus was gussing it at LSU like 4 or 5 years ago. It's worse than that. Well, we got the fire Derek Masons, of course. You say Derek Mason has made no adjustments and the defense has gone backward, which I can't disagree with, but he generally does a nice job with his second half adjustments. This is not a good example of him doing a good job with second half adjustments. That's for damn sure. Diego says last week. That's true. Well, no. Oh, Mama Dudette says worse since last week. No, I'm talking about points, man. Auburn was never up 28-3 last week. Auburn only scored 3 points. So let's see. Scott says, do they have a stop this half? Good question. Let me look. No, they don't. Mississippi State's had 3 possessions since halftime. 10 yards, 98. 10 plays, 98 yards, touchdown. 6 plays, 72 yards, touchdown. 5 plays, 55 yards, touchdown. So, and then Auburn in the second half has been 5 yards, 21 punt, 7 plays, 46 missed field goal, 3 plays, -9 punt. So not great. Suboptimal, some would say. Yes, indeed. Joshua R. says it's the 28-3 curse, of course, referencing the Falcons in the Super Bowl, 3 years ago when they were up. Shane says they do not, talking about if they have a stop this half. And Christopher B. says, but the offense hasn't done the defense any favors. Completely agree with that. The offense has been flatline. Defense has been flatline. It's just been kind of a mess. CDF says we should try to run the ball some more, in my opinion. I'm not sure. Well, I'm not sure that I would do that, CDF, and here's why. They tried to run the football the last 2 possessions, and it just hadn't worked. We know Mississippi State is good against the run when they're kind of in a situation where they can be good against the run. Do you know what I mean? And I don't think Auburn's done enough in the pass game so far, at least lately, to back them off of that. So I think you're going to have to attack them backward. You're going to have to throw to set up the run, or throw to set up the throw. Excuse me. Sam H. says, complete collapse, Jay. Haven't seen a game like this in a while. I mean, I was saying, legitimately, when's the last time that we saw Auburn concede a lead this big? Keith M. says, Florida State 2013. Yeah, that game, that was a stinger. That one stung pretty badly. Parker says, the second half has shades of 2012. Yeah, Auburn. Well, that team it was flatline the whole way through, but you could argue this team's been horrible since halftime. Really, really bad on both sides of the ball. AU88 says, we can't run the ball against good defenses. Yeah, I'm not sure there's a good defense, but it is a good run defense. That's the thing. They're not very good against the pass typically, and so that's why I'm sure they're tempted to continue throwing the football and try to beat them through the air. You just kind of have to hope at this point that I picked Michigan in this game, by the way. I'm kind of pissed off. You just kind of hope Bo's going to click back in. I think that's a tough thing to wish for at this point, but we'll see what we're talking about. Stu Pep says, total system failure, period. Auburn's first down play, it works kind of. They get a ball to Tyler Fromm, but he only gets about 3 yards out of it. Bo kind of led him out of bounds. And then he stumbled out of bounds, so it's going to be 2nd and 7, something like that. I can't even see the ball. They're in like the shade or whatever. Apparently that was a shitty throw from Bo, though. On 2nd down. 2nd and 6 it was. Now it's 3rd and 6. Stoop up. Appreciate you, bro. Also, Super Chat coming in from Ryan S., our main man from the formerly from the greater Huntsville, Madison area, now of Nashville. Bagman needs to be looking at offensive line. Need players there. You're absolutely right. I'm not talking about the Bagman, but I'm talking about needing players along the offensive line. They've got to make that a priority in the offseason. I think they know that. They're working really hard to get a offensive lineman from the state of Washington named Agbo. They feel really good about him. He's a very interesting. He's just a big dude, but he's not fat at all. He just looks like the kind of kid that Muschamp would have loved. Limber, long, bendable, kind of like a Nick Coe, but a little bit beefier. They would love to get him. So that's a start. But again, I don't know if he's a guy that comes in and plays right away. You probably need to go into JUCO, try to find a guy, and transfer portal probably preferably. And you try to find somebody. You just hope you can find some situations like Jack Driscoll. Guys that can come in from a smaller school looking for a bigger opportunity and who can play right away and who can play at a high level. Jack Driscoll is still an NFL starter. So, excuse me. I got to get some water. It sprayed on me right there. Let's see. Daniel M says, if your 5-star, 3-year starting SEC Division I quarterback can't lock back in, then he needs to sit. Daniel M, you're fighting my battle here, bro. He is somewhere in the neighborhood of 2,200 snaps he's taken as an Auburn Tiger. And at this point, you just feel like he's a guy that, like you said, can kind of turn things around in real time. And I was concerned when he started losing his shit there late in the second quarter. He was like yelling and doing his thing again. Not as bad as before, but he was doing it. And then, really, he hasn't been very good since then. The offense hasn't been very good since then. Maybe it's coincidence and maybe it's not. I don't know. Let's see. Ryan D says, I didn't think this would happen to a Harsin team, though. Yeah, I'm completely with you on that. I just feel like I know how tough he is mentally himself, and he's still trying to get his team to kind of follow along that way, and I just thought that he had made more progress than this. I'm not blaming this on him, although ultimately he's the guy who's, he's got his hands on the wheel, so to speak. Duel says, I thought Harsin was more disciplined than this. It's fair. Fair criticism. Adam S. says, I'm out of beer and pissed off. Mamadou says, I'm not the quick trigger guy, meaning he don't want to bench Bo, but I think we need to work on TJ. Similar to Georgia State. I don't know, man. Spicy P says, I may retire for a few years if we lose this game. Oh, no. We would hate to see it, but I would understand your reticence on that one. Blake R. says, I'm out of bourbon. I'm not, so we'll go ahead and fill it back up. Duel says, I agree with the criticism. Bo is reviving. 3 years, man. These are fair criticisms, absolutely. Baylor has finished off, according to Sam, has finished off the Oklahoma Sooners, so that's going to knock them out of the playoff chatter. And Dave Aranda, the former LSU defense coordinator, who's now at Baylor, deserves a big pat on the back for that one. BJ says players got relaxed when they got up 28-3, and now they can't get that edge back. I think there's some truth to that. 3rd and 6 is what we're looking at here. Auburn in a 2-by-1 with a tailback and a tight end is John Samuel. And a delicious route and pass to Javarius for about a 15-yard game. So they, holy shit, I didn't know that number. 63-0 when they're leading by 25 or more. Wow. Well, that pass right there certainly got him off the schneid a little bit. They got a 1st and 10 now at -45. And that was going to be an 8-yard gain. And John Samuel just dropped the ball. Put it right on his hands, and he dropped it. Now, to be fair, he very rarely drops the ball, so we'll give him a little bit of credit there. But you got to catch that. You got to catch that. Spicy pieces. How about that basketball team? Killian Zaires played a bunch over there, left tackle, hadn't he? He was competing on that play, too. Throw there to, let's see, Tyler Fromm for a modest gain. Probably got 4 yards. Maybe if you put your knee pads over your knee, that would help your knee from getting banged up. Just throwing out ideas right here. 3rd and 10. I thought that play went for a little bit, but it didn't. Here they go again. They were 3rd and 8 last time. They were able to get a conversion. Now they're 3rd and 10. This is not the way that you build a big drive late in the game. I don't know how to describe that pass. It was wobbly as fuck. It did hit Demetrius in the shoulder pads, and then he was hit immediately. It was going to be a tough catch. I think that's got to be caught. Spicy P, I'm not going to say it, but that made me laugh. The Auburn fans are bumming big time. They're going to have to punt this ball. It's 4th and 10. I mean, you don't really give yourself much of a choice there. Oscar Chapman with a jump pass. And the ball was intercepted or knocked down. I can't tell what happened there. A-Law is talking about T-Rex arms for Demetrius. I have to agree, man. He got a little tight on that one. I can't really tell what happened because they're in the shadow area. No, he knocked it down and picked it back up. It doesn't matter. It's still a... Yeah, great replay, guys. I can really fucking tell what's going on there. Dude, Mississippi State, you got to give them credit for that. They were all over that. Ryan Schuler gives it a boo. Chip, my man, jumps in. How about $5.22 one? How about to duck out and go slang some pills the rest of the night? It's on you guys and gals to fix this score. Oh, damn, dude. He says, I'm out. Like dropping a dirty fart and just walking out. Oh, God. Chip, that play right there is on you, though. You're still here. Wally gets another play down the seam there. Well, no, down the seam, I guess. That's not the way that you want to use Ladarius. I thought he was competing, but he just got beat on that. Yeah, Mama Do That was with me. Said State was very ready for that. Man. Oh, Michigan scored. Thank goodness. I got Michigan in that game. Man, like a situation like that. Okay, Auburn did get him down. Oh, he fumbled too. They got it back. I feel like there's been about 10 situations this game where it's like that, where Will Rogers is stuck. He can't get the ball out. He doesn't have anywhere to go. He's not a runner. And then he just, like Auburn doesn't quite get that last push to get to him. But in that situation, they did and got him on the ground, so that's good. And he knocked the ball out too, Derek Hall. Would have been a great opportunity for a turnover there, but looks like their guard picked it up. Oh, CDF jumping in again with another super chat. The guy's been incredible today. He says, booty blasted by the pirate. Arr! It's not over yet, man. 7 minutes to go. Oh, goddamn! TD Moultrie flew into him like Superman. Man, look at him. He's intense, isn't he? Get you some, big boy. We're all pulling for TD. We love TD. That was great, man. Put on his cape like Superman and flew right into his face. Nice play. Nice play. That might be the kind of play that gets him going, man. 3rd and 21. You got to feel like you've got a 95% chance of getting a stop here. It's going to take more than a stop, though, but it's got to start with a stop. Some would say. I think we wrote a song about that. It's called Don't Let's Start by They Might Be Giants from the late 80s. Don't you dare call targeting on that. Don't you even think about it. Don't even think about it, bud. They might call that targeting, guys. They might call that targeting, and that is just it's exactly what Leach was talking about. Like, you just have to fix the targeting problem. I'm sorry, that's not target. I mean, that may be targeting by the law, the letter of the law, unfortunately, but I don't think that's in the spirit of targeting. What they're trying to stop is what Junior Rosegreen did to Reggie Brown, which at the time was a completely legal play, if you guys remember from the Auburn Georgia game in 2004. But they're trying to avoid those really dangerous helmet-to-helmet hits. But that's not a dangerous helmet-to-helmet hit, and Will Rogers is not messed up because of that. And T.D. Moultrie made a great play there. He should not be penalized for that. I'm sorry. It's just not. It's not a dirty play. It's not a dangerous play. It's just – and Ryan says, how bad are these refs? I really hope this is overturned, or they don't go with this. But I think that the law, the rule is flawed more than the ref in this case. It's just my opinion. We'll just see what they choose to do here. I don't know. No, Blake says that can't be targeting. It can be targeting. I do think he went helmet into him, and so I think they're going to call this. They're going to call targeting on that. Guys, I mean, first of all, it's a booth-initiated review, so the guys on the field didn't call that. And second of all, according to the letter of the law, that's going to be a target. Now, do I agree with it? No, I don't. I think you've gotten – and Mike Leach would agree with you. They've gotten away from what they were trying to do. They've gotten away from what they were trying to accomplish. And it's because it's a very difficult thing to kind of adjudicate. What's a dangerous play and what's not? It's kind of up to the opinion of the official. But that's just too bad. That's a terrific play. Love the Cat says that's some Beham Bammer BS. I don't think to me, it's not a crap call. It's a crap rule. It's a crap rule. He did lead with the helmet. I don't think he was trying to. I don't think he was trying to hurt that kid at all. I think he made a hell of a football player. Hell of a football play. It's the rules weird. That's just my opinion. Shepard says, if they call that targeting, I'm going to have an aneurysm. Don't have an aneurysm. Please don't. We want you to be safe and healthy and happy. Jesse says, I may not watch another football game this year. Just go straight into basketball season. You don't have to worry about this in basketball. They don't have that ambiguous targeting specter that you have in football right now. They've just got to get it straightened out. I don't know how you do it. I don't know how you fix it. But somebody smarter than me is going to have to figure it out, because T.D. Moultrie should not be in trouble. Sorry. It's just a good football play. My man Ryan says, buy TD dinner, ref, before you screw him like this. They scored again.
I hate you. I hate you. I don't even know you, and I hate your guts. I hope all the bad things in life happen to you and nobody else but you.
Christopher B says, behind the two bad targeting calls and the aggressive PI calls, the PI call against Jalen was ridiculous. 100%. Auburn is getting it bad today. That's been a tough one. They've been some tough calls. I thought the call against Jalen early in the game, the PI, was just absolute BS, and I'm not one to say that. The targeting, I just have a problem with the targeting paradigm. It's messed up. And that goes for everybody. It goes for Auburn sometimes, and it goes against Auburn sometimes. Today it went against Auburn. All right, so it's 43 now, 28. And, if we're just talking real here, I don't see any reason why Auburn is going to be able to get back in this game. Like, they've just been bad. 43 unanswered points. Is that true? No, it was 28-3, so 40 unanswered, right? Yeah, Jesse points that out. 40 unanswered. I'm really curious to see how this coaching staff handles this question in postgame. War Eagle 19 says, OMG. That's kind of how we're all feeling right now, War Eagle 19. Mamadou Dat says, back-to-back losses, including Mississippi State, not looking good for this new staff. Oh, man. So they had to re-kick the PAT, and then he hit the post, but it did bounce in, so they got it. And so my score is, again, accurate. Mm-mm. Leif B says, the SEC has to get better officiating, which I think we would all agree with, and the booth initiating a call is garbage. Yeah. I'm not going to go through this again, but I'm not trying to, Leif, you know I love you. And I'm not necessarily, I don't disagree with your first point, but the targeting call is the problem. I think it puts the officials in a bad spot because they're trying to interpret a rule that is too nebulous to interpret consistently. That's just my opinion. Let's see. B-Rad says, JG, here's Auburn. Hasn't scored in the second half. 8:34 left in the fourth since Arkansas. Haven't scored in the second half since Arkansas. That's a long time ago, right? I feel like that was last season. They're going to throw another flag, guys. Man, the basketball game was like this last night. I think they had 46 or 47 fouls called in that game last night. It was like, geez Louise. Just let them play a little bit. God dang. Yeah, my friend JBDC Elite says that was god-awful. So he's a Kentucky fan. But he's saying that targeting foul is god-awful. If that's targeting, then just stop playing football because it's too dangerous. I mean, they just need to clarify what targeting is. We need to figure out. So we need to come up with some kind of a definition that works for everybody. I don't know if we're going to get there, but that's old news right there, that Mexican touchdown. Let's see. Georgia Rebel says, change the rule. That was a great play by number 99. Didn't lead with the helmet. He jumped. Yeah. It was definitely just not. He wasn't trying to cause damage, and he didn't cause damage. I mean, I don't know. He's just, like you said, it was a really good play, Georgia Rebel. I don't understand, but I appreciate you coming over here and saying that because I know Ole Miss people are not going to think, in general, not you, but I'm just saying Ole Miss people in general, are going to feel like they got hosed by Auburn a couple, 3 weeks ago, and that to see Auburn kind of come on the backside of some tough calls, probably Ole Miss people are going to think that's Schadenfreude. One thing you can say about this Auburn offense, though, Javarius has been terrific today. He just got away on a little drag route there, got about 20, 22, 23 yards on that. He's been great today. Has a touchdown, has another explosive play, and that was a big play right there. Oh, my God. That was so close to an interception, I don't even know what to say. There we go. See, he's still in that same mode of like everything else is somebody else's fault. S. Sim says 28 points in the first half and we lose. Again, Auburn is 63-0 when leading by 25 or more. All time. So, I mean, you go back to, like, Shug Jordan. You go back to Coach Heisman. We're going way back when Auburn was playing the Montgomery YMCA. It still has never happened. 63-0, guys. And after this, they're going to be 63-1, I think. 63-1. It has never happened in the history of Auburn football. They've been playing a lot of football for a lot of years. That's a shitty pass. And it's never happened. It has never happened. Parker N says 63-0 since 2004. Oh, good. I'm thank you for pointing that out. I did get it right off the graphic, but it disappeared before I could pull it all the way in. So Parker says 63-0 since 2004. It's amazing to me that Auburn's been up 25 points 63 times since 2004, but I guess it could have happened. I should know. I've watched all the games, but that just seems like a lot to me. I just can't believe it. I can't believe it. Stephen Pearl, who I really like, he's funny. He says, there's a lot of things I'd like to say that I'm not contractually obligated to say. And I'm contractually obligated not to say. I think he's got some questions about the referees. Javarius. No, the ground caused the fumble. That's a touchdown, guys. I mean, for real. I mean, it's a little bit late, but another touchdown. And we were talking earlier about Javarius. He's had a hell of a game. Yeah, it was totally ground caused the fumble. He had that ball over the line by like 3 or 4 feet. He's got that ball in the end zone by a full yard when his fanny hits the ground. Why don't you guys replay? Can you call that targeting? Would that be targeting on the grass? Maybe it's targeting on the grass. That's what we'll call it. Yeah. Spicy Beast is Javarius Johnson, your new number one. No, he's not your number one. Oh, they're going to review this. For fuck's sake, man. He's this far in the end zone when his ass hits the ground. I mean, seriously? Oh, it is a little closer than I thought it was. But I think that's a touchdown nonetheless. And I'm 100% sure that the ground caused a fumble. It's a touchdown all day long. All right, so question is from Solo Tiger, why go for 2? So if you go for 2, you get up to 36-43, and that cuts you down to an 8-point deficit, right? So that means potentially you get the touchdown and a 2-pointer and tie the game up, right? You're down 9 right now. Oh, no, you're right. You go from down 9, and if you kick it, you go to 8, right? And then you could go to 7 with a 2-pointer. Yeah, that's an interesting point. Holy shit, they're gonna seriously call this like 1st and goal from the 1. Well, you look at that replay. All right, no touchdown. We're gonna take it off the board. I mean, it's 1st and goal from the 1 or the 1-inch line, but nonetheless, it'll give me a chance to hit the touchdown button again. Nick M says, "Get out the calculator." Let me see what's going on here, guys. Well, it tells me that they're going to be down 8. Hell, the way this offense is going, you gotta hope they get this. Boy, second effort got that in. They calling a touchdown on that? Yes, they have called a touchdown. We'll call it again. Fuck it. All right, 34. Now, are they going to go for 2 again? So they're down 9 right now. You kick the ball, you kick the PAT, and you go 8, which seems like the safe play to me. You just try to make sure that you get the 8. But they're going to go for 2 again. So if you don't get this, you're fucked. If you do get it, you're in a incrementally slightly better situation if you score again. I just don't understand this. I have to agree with you guys. I don't see a lot of upside to this. I have no idea. Guys, I don't have any idea what to tell you on that one. I'm with him right there. He's just like, what? They showed a guy that was like this with the Auburn jersey on, and I don't understand. He's looking for Shed, I guess. No, he's looking for Kobe. But he's got to know. There's dudes lurking. There's 2 guys lurking underneath there. I'm going to pull out the old Auburn record books here and see what the fuck we're looking at here. God dang, man. I'm going to try to see if I can figure out, last time they lost a game by this much. God bless, man. Man, are you guys like seriously wondering what the hell that was all about? Like, why would they not kick it there? I just don't understand it. You go from, instead of kicking the ball and you're down 8, you're just going to go for it and fail, and now you're down 9. You can't get up with the game now. And they got the ball, by the way. Now Anders is hurt. Wonderful. I'm looking up some stats, by the way. How many yards is this? This is redonkulous for them. Mississippi State's quarterback has 415 yards. Oh, dang, I just had that up. So that's going to be tied with Aaron Murray for the 7th most passing yards for an Auburn opponent ever. Behind the number 1 is Mike Kafka for Northwestern, that bowl game that went like forever. The 2010 Outback Bowl was actually the 2009. You know what I mean? It was a 2010 game, but it was from the 2009 season. He went 47 of 78 for 532. 4 touchdowns, 5 interceptions. Oh, shit. Some of those other games, notable 300-yard passing games for an opponent. Scott Hunter from Alabama, 1969, went for 484. Chad Kelly from Ole Miss in 2016 for 465. Manziel in that 2013 game, 454. Eric Zier, 426. Luke McCown in 2000. That was that homecoming game in 2000. Yikes. He went for 422. And, of course, 415 is where Will Rogers is right now, and then that's where Aaron Murray was for the 2013 game. He was 33 of 49 for 2 touchdowns, 415. I was hoping to find that in here in the stat packet, but I don't have it in front of me. I'm sure they're going to put it on the screen here if you guys see it. Yeah, it's going to take me too long to figure that out. I'm doing a stream here. What an absolute mess, man. Good golly, Miss Molly. I think we saw one of our all-time... Julius is being an Auburn fan is almost worse than being a Detroit Lions fan. Ouch, that hurts. Let's see. Chris M says, don't tell me how many points Gus could blow a lead on. Mamadou says Julia is back LMAO. My man. I thought I saw Mike on here. Did I miss you? Dadgummit, I think I saw Mike on here and I missed him. Dadgummit. I thought I saw Mike on here. Michael. Dadgummit. Well, I missed it. I'm sorry. If I missed you, Mike, I want you to know I love you. Damn, Clint says bye-bye Yankee coach. Wow. What? Yankee? Bro, he's from Boise. They ain't no Yankees out there. They hate Yankees. Oh, man, but you're getting one of these right there.
Sub-Zero wins. Flawless victory. Fatality.
Jesse says this might be one of the worst losses I've ever witnessed as an Auburn fan. Definitely top 5. You have to kind of distinguish between like most painful versus worst, you know? Because to me, like the Florida State loss in the bowl game out there in California, that's more painful because you had a national title on the line. And here you've got like they're having a pretty good / solid season, and this loss would suck really bad, but it's not like you're wrecking a national championship. So I think that would be worse, but I get what you're saying. Chris M says, I hope Harsin eats a fine this week on the post-game presser, meaning he should be very not complimentary to the officiating crew. Jesse says, and people will say that Mason has done a fine job. Get him off the drugs. Bro, listen, not his best day today. I hate to be the guy over here making excuses, but he's been pretty good this year. Like they've gotten torched in the second half. No argument. It's been bad. It's been really bad. But he's been pretty good this year. I mean, defense statistically has been pretty good. Clint says north of Alabama is Yankees. I know, but he's in Boise, dude. Like that's just a weird flex there. AU Taxman says this is kind of a meaningless loss in the grand scheme of things, right? Yeah, that's kind of what I was thinking. Because like I said, the season's just kind of been. I mean, they've been okay. They've been okay. And there was a moment there, maybe 2 weeks ago, when you thought, no, let's see what happens. I think this team, could be kind of in there, and at least cause some trouble in the SEC West, right? And then you got the loss to Texas A&M where they were flatlining in the second half, and you got this game where they were flatlining in the second half, and they're just not quite there yet. All right, they're going to come out here and try to attempt a field goal, and if they hit this fucking kick, like you just know that like God's on their side today because these guys can't hit field goals to save their life. That is like the one thing that Mississippi State cannot do is kick field goals. And this is a, middle of the road field goal. And he hit the post and missed it. All right, so that's poetic justice right there. So that's the play that could have finished the game off for them. Well, the game's pretty much done because Auburn didn't kick that PAT. But anyway, they had the PAT miss, or the field goal miss there. Let's see. Stephen R. says, we still had a shot at the West if we won. Absolutely. No doubt about it. They still were mathematically involved. If Ole Miss were to handle business tonight, that would have helped a lot. But bottom line is, they're just not, they're not there. I mean, we talk about they're just not there. If you can't beat Mississippi State at home right now, you don't deserve to be in that conversation. It's just my opinion. Solo Tiger said, would be really nice to be down 8 right now, not 9. I completely agree. I kind of was laughing about it initially when it first happened. Oh, TJ Finley's in the fucking game. I didn't realize that. Wow, that's a significant thing right there. They're going to try to say it's because Bo's hurt, but it ain't because Bo's hurt. Because they just weren't relating to him. 2:59 to go for TJ. His first throw sucked, but that isn't necessarily his fault. Well, I mean, it's his fault, but he's just jumping in the game cold right now. Got to throw the fucking ball. You got to throw the ball. You got to throw the ball. You got to throw the fucking ball. Throw the ball. And then he fumbled, and they got the ball back. Mississippi State got it. They talk all the time about having that clock in your head, right? You got to know when it's like, all right, we're FUBAR, throw the ball away. And then it just doesn't happen. And so he just allows himself to get sacked and gives the ball away. Oscar Mike says, see you guys next year. Appreciate you, Oscar Mike. It's been a pleasure. We will be here, I think, Lord willing. And I would love to have you back next year when hopefully, well, whatever. We'll talk about that later. Scotty P says, that's all for the TJ fans out there. That's all, folks. Boosh. B-Rad says, open QB competition again. Open QB compilation again. BJ said, so we're going to have to go into the transfer portal for a new quarterback next year. Probably not, but we'll see. Uncle says, JG, send me some bourbon. The scotch ain't working. My man. Sim008 says, too many excuses, JG. Yeah, I'm not trying to. There's just not excuses for this point. I mean, I don't understand that. I don't understand why you don't kick the PAT and stay 8. You just can't run that risk. You can't run the risk of staying down 9. You can't do that. And I realize now, if Finley was going to fumble anyway, it wasn't going to matter, but geez Louise, man. Ambitious says we're not getting any recruits. Going to be a long few years. Hopes up for basketball. Yeah, basketball team's pretty good. They're better than this. First and goal for Mississippi State at the 1. Yeah, everybody's pretty fired up. I get it, man. Rich says, hope Agbo's having a good time. Hope he sees playing time. Yeah, you'd think he would. Oh, that guy ran into his own teammate's buttocks and got knocked down. It's like Auburn's best tackler in the second half is that dude's butt. Whew. Man, Hunter's not going to have to eat that bomb, is he? He had concerns. Spicy P is now saying fire Harsin. Oh, my goodness gracious. Smitty251 says Derek Mason's conservative-ass defense. Julius says honeymoon is over for Harsin. I think today's the day that ends. Today is the day that ends. I have to agree with you on that. Ladarius gets a tackle for loss on Will Rogers there. And they're just going to let that clock run. I think that's it, right? I have 3Q over here. I'm so into this game, I'm not even updating that stuff. Horrible. Man, 25-point comeback win is the largest in school history. Harsin and Mike Leach have faced off a bunch of times. They had a home-and-home at Boise and Washington State. And they definitely went back and forth a little bit. Like just their teams. I don't think they're like friends, but they're not like enemies or anything. They're just kind of like, Harsin and Leach are totally different kinds of people. Whew. Man, oh man, guys, we got a lot of questions. After that one. Good golly, Miss Molly. I don't even know where to start on this. Jay, come on, bro. What are you doing? There we go. I don't even know where to start on this. This is crazy. I can't believe that happened. Like, I'm absolutely blown away by that. I'm going to go ahead and pull up these stats right here so we can kind of talk about it a little bit. These are the final numbers. Jeez Louise, total yards 487 to 483. It felt like they had 1,000. And Auburn had about 200 is what it felt like to me. Jeez Louise. Time of possession favored them big time, particularly in the second half. I'd love to see a second half breakdown on that. Other than that, it's pretty much normal. But, bottom line is, I mean, they just don't make the plays. Auburn just didn't make the plays today, particularly in the second half. I mean, 28-3. 28-3, and then they what's up, Dentone? And they give that late touchdown there in the first half. And then, just kind of weird, man. I guess I got to put this somewhere. I want to give Cleveland Brown, appreciate you, bro, jumping in on the super chat. This is epic fail on the 2-point try.
Finish him. Sub-Zero wins. Flawless victory. Fatality.
Thanks, Cleveland Brown. I appreciate you. I know you've been here all year long, and I appreciate that. Keith M. says this was worse than Mississippi State 2014. I don't even remember that game anymore, honestly. Bill M. says this happened almost 2 weeks ago, but we got lucky. Can't stall in the second half. Yeah, that happened a lot today. A lot of the Ole Miss game, like you mentioned, there was a lot of stalling in the second half of that game. A&M was a mess in the second half, and then this game was a mess in the second half, so we're going to be talking about this all week. Let's see. Solo Tiger says, is Coach Hunter going to have another silent protest, or can he dissect that? I have a feeling that he's going to be able to dissect that for show. Hey, Dentone, you want to turn that light on for me, bro? You know how to do that? It has a little... There it is. You also have to close the window behind you, that one to your right. Yeah. Oh, boy. So, man, Denton is in the house. He is reported for duty, even though his parents are off and away. You've been at the house by yourself. I don't have your mic on yet. And I'm sure you've been having a big keg party tonight, right? Yeah, absolutely, of course. Jay, why are you doing that again? We got another super chat. Let's see. Yeah, we got the stats right here. You guys have had a chance to pour over that. Fat Crack jumps in again with another super chat. Says, all of Harson's big mentality talks mean nothing until this team starts freaking showing it. His glamour is gone. I don't care how good looking he is. Yeah, he is pretty handsome, but... I don't really know what to say about that. I need to get clarification on the 63-0 thing. Because the stat I saw was Auburn was 63-0 when leading by at least 25 points. And then somebody said that was since, whatever, blank, 1995 or something like 2005. And I just couldn't believe that Auburn had been ahead by 25 points that many times since 2005. I just can't believe that. But if you guys can clarify that for me, I would love that. In fact, I will get on the party chat here and see if these people can clarify for me. I want to make sure, because that's an important stat for me. Sorry, guys, I got to type this out. I can't talk and type at the same time. Is it up and working over there? Yeah, okay. All right, I've texted the group chat, although they haven't been answering me much lately. I don't know if it's not working. Antonio says it's 2004. Who gave me a thumbs down? How dare you? I didn't lose that game. That is devastating. Let's see. Stoltze says yes. I'm showing that as being all time. I cannot believe Auburn's been up 63 times by 25 points since 2004. There's no way. Like, I would expect that number to be like 15 or 20, not 63. Uh-oh, Nathan Hale. Let me tell you where you're going to go, buddy. You're going to be going bye. Have a nice day, Nathan. It's been a pleasure. Enjoy Alabama's win over New Mexico State. It's been a pleasure. Jared says 63-0 since 2004. You guys continue to say that, so I'm going to believe you. So I'll just say that. Spicy Pieces, Harsin is about to get roasted. Yeah, it's about to be a fatality, I thought. Digital Tiger says, I thought we fired Gus. That's pretty funny. I like that. Julia says, Harsin is still way better than Gus. That's interesting. This is a tough time to argue that, but I get it. Uvid says, Mason has got to go, but when Mississippi State figured out Auburn's offense, then it was over. The line for us is just that bad. Interesting. The offensive line was not good today. I think we would agree with that. Let's see, T. Rocca. Is there somebody we got to send packing? Elijah, we already sent one guy packing. We can send another one. I'm good with that. Oh, Elijah was not being a douche. Sorry, Elijah. You're good, bro. I'm glad to have you again, of course. Solo Tiger says go straight to Hale. Dude, that guy's gone. He was gone so fast. Like, he got knocked out of the park like a Cecil Fielder fastball right down the middle. He was just like, and it's out of the stadium. I guess we should go over here to our postgame setup here. We got Denton in the house. And we will get this stuff straightened out over here on the schedule side. Dentona, my man. What's up, bro? Oh, hold on. Let me turn your mic on.
Not much.
You been chilling?
Been chilling.
People have been wondering if maybe you were at the bars getting loaded during the game today.
I was not.
I think everybody's disappointed to hear that.
Yeah, probably. Wish they would be doing that instead.
Did you watch any of that Auburn game?
I watched the fourth quarter.
Oh, did you see the targeting call?
I did.
And what'd you think about that?
That was an extremely weak call.
Yeah, I have to agree. I just don't like that. I don't like the letter of the law.
Yeah, that's my biggest problem. Is it's letter of the law based.
It sure is, and I just, to me that's not a dangerous play.
Yeah.
But it is targeting.
Yeah, one of the biggest problems is the lack of focus on intent to me.
Well, that's impossible to judge from an official perspective, in my opinion.
That is fair.
So I don't know how we're going to fix this, but my God, it needs to be fixed. Like ASAFP, as the kids say. Like right now. And every team's having this problem. I mean, Auburn got stung by it today, particularly badly, but this is a problem for every team in the country, including Alabama, and that's when it really matters. Is because when Alabama starts feeling like they're getting picked on, that's when rules start changing.
Yeah, that's fair. But to me, the targeting call ended the game.
It definitely changed things for Auburn. I mean, but here's the thing though. I don't think Auburn was going to. This Auburn offense was just flatlined the whole way, man. Like second half, it was a damn mess.
Yeah, but that targeting call deflated everything and gave Mississippi State a touchdown.
Yeah, it did. I still can't believe I'm actually putting that on the board. That Auburn lost to Mississippi State. Mississippi State. Like the definition of an average-ass team, But they won the game.
They won the game. I think the SEC West is going to have every team in the division go to a bowl game.
Is that true? Who's the worst team in the division?
At this point, it's probably Mississippi State or Arkansas record-wise.
Wow, you're right. That's pretty good. I mean, the floor is pretty high then. Just because Auburn's beaten Arkansas, so, you got that. Let's see what else is going on in the chat right here. My goodness, we got a lot going on here. A lot of people jumping in here.
No, LSU is 4-5.
Oh, yeah, of course. LSU's having a difficult season for sure. Let's see. Keith M. says, tired of Harson's BS rhetoric. It's put up or shut up time. How about that, huh? Can't say that I disagree with him, though. I mean, Dan, you would understand the frustration of a first-year coach coming in. And that's a tough one to lose right there.
Yeah, especially considering how it shifted at half.
Yeah. I mean, up 28-10 at half. They were up 28-3 with like 5 minutes to go in the first half. And
I think the only drive Mississippi State didn't score on was a missed field goal.
Yeah. Not good, huh? B-Rad says, signing off, JG, knee-deep in Crown. Still have to grill this loin and wait for Ole Miss to kick. Enjoyed your show. You're a rock star. B-Rad, I appreciate you, brother. I know you've been here with us on and off. I know you got the Ole Miss thing going, but we appreciate you all the time, brother. And we love our friends over at Rebel Grove. Seriously, we got a lot of them over there, and love you guys. Sam H. jumping in as well. He says, perspective, we score twice, we get 2 stops, and we win. I really would like that glass, but it would also be a horrible reminder. War damn Eagle fam. Oh, man. I'm sad. Sam's an optimistic Auburn fan, and he loves some Auburn. But Johnny B. Good says, now to pull against 1980 winning a national championship, talking about the Georgia Bulldogs. We may end up seeing a Georgia-Alabama game at some point this season, Denton.
Yep. Well, I believe we essentially are at this point.
Like, essentially guaranteed that?
Yeah. Alabama needs to lose next week or the Iron Bowl for there to not be Alabama Georgia.
Well, yeah. I was just kind of thinking that I was hoping that the Iron Bowl would be a game where there'd be something on the line, but for Alabama there'll be something on the line, but whatever. Wynnum says, "What's Harden's buyout?" Oh my goodness. Bear King says defense lost the game. Well, I guess that's technically true. I mean, if you're up 28-10 and you concede the lead, that is on the defense. My main man, I better not say who you are, but D in Atlanta says 4th and 1 mentality, 40-0 actuality. Wow. Crystal says bangs head on table. What happened? That's a fair question right there, Crystal. I don't have a good answer for that. I mean, I can answer it, and you know the answer. But you're just wondering, what in the world? How could things possibly get that bad that fast, right? And I don't have a good answer for that one. D Lucky says we aren't getting any wideouts or linemen before next week. Yeah, right. Got to go to Mississippi State next week. South Carolina next week. And South Carolina is not awesome by any stretch. But at this point, neither is Auburn. So you got to kind of wonder a little bit. Let's see. We got any other SEC scores, Dentone? You know off the top of your head?
7-7 Georgia, Tennessee currently.
Where? Like what point in the game?
Halfway through the first.
Oh, okay.
And outside of the Alabama game, that was the only one that was on so far.
Florida ends up winning a shootout with the Sanford Bulldogs, 70-52.
Yeah.
Bama scores 59 straight to win 59-3. And in this game that we just finished watching, Missouri and South Carolina just kicked off. And then, as Denton mentioned, Georgia, Tennessee locked up midway through the first quarter, 7-7. Georgia's a 20.5-point favorite in that game. Interesting. Juan Jackson says, do we have to see Bo play another game? I've got some bad news on that front. The answer is yes.
TJ Finley didn't look good on, what was it, the 2 plays he was out there?
Like 3, and let's see, 2 missed throws plus a sack where he lost the ball.
Yeah, two missed throws and then a sack where he just didn't give up the ball.
Yeah. That's like a girl who's got like a big bottom, zits on her face, and she threw up at the first party. Like, you're done. You're done. You're moving on. Bill M says, wonder if Anders is in doubt going forward. Limped after the onside kick. He got hit pretty hard. I wonder. Let's see. I am Bailey 5 says, I work at Mississippi State. This loss sucks. Man, prayers up for you, bro. You're going to have to be hearing about it all damn week. They're like, I would be Auburn. Jesse Williams says 13 receptions, 315, and 4 touchdowns. Good golly, Miss Molly. Let's see. They didn't have anybody like that, but they spread it around today. My God, I didn't realize how much they spread it around, though. Mississippi State had 7 players with at least 4 catches each. How about that? Nobody over 100.
Dang.
But they spread it around. That's how they spread it around. That's what Grits and Gravy said with the World Series of Dice. Let's see. Tiger Man says Denton with the strong brows. That's weird. I don't really know what that means. I guess you have strong brows, Den. Good job.
Would you say that's the 7 receivers with 4 receptions and none over 100? Would you say that's more them spreading it around evenly or field position?
A mixture of both, yeah. But in general, they spread it around. I think they came into the game with 7 or 8 guys with at least 100 yards receiving this year, which is a lot. I looked up Auburn. I think Auburn had 5, so it's a little different. Let's see. Kenny H. says, I'm over this. Let's play some basketball. Yeah, well, Auburn's 2-0 on the basketball court, so that's good. Crystal says, I went to the grocery store. They were winning. I come back and they freaking lose. I am going to Benning tomorrow and getting a bottle of Jose for rest of the year. She thinks she's going to need a little bit of alcohol sedation to get through these last 2 games of the regular season.
She wants to be sedated.
We could write a song about it, couldn't we? Uvid says, is it time for Demetrius Davis? The answer to that is no. I don't think it is. I like Demetrius. I'm as big on him as anybody, but no, I don't think it's time for him. The understanding that I get is that he's a good gamer, but he's not somebody that knows the plays well enough to kind of go out there and execute what they're calling. So I'm going to text Hunter and see if he wants to jump on here after the game. You know how it is sometimes. It's tough for him because he loves Auburn, and he would love to see Auburn win the football game. And I think it's frustrating for him to see the defense do what it did today, completely capitulate. And, I mean, to be fair, the offense did nothing at all in the second half to help at all. Uncle says, JG, that was cold. I don't know what that was about. Uh-oh, Hunter is definitely ready to get on the horn. Before we get Hunter on the horn, though, I want to look at Gus again. Gus on his elevated platform that he's coaching from. Den, did you see this today?
I did not.
Yeah, Gus broke his leg in the Tulane game. He got rolled up on a play that went out of bounds, and so his doctor said that he could not be on the sidelines to get hit. So they said he suggested that he get up in the box, and Gus was like, I don't want to do the box. And so they made an elevated platform along the sidelines for him to work on. And
wow,
it's an interesting look.
Wow.
Can you see it now?
Yes.
Yeah, it's really kind of questionable. Somebody said that he looks like a guy who's at the family barbecue, like waiting for his food. It actually hits close to home because when we do the food truck thing here in Hampstead, that's exactly what I look like when I'm waiting on Courtney to bring me my food.
Yep.
Ravine says, try watching that train wreck in person. Ravine, of course, was coming to us. I don't know if you're still there, but he was coming to us earlier from the stadium. Crystal says, okay, guys, going to go cry my Dr. Pepper. This one hurt really bad. Love you guys and War Damn Eagle no matter what. Crystal, you've been awesome. Hope you're back for the next game as well. Let's see. Ravine says, I'll tell you, JG, what the offense did. They gave a clinic in soiling the sheets. As Maddie would say. Elijah says, how do you cry in Dr. Pepper? Hey, you can cry in anything. You can cry in water, Dr. Pepper, Coke, wine, bourbon, anything you want. Maybe even a Truly if you were so inclined. Chris says, all the hubba bubba to the side sets it off. I don't know. I'm just missing that. I've probably been drinking a little bit. Snowburn says, my hardwood flooring is about to be jacked up. If you guys remember, Snowburn said he was going to have to do some flooring during the show today. He hoped things went well. He wouldn't have to get rough with it later. Okay, so what we're going to do is we're going to get on the horn with the Hunter now, and I think Hunter would not pass up an opportunity to talk a little bit about what we saw today. So we're going to go ahead and get Hunter on the horn. And you know Coach Hunter, one of the best things about Coach Hunter is he'll bring it straight when he's on the horn. And he'll explain to you what's going on. I think we just...
Hello?
Hunter, what's up, man?
Nausea, depression, PTSD, all the above.
We got some bad stuff to talk about, don't we?
That was rough, man.
Yeah, it was.
That may have been the worst collapse I've ever seen in an SEC football game.
Oh, god dang. 28-3, right? At one point in the second quarter?
Yeah, 28-3.
How in the world does that happen?
When we talked about at halftime that, Mississippi State found something in the passing game, and you'd have to adjust to the adjustment. With an air raid offense, you have to do two things. You have to blend coverages. You cannot stay in the same thing for elongated amounts of time. You can't stay in the same thing from play to play. You can't stay in the same thing from formation to formation. You got to have 4 or 5 different looks, 4 or 5 different calls, rotate them through with frequency so the quarterback's not sitting there seeing the same thing every time. Auburn didn't do that. Auburn stayed relatively soft zone with just a little bit of cover one mix and then went almost all man with very poor leverage in the red zone. And the 3-man, they kept essentially the same 3 guys rushing the passer on the line the entire time. Those cats were exhausted. The pass rush slowed down, and the coverage was entirely too loose. Leach adjusted. Mason was content, complacent, whatever you want to call it, and got his ass killed with 1,000 cuts, man.
You made a reference to that in the Know the Enemy. You said if you don't blend coverages, it's going to be death by 1,000 cuts. Those are your actual words, and that's exactly what we saw. I know you hate to be right.
I wanted to be wrong about that so bad. So bad. But look, how many times, and I know you watched it with your eyes, how many times in the red zone, right? I know for sure it was 3. I think it was 4 that they picked on Jalen Simpson in man coverage because he's just squared up. Receiver runs an in-breaking route. He's dead in the water. That's a no-win. Can't win it.
4 times.
Several times on third down, man. There were several times on third down that it happened in the middle of the field. Same thing. In the soft zones, in the second half, they were running the sit-down route from the out between the hashing the numbers and the wide seams, catching it between the corner and the safety, who just weren't attacking the routes when they saw it. They were sitting there in zone waiting for the ball to be thrown and then reacting and not attacking the receiver when his route became evident. Man, you've got to read the route and attack the route. You can't wait on the ball. And that was a Mike Leach clinic, man.
Yeah, he's going to be really proud of that one. Let's go through the things you said Auburn needed to do in the second half to maintain their advantage. I mean, literally, let's go through this. You said they needed to retain their aggressiveness from a play calling perspective, which I don't think they did. I think they were soft.
Agreed.
You said they needed to manufacture some stuff from formations and whatnot through the bootlegs, and you like the extra tight end on the backside and that stuff. I didn't see that either.
I saw it on the front side of run, and the OL just got blown up so bad at the point of attack that I think he just threw it in the bucket, just disregarded it.
You said yak yards. You got to limit that. I thought they were horrendous in yak yards. Well, from Mississippi State perspective, they were great. They got away from some tackles. They probably had 70 yak yards in the second half. Auburn
rub routes, man. They started rubbing each other off in the zone and taking away the initial pursuit, especially if you notice Mississippi State did a lot of two-back and tighten the defense up and then run a slant or an in-breaking route and kind of just nudge that inside defender who was supposed to break out over that back on the flare. There were a lot of yak yards those running backs.
A lot of yak yards. And then you said they had to keep the team energy the way they came out in the first quarter, fired up. They got to come out in the second half fired up. They were not. They weren't attacking. So from Hunter's perspective, they went 0 for 1, 0 for 2, 0 for 3, and 0 for 4. They completely went against everything you told them they should do. And that's a loss. I know you hate it, man. I know you hate it. You hate being right.
Like nauseous loss, man. Absolutely terrible. I know, and yes, offense was bad in the second half. To me, again, and I've referenced it numerous times, it all comes back to the fact that they cannot move bodies at the point of attack to establish anything in the run game. Nothing. They either get stalemated or pushed backwards on every run play. And it allows second-level defenders to just run through and tee off. There's no big plays in the run game. None. If there's no big plays in the run game, you can't chew clock. You can't stay in front of the chains. It's just not going to happen.
And they were behind the chains the whole second half. Let's be real about it. That's exactly what they were doing.
The whole second half.
Yeah.
Whole second half.
How, as a coach, and you've probably been in this situation a few times, I'm just guessing, how do you kind of get your team pulled back when you have a loss that stings this badly?
One, you better step up yourself and own it. Don't make excuses. Don't even mention any of the calls by the referees. No, that's a cop out. Don't, because there were some a bunch of questionable calls. You can't mention that at all. That's a soft way to approach it. You got to step up right now and own it. You made that shit sandwich, you got to eat it. And that shows your team accountability on your end, the same that you hold them to. And then you've got to come back with a fervor and an energy and a positivity that still shows them that you support them, still shows them that you believe in them, and that you're going right back to work. They want to harp on 1-0 mentality. They better get that ass ready to be 1-0 next week. South Carolina's defense is better than Mississippi State's.
No shit. Is that true?
Yeah.
Oh, boy. And they're going to be playing at home, too.
Yeah.
Dude, Auburn cannot deal with 2 back-to-back losses at South Carolina. Come on, man.
Hey, that would be epic bad. Coaches have been fired for less.
Oh, damn, son.
Not that I'm advocating.
I know you're not. You never advocate.
I'm laying that out there.
Right. All right, man. I think the general consensus here is that this is a real stinger right here.
It is. It's bad, and you've got to you better come back from it strong, or this is one that sets you back a lot worse than just 1 week.
Yeah, it can beat you twice or 3 times.
It could beat you for 2 years.
Oh. Damn, Hunter.
When you look at, I'm just being real, man.
No, I know.
When you look at recruiting, perception, what the people who sign your check are going to push for you to do in terms of staff moves, demands, what they expect from you. A collapse like this turns that knob on the oven up to an entirely different level.
You always keep it real, Hunter. That's what we love about you, bro. I know you wish you had been wrong. I know you wish you had been wrong. I know you wish you'd have been wrong.
Dude, I would have taken a day off just to drive to Auburn Tuesday and eat bomb wings with Stokes.
But you ain't gonna need to do that. You were right. All right, brother. I appreciate you and hope you have a good Saturday.
You too, man. See you.
See you, man. Bye. Well, yeah. Hunter keeps it really, 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 really real. And that's what we love about him. He's talked about this for a few weeks now. This offensive line just does not have the ability to push even average defensive lines back and just kind of create those basic yards, the 3-4 yard cushions that the Alabamas, that the A&Ms, that the Georgias get. That's how you augment your run game, is how you do that. You start making reads 3 yards down the field, and that adds yardage to every single run. We've got my man Duff Diver on the horn. What's up, bro?
JJ, what's happening?
Well, nothing good. What's up, Duff Diver?
Hit the nail on the head, and that's what I was. When you look at the game, you start with the refs. The fact is this: the refs weren't playing defense and giving up 5-6 straight touchdown drives. The refs weren't playing O-line. How many rush yards we have in the second half, Jay?
Golly, not many. 10, 20?
Negative. I think it's negative.
Ooh, was it really?
I think so. Check me on it, but I'm pretty sure that might be the case.
Okay, I'll check it out. I'm working on it. But
when you're up 25 points, you give a touchdown at the end of the half, you're in scoring position, you have a bad play, you push a field goal back, you miss that. That's all momentum. And the fact is this: we're not good enough. We have the talent, but the defensive scheme, as Hunter just walked through, was poor. We got complacent. And on offense, when you're up 25 points and you can't run the ball, and you're trying to run the ball, and you're giving both 3rd and 8 all second half, good things aren't going to happen.
No, you're right. Hey, I want to give you credit, dude. Auburn rushed eight times for -14. And I know that includes a sack or two, but that tells you about the other runs. Things were not going well rushing the football in the second half.
Yeah, I saw unbelievable Bo Love first half, and then it's like complete 180 second half, and I'm thinking to myself, this isn't, Bo is way down the list of folks to blame in regards to this collapse, in my opinion. Now, I could be wrong. I've been wrong before, occasionally. But, when you're 3rd and 8, 3rd and 9 constantly, and they know exactly what you're going to do, it's hard to make plays. And I think that's what we saw there. I commend him for that drive towards the end where he pushed it down the field and got a touchdown.
Yeah.
But, yeah, I think strategically we got complacent. I think that's a great word that Hunter used. You go up, and we took Gus into a whole new level. It's pretty impressive.
Yeah,
but,
I know.
At the end of the day.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
I know you're not a big Gus fan, so you hate to see this team with Harsin Gussing like they did today. But I know you're not making fun. You're just frustrated. I get it.
Well, but it's a different feel. Like with Gus, I just get pissed off. Today, it's kind of embarrassing, but you can point to exactly what the issues are. And they've been the same issues, in my opinion, that have been there all year long. Right? When we are performing poorly, there are common themes. We're too damn soft on defense. We have the talent, but schematically, we're too soft, or we're playing too soft. We can't get off the field. And offensively, we can't protect. We can't catch the football. We can't run the football. And all of those issues presented themselves the second half today.
Yeah.
And we have the result we have.
All kind of all the chickens came to roost all at once, you know? Damn.
And the speed in which it happened was deeply impressive. And, I hate it because I was talking all kinds of shit to some of my buddies, Florida buddies, and, that blew up back in my face. So, it is what it is. Hopefully we can go catch a W next week and maybe throw a wrench in Bama's plans. But at the end of the day, I don't like anything about the second half. I love a lot about the first half. I feel like that's kind of how it's going to be until we settle into Harsin and some of, hopefully improved talent in certain areas. I think we just might expect this type of schizophrenic approach to things. That said, I'm loving me some basketball right now. So it's, in my opinion, it's officially basketball season.
Yeah.
We'll take care of the next 3 games football, hopefully do some reasonably decent things. I think the Bo haters are being completely unreasonable given the circumstances. My hope is he comes back next year.
And you finally get
line play.
Yeah.
And I think we saw it first half. He was elite first half when he had protection and his guys were catching the ball. Hell, I think I saw a one-handed catch or two. When's the last time we saw that?
Yeah.
All that said, it's time for Bruce and the boys to do what they do, and I think it's going to be a hell of a lot of fun this season watching them. I also anticipate some growing pains given some of the youth and given the Al and the leadership that's no longer on the court there. But all in all, I think the future's bright in both programs. So
word.
Appreciate you, Jay. Appreciate the show. Enjoyed it. The comedic level was high today.
Yes.
And looking forward to it next weekend.
All right, bro. We'll see you, man.
Take it easy, bro.
See you, bro. There he is, Duff Diver. What an absolute legend. I play Call of Duty with him sometimes. He's a bunker member, been a bunker member for a long, long time. And he is located in Texas. Well, he's from Alabama, but he's in Texas. And he's got to deal with a lot of those Texas A&M turds over there. He's had a tough week. When those A&M turds talking their smack. And now he doesn't work in Mississippi, but he'd have to listen to those Bulldog people too as well. He had a lot of good points, though. I mean, just talking about – he's a little more optimistic on Bo maybe than some people are, but his attitude is, look, there's a lot of things going on here that aren't good, and Bo, among other people, thinks he can kind of turn that thing around. Now we've got our main man in Indiana, Mama Do Dat, on the horn. What's up, Mama Do?
Whew, that was bad.
Hell yeah, it was bad. I had no idea that was going to be happening, bro. Yeah, you've been on the stream the whole day, so you know what I'm talking about.
No, man. Here's my thing. First thing, I am sick and tired of people pivoting to basketball season at this point in the year, only because that means that we're done from a football standpoint.
Damn.
That's frustrating. That is frustrating to hear. I want to be a football school, and we're not, and that sucks. But this was, I think I'm just uniquely frustrated because I think a lot of coaching is the ability to make adjustments and especially make halftime adjustments. And I have not seen this staff do that effectively, especially the last 2 weeks. And that is concerning. That is deeply concerning.
Yeah, in the first half of the season, I thought they were great at these adjustments. But you're right, man. The Ole Miss game, not much. A&M game, not good. And then today, disastrous. It's been bad lately.
No, this was one of the most poorly coached games I have seen since 2012.
I gotta agree.
And I mean everything from just the way we managed the second half, not kicking the extra point to go down 8 with that opportunity, inexplicable, especially after the missed field goal. Because you really do have a chance. And then, of all times to put TJ out there, why you would choose to do it then is beyond me. It didn't look to me, unless we find something else different, it didn't look like to me Bo was more hurt at that point in the game coming off a touchdown drive than he was during the entire second half. So that again, inexplicable. And the thing is, I think we wanted consistency with this coaching staff, right? Under Gus, the highs were high, the lows were very low. We were used to kind of not knowing what to expect on any given Saturday. We were going to win some games we weren't supposed to win. We were going to lose some games that we should have definitely won. That was just kind of what you got. And with this staff, I feel like the ceiling is lower. The floor may be a little bit higher, but after the last 2 weeks, I don't even know if that's true anymore. I genuinely feel like the ceiling is lower with this current staff as it currently is. And I don't necessarily have the answers, but I'm very frustrated. And I think you saw it kind of in the chat today, but I'm sick of the damn tough guy rhetoric. If that doesn't translate to consistency on the field, I don't care how much of an alpha you seem like you are. That is completely irrelevant. I'd rather have a goofy ass nerdy coach that the players love when he tries to dance in the locker room with the backwards visor. Give me that guy. Honestly,
Damn.
that guy fucking beats Mississippi State. I'll tell you that right now.
Well, he beat him last year.
He wins at Texas. He wins at Texas A&M. Never lost there. And so, and LSU sucked. LSU's terrible. So that winning at LSU is all well and good, but they weren't a very good team. So, and the offensive line is worse. That's the other thing that kills me, man. We got the same guys. The offensive line is worse this year. So yes, Gus was terrible at recruiting high school offensive linemen, but somehow they are worse this year than they have been over the last two seasons, which is something that I did not anticipate.
Yeah.
Something's got to change, man. It's not just Derek Mason. It's not. This is a program wide failure, and we got to figure out what's going on, because anytime a new coaching staff comes in, you certainly give them leeway. But all things equal, from an open position in a Power 5 job, the talent on Auburn's roster is above average compared to most open jobs. Most times when a coach is fired, the cupboard is more bare than it was at Auburn coming into this season.
It's tough. It's tough talk, Mamadou.
So yeah, I think the shine is coming off of Coach Harsin today. And again, you will never hear me root against Auburn. I don't wish him to do poorly to prove me right. That's not where I'm coming from. But something's got to change. And again, I'm getting sick of the tough talk. We need to see results.
I know you don't like to hear that. Let's just get on the basketball season. I know that kind of pisses you off. Doesn't bother me, but I get that. I respect your opinion on that.
Jay, I live in Indiana. I adore basketball. I love basketball, but Auburn football is my favorite thing in the world to watch, and I hate that we're so eager to turn the page because it's so frustrating. I get it. I'm equally frustrated. I'm going to go put on a Purdue jacket to quick, hope they beat Ohio State today, I guess. I don't know what else to live for, but
oh, damn.
No, it's it's a uniquely frustrating, the last 2 weeks especially. I got nothing else. Appreciate you letting me rant and get on here, but thanks for holding it down, and we'll hope for something to change.
All right, Mama, do that. Appreciate you, brother, man. All right, there he goes. Mama, do that. Our main man from Indiana. Sam H. jumps in with a super chat as well. Says, we need this basketball team even more. Now he's just punching Mama Dudette in the face right there. That's kind of funny in a way. Some funny things. So the quote, Spicy P actually posted that. Spicy P thought that Bo Nix was getting after the fans a little bit after the game, and then Spicy P did provide the quote. I'll read it to you right now. I'm not quite sure what happened there. I felt like the entire stadium just mellowed out. The life of the stadium just relaxed for a minute. It was hard to get the momentum back. So that's kind of what Bo was saying about the stadium. I don't think he's blaming anything on the fans. He's just kind of saying maybe they were reacting to the changing situation in the game, Den. But, yeah. Christian, who's on the Zoom call right now, said he did not feel like that was a direct shot at fans. More so the fans and also the way the players came out and played. So, I mean, I don't think he's laying at the feet of the fans right there. Just a thought, Of course, Denton, as being a Bama fan, doesn't necessarily hear this a lot, right?
Yeah.
But Alabama did lose at A&M this year, and there was probably some consternation over that.
There was, but I saw a loss coming at some point, so you can't go undefeated every single year. And
okay, we're good. That's all we need to know about that. Blake R. says, thanks, Mama Dudette. Blount County Bigfoot Research Association said, okay, next call. Hey, man. He's just keeping it real, man. Mama Dudette, he likes to keep it real. Seriously, the people in Indiana, just as a general rule, tend to keep it real. I've had some experiences with people in Indiana, and Indiana people that were elsewhere, and they tend to keep it straight.
Yeah, that rooting for Purdue's not looking too good right now.
Uh-oh. Are they having a tough start?
They're down 28-7.
Wait, what?
They're down 28-7 to Ohio State.
Why?
I don't know. Ohio State's playing good today, I guess.
We're always pulling for the Boilermakers because of pipe layer Nick, man. Pipe layer Nick, we want Purdue to win.
Oh, absolutely.
Let's see, Daniel M. says it's only frustrating because of how weird this team has been. Penn State, Georgia State, great wins on the road versus LSU and Arkansas, and then great win versus Ole Miss. And then two absolute stinkers. That's what makes it hard. Yeah, they're just kind of all over. They have good games. They have bad games. It's just kind of random.
Yeah. To me, the A&M loss was more of a bringing back the expectations to something more realistic. And then today was just, well, what happened?
Yeah. Well, I know what happened.
Yeah.
We got beat. Second half. Reynolds Dub says we need a Jay Jacobs pep talk, Jay, with your best Jay Jacobs impression. Hey, brother, here's what we need to do. We're going to pray a lot. Now, if you just pray for a better performance, you can get that. JG, I understand you're Catholic. Does that mean you pray to Mary? Because I don't really understand that. No. I don't pray to Mary. I do pray for her intercession on my behalf. I happen to think Mary's really awesome. I'm not trying to get religious on you, though. Then, of course, you are half Catholic. Is that fair to say?
That is fair.
Mm-hmm. And you like Mary, kind of, in general?
In general, yeah.
She's the mother.
Great lady.
She's the mother of the risen Christ. So, I mean, we like her. Not trying to get religious on you guys. Mobile Alum 1991 says maybe Bo wasn't blaming the crowd. Maybe he didn't own anything about his... But, I'm sorry. Let me start over again. Maybe Bo wasn't blaming the crowd, but he didn't own anything about his play today. Interesting. We got another caller coming in. DeWar Eagle Kine. What's up, bro?
What is up, JG Tate? How are you, man?
We're just kind of digging through here, trying to figure out, up from down, bad from good, and it was there was a lot of bad today. Yeah,
there was a lot of bad, man. I got a couple of hot takes here.
Ooh, here we go. I love those.
Thank you. I think first and foremost, obviously, three-phase failure. Anders Carlson is having a terrible year. Our defense, what the hell is going on? Why are we not blitzing? But, until the very end of the game, when the game really wasn't even in doubt, we're not bringing any heat. So I think you've got whoever the special teams coach, I don't even remember who the hell it is this year, they sucked it up. I think Mason also sucked it up. In terms of Bobo, I noticed this thing we used to do under Malzahn where we'd go up 3 scores on a team and then we'd let them battle back in. And all of a sudden, the game's 24-21 and we're wondering how Auburn blew another 21-point lead. And I remember seeing it happen multiple times per year. And I've noticed with this team, it seems like 28 is kind of our ceiling, where we get the 28-point mark, and then we just kind of go brain dead. It's like same thing happened against Ole Miss. We had trouble breaking through that barrier against an actual quality opponent. But I think part of that is,
Oh. Can you hear him? All right. All right. Hold on, Kine. Unfortunately, I can hear you and Den can hear you, but the folks on the call can't hear you. The folks on the show can't hear you. Nothing you did wrong. It's just something wrong with my Skype. So if you want to call back, let's go back through the last 30 minutes if you call back, okay? I'll keep it. Yeah, I'll keep it open for you. All right, bro, here it is. All right, so, well, hold on, man. My Skype went absolutely crazy right there. I can't even close it. Hold on. He's going to call me back, but we're going to force quit the Skype. Thanks for letting me know, guys. I didn't realize that you had lost the call there. It's not something I was able to see. Me and Denton were still able to talk to him. So we're going to pick him back up right here as soon as he calls back in. Sorry about that, fellas. Thanks for letting me know. There he is. Oh, no. I think here, I'll call him back. He'll be like, who's calling me? It's JG, yo. No, I got it, Chris M. There's some minor issue with my Skype, and I can still hear him talking, and you guys can't, so I don't know. All right, I tried to call him back, and I lost him. He'll be back on in just a minute. I appreciate you guys letting me know again that we had lost him. There was some. It was a moment like 2 or 3 weeks ago. Here he comes. He's calling in right now, so we'll pick him back up. What's up, bro?
Hey, man. Sorry about that.
No, that was my fault. No
pick
problem.
up where I left off, or
yeah, hell yeah, of course. You did nothing wrong. It was all on my end. I'm sorry.
No problem, man. No problem. So yeah, the point I was trying to make for all you dear listeners who didn't get to hear me and hate me is I think we hired Harsin, and there was a lot of question marks. The question marks were, this guy has no experience coaching football at the highest level. He has no recruiting connections down south. And he won over a lot of the fan base by virtue of the fact that we were excited that he was an alpha. And I think there's 2 reasons for that. The first is that Gus was decidedly not an alpha. I think the second reason is that people wanted to trust that this guy who has all this confidence, who has this sort of type A, very assertive personality, is exactly what we need to play, whatever we're going to call it, smash mouth, hard-nosed football. But at the end of the day, I don't give a shit if he's an alpha or not. I don't care if he wears a tutu out on the field and drinks appletinis while he's coaching the damn game. I want him to win football games. And I don't think an alpha mentality is a prerequisite for that. And I also don't think that he should be getting a pass from so much of our fan base because of the fact that he has a type A aggressive personality. Because right now, if we look at where we are in terms of our losses, this is our 4th loss. We've lost 2 games in the SEC by embarrassing margins, where it seems like we can't score more than 28 points against a quality opponent. And, oh, by the way, even if you want to chalk all that up to his coordinators, we still don't really have a hot recruiting operation that's moving. Like, okay, sure, we're in for some 2023 kids, but who the hell cares? How many times did you see it under Gus or under Chiswick where, somebody who's 2 years away from committing is really interested in Auburn? Like, okay, great, what if I can do? What I care about is the kids that are going this year. Kirby Smart had the number 2 class in his first year at Georgia. Nick Saban had the number 1, number 2 class in his earliest years at Bama. Right now, where are we? We're like Vanderbilt level.
Yeah.
And so we're not getting it done on offense. We're not getting it done on defense. We're not getting it done on the field. And we're not getting it done on the recruiting trail. And, yes, we won against LSU. That's a signature win. Yes, we won against Arkansas. Like, we're making some positive gains. But I just don't know, man. It seems like all the things that we were worried about with Harsin are actual legitimate concerns now as the season has developed. That's all I got.
No, I mean, you say that's all you got, but, I mean, you're speaking a lot of truth here, man. You're getting a lot of love in the chat. So, I mean, a lot of people are feeling you on that. I mean, I don't and listen, I'm part of the problem in the sense that I'm the one telling you guys on the rundown, look, they need some time to kind of get going recruiting-wise, right? I say that. But you're pointing out, these other guys, they didn't need any time. They got going right away. So what's the difference? I don't have a good answer for you on that.
Yeah, I have a feeling that my feeling is that the recruiting establishment, Bagman at Auburn, didn't like the Harsin hire, and they weren't willing to pony up the money that we needed to be competitive. That's my suspicion, and that maybe he's going to win some of them over. But I don't know. How many more years are we going to be able to compete with substandard talent? We just got beat by Mississippi freaking State.
Yeah.
They got Mike Leach over there who came in with like a handle of Jim Beam and a playbook from 1999, and he just whooped our ass. So I don't know if it's all necessarily talent issues, although our offensive line is historically horrendous.
It's bad.
Like Nick Brahms, what the hell, man? So anyways, but he's all SEC preseason, so I should lay off him.
Yeah, probably so. Plus he's a good kid. He's a good pilot. He might be piloting you someday, Kine.
Oh, God. I hope he pilots better than he blocks.
Yeah.
All right, Jay. Well, hey, I appreciate your time, man.
We loved having you on the
thanks for
show,
doing what
man.
you do.
We loved having you on the show. You
Thanks,
keep it
brother.
real. I know you love Auburn, but I mean, you keep it real when you got to keep it real. We appreciate that about you.
I bleed orange and blue, man. I bleed orange and blue.
All right, brother.
I'll get at you later, Jay.
See you, man.
All right, bye.
There he is, the War Eagle Kine, man, keeping it super, super real. We haven't heard from him in a minute, but we love it when he calls. We absolutely love it when he calls. So, yeah, he kept it real right there, and I think he makes a great point about recruiting. And I'm part of the problem on that because I'm kind of like, well, let's give him a couple years, kind of get going. And he notes that, Kirby didn't need a couple years to get going. He got going right away. Nick Saban didn't need a couple years to get going. He got going right away. And, maybe Harsin, I don't know. Maybe we shouldn't hold him to that standard, but at the same time, like, why shouldn't Auburn expect that kind of return?
I think it's a bit different in those situations. Saban was already a respected coach.
Yeah.
That Alabama was bringing in. Harsin is an up-and-comer. You don't get extremely good classes in your first year if this is your first real big job. Unless you're Kirby, who coached under Saban, so everyone already really knew what they were getting with Kirby.
Yeah, but Saban was a failure an NFL coach. I mean, he was fucking horrible. So why?
Well, most college coaches are when they go to the NFL.
Urban Meyer won. I hate to tell you that, but he won last week, or 2 weeks ago.
Harbaugh, I think it's John, the one that's not at Michigan.
Yeah, John.
Yeah.
The Ravens coach?
Yeah. He is the only one that I can think of that did well.
And he went from like Western Kentucky. He didn't go to like, I don't remember what he was coaching. I'm not an expert on the Harbaugh things. Although I will say his nephew is a classmate of mine in high school. I got to see Zach. I was friends with Zach Harbaugh. Let's see. Chris M. says, real talk, what effect does the football-only facility make on recruiting when it's finished? Interesting. That's a really interesting point. Dan, did you have something you wanted to add there?
He actually was, the last time he was a college coach, he was an assistant, like a wide receiver special teams.
So it's been a while.
Yeah.
Was that at Western Kentucky?
It was like West Virginia or Western Michigan, something like that.
Well, his dad was a celebrated coach at Western Kentucky, but whatever, it doesn't really matter. Chris M. asks about, again, a football-only facility. Yeah, they're making progress on that. If you've been over to Auburn, I mean, they've got the basic structure of what'll be the actual field up, and they're working on a lot of the other stuff. I mean, it's still probably a year out, I would imagine. But, yeah, I think that's going to be a big help on recruiting, because when you're trying to play this game of you're trying to keep up with the Joneses, Auburn has not. Let's see. Spicy Pieces. John Harbaugh is not a college coach. Denton aging himself. What? You didn't say that, did you?
I originally did. And
Denton.
Then I amended my statement.
Well, he's allowed to amend his statement. Come on now.
Yeah.
Christopher says John Harbaugh was not a college coach.
Yeah.
They're all over you, Denton. I don't know why they don't give you just a minute, man.
Not
very nice.
Not nice.
Not nice. Jacob J. says Saban won a natty at LSU before he failed in the NFL. Had a lot of good recruiting connections already and stepped into a program prepared to spend and take risks to do, quote, whatever it takes. Interesting. Mike A. says the new facility won't matter. All they care about is cash in the pocket. With the NIL deals and other under-the-table deals they'll do, that's what they gravitate to.
There'll be a lot of people that will be affected by that, but there'll be some that want to go.
Well, I mean, Alabama has got the same problem with the NIL as Auburn does, because our state legislature is like weird about not letting the school be involved in NIL deals. Whereas at other schools like in Mississippi, Louisiana, Georgia, I think the schools can get involved in the way that our law works.
Brokering the deals?
Yeah, but the schools can't be involved. And I think in some of the other states they can. So that's a problem that Alabama and Auburn both share. And they'll probably get that amended pretty quickly, because if Alabama wants it, they get it. But I don't know. Love the Cat says, this Denton interview sounds like the Kyle Rittenhouse trial. Denton ain't nowhere here crying, is he? Are you crying, Denton?
Nope.
Do you like Kyle Rittenhouse?
Don't know who that is. Pretty sure he's an awful human being.
I wouldn't describe him that way, no. But that's cool. It's a matter of opinion.
I'm guessing here.
He's the Kenosha shooter.
Oh.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He's on trial right now for various issues that have come up. Let's see. Skylar says, can facility play offensive tackle? It's big and immovable, but no, it cannot play tackle, unfortunately. Jesse Dub says, up 25 and lost by 9 at home to a team with less talent. Disappointing. I mean, that's fair. I mean, it's a mess. It's a mess. This is a really bad loss, no doubt about it. Mamadou says, I'm laughing to myself thinking of Harsin not letting players use the new facility because they don't deserve it, and making them run the halls at Beard Eves instead. He is pretty much a hard ass like that, for real. But I don't know. He probably let him in. Spicy P says, we just lost to Mississippi State. No room for forgiveness today, Denton. We are recruiting like Vandy. They're going to be better than Vandy, I promise you.
Vandy would have to move to a different conference to not be the worst team.
D. Lucky says, who says they have less talent? Interesting. Mississippi State has better wide receivers. The argument could be that they have a better quarterback. I'm not sure that I would agree with that.
In
but
recent games, he has played better.
He's more repeatable than Bo. Yeah. Tailback, I still like Auburn. Offensive line, I probably like Mississippi State's better.
Push.
At worst. Let's go ahead and say Mississippi State. Defensive line, like Mississippi State's is okay. Auburn's is pretty good. So I would take Auburn's offensive line.
Yeah.
Defensive line, excuse me. Linebackers, I'd probably take Mississippi State, honestly. If you had told me that 2 months ago, I'd have been like, Auburn easy.
Yeah.
I mean, Papo's been hurt all year. Zacoby's been good, but he's one dude. They have one dude who's really good. Like, I don't know, Mississippi State. And then defensive backs. You know, you think Auburn probably on that one. Kicker?
Neither.
Yeah. So it's pretty close. That's a good check right there, D. Lucky. We would call that a chin check. Some would say a chin check. Spicy Pieces, oh, thank God we'll be better than Vandy. I mean, they're going to be better than that. Harvey Specter in the house has just heard Mamadou Dad's call. Harsin has had back-to-back embarrassments, but you are giving amnesia about Gus's performances. Yeah, have you guys forgotten about some of those right there? I mean, what about the time I ran it 17 times in a row at LSU? That was pretty funny. Christy liked that call. There's no doubt.
That's just ridiculous.
What is?
17 times in a row?
Yeah. Listen, man, that's old news to the people on this chat, believe me. They have heard this fucking story before.
Did nobody test him after that?
Test him for what? The people in the bunker want
Mental
to test him for
errors.
Asperger's. That's what they want to test him for. I know. Everybody was pissed. I don't know what to tell you. Like, they were mad as hell. They wanted answers. I mean, I know you're kind of new to this Auburn life then, but dang. I mean, they hated him. Because he kept screwing that up. And now look at him. He's sitting at a friggin' table coaching UCF from the sideline. And as I think Spicy P noted earlier, he's got, looks like he's got gum, Hubba Bubba, within arm's reach in both hands. Look, that's my man right there. He likes to chew gum and he likes to kick ass. He's bet out of gum. They played SMU today. I have a feeling that didn't go well.
For which team?
For the Central Florida Knights.
I'm pulling that up.
I have a feeling that didn't go well. Let's see. Nick M says, what are the chances of a Purdue-Auburn bowl game? Hell, we had one like 5 years ago, didn't we? In Music City. The Auburn Tigers played the Purdue Boilermakers.
Yeah, it did not go well. 55-28.
Shit, man. Are you serious?
Serious.
55-28. I'm telling you, he's going to get run out faster there than he was here.
It came down to the second quarter. They gave up 17 and scored none. Every other quarter was a touchdown or less.
So my man T. Will is the defensive coordinator at UCF, right? I've known him like 20 years. Yeah, I love him, but I don't think he's taking it well, and I'm concerned about him a little bit. Nick, I'd love to see it, bro. I mean, as long as it's like in the Tampa Bowl or whatever, right? That's what we want to see. That
Outback Bowl.
Yeah, Outback Bowl will be fine. We get a little. We meaning Brian and Stultzy, be able to get some Outbacky stuff. Go to the stadium there, Raymond James Stadium in Tampa. Tampa's a fun town. They have a casino there where you can do table games.
Did not know that.
Yeah, now you do. And they'll say have a Hooters right next to the stadium, and that's actually where Jason Caldwell from Inside the Auburn Tigers taught me how to eat a wing. Jason Caldwell, you don't know who that is, but he's a friend of mine. And he knows how to take a wing, like an actual wing, not a drummy, but a wing, and he can hit it in one hit. Like, he just puts it in his mouth and goes, and it's gone. It's unbelievable. The guy's, he's a miracle worker as far as I'm concerned. Hornage just jumps in with a super chat. He says, Gus B coaching from the DJ stand on the ones and twos. My man. Sam says 7-5 is probably going to happen. That seems fair. Yeah. I mean, I feel like the Iron Bowl is going to be an uphill battle. And you feel like they got to win at South Carolina, which is we'll see how it kind of goes with South Carolina and Mizzou today. But South Carolina at home, they got a nice little win against Florida last week. Stan is concerned. Stan thinks it's going to be 6-6. We'll find out what Sir D. Lucky thinks about this. D. Lucky, what's up, bro?
What's good, JG?
Not much right now, honestly, except this bourbon. And you being on the horn. Yeah, you don't have any good news either, do you?
Not a lot. I'm still. I always get a little amused at the narratives that start, and people have very selective memories. I mean, when we started the season, we didn't think we had wide receivers. We thought we were going to have to try to find an actual number one wide receiver. Thought offensive line was going to be a detriment to the team, and that they needed to solidify and be at least SEC average in order for us to be successful. We didn't think we had a pass rusher. We didn't think that the linebackers had a ton of depth, but we thought we had a pretty good group of starters. And then a couple of wins here and there, and all that stuff vanishes all of a sudden, and everyone gets excited, which is fine. But then when those exact same issues pop up again and impact us negatively, everyone acts like it's brand new. Like all of a sudden, we don't have wide receivers. Like all of a sudden, Bo got mediocre. No, same stuff. Harsin put us in position to win a game or two here or there that, we weren't expecting to win the way that we were. And there have been a couple that we lost that we felt like we should have won. So it's a plus minus push for me. I mean, but people are like, this guy doesn't need to be here. The job's too big for him. It's like it's the same job, same set of issues that we had before. They're still here, and I think all it's proved is he's just not a miracle worker. That's the only thing I've been able to gather so far.
Interesting. That's true. So you're thinking maybe our expectations got a little bit bloated after the Ole Miss win?
Between the LSU win and then the Ole Miss win, things changed. People started having conversations that you would have been laughed at in the middle of the summer if anyone had told you that in November, starting November, we would have a legit shot to win out and make it to the SEC championship game. No one would have believed that would have been possible in the middle of the summer. With what we knew we had coming back and the challenges that we had, people were taking that without any issue. But we had this positive thing, a couple of positive things happen, and a path presented itself, but it closed just as easily as it opened, and it was a lot of the same stuff. Like I said, from what I saw today, do I think this game plays out differently if Derek Brown is on the line of scrimmage today, or
Probably
Marcus?
Not. No.
If Marlon's on the line of scrimmage and he's in a three-man, defensive front, do I think it plays out differently? I like to think so, but I think those are SEC caliber defensive linemen. I think that's what we're ideally trying to get to, but we don't really have those guys right now. We got some guys that are a step below those guys. They're playing hard, and we had a concept and a scheme that we thought would work, and it worked for a while, and then they figured it out, and their scheme, along with us having close to the same level of talent, their scheme beat our lack of scheme. I don't know that we could have done a whole lot differently because we just don't have enough horses to make something different work than what we were doing today.
That's sobering as AF, though, man. I mean, it's Auburn. It's Mississippi State. Like, Auburn should be 50% better.
Should be, but there's a reason why Gus isn't here, and that the reason for that is that he didn't bring in the talent that we needed to compete, so that we get the results that we are accustomed to when it comes to Mississippi State. It's not like every Mississippi State game for the last 6 years has been, blowouts the other direction, and we're all surprised by this outcome. I mean, we played them; they played us tough in other games recently. So again, this isn't like this all of a sudden showed up.
Where are you at, D-Lucky? Like in a general sense?
Middle of Madison.
Oh, word. Hey, I was talking earlier about the bunker bourbon thing. You think you would really come down for that?
Yeah. Oh yeah, that date seems like it works for everything I got going on. So unless something changes, I will be there.
Well, I mean, we got a bedroom for you, bro.
I appreciate that. I might take you up on that.
Yeah, it's in
But then
my.
again, my brother might roll. My brother might roll with me, so we might have to crash somewhere else.
Yeah, I mean,
Definitely.
why can't I accommodate him too? I'm good.
I'm not saying you can't. I didn't want to presume.
I mean, he's not a Hall of Famer like you,
Plus,
but
I think Hornatius.
he's a bunker member.
Well, with Denton in the upstairs room and Hornatius on the couch, seems like it was getting a little tight in there. So
No, we got room. We got room for y'all two for sure. We got room for you and your bro and Hornatius' crew. We got that for sure.
All right.
We'd love to have you because I feel like you hosted me when I was up in Madison this summer. So I mean, I feel like I gotta take care of you because I love you, man. You're good people. I love having you here, man.
Same, bro.
But that doesn't change the fact that this team is kind of fucked, right? I mean, like at South Carolina ain't going to be easy, and the Iron Bowl's
it's not
10% chance to win that game, right?
Yes, and there's always we got to show up, we got to play. But again, people shouldn't be surprised. Again, Kobe had a great game today. So but that's the thing. He's not really a wide receiver one, because he can't do that consistently. He made a spectacular one-handed catch today, and it was all amazing. And next week he might drop a 7-yard pass, wide ass open, and that's just where we are with the talent that we have. And hopefully we can start now. And people are complaining about the recruiting thing and all that. That's the other part. Like again, guys in completely new territory, comes in, has put together what I think is a pretty decent class for what he started off with, for the handcuffs that he had on him with COVID and the lack of on-campus recruiting and all of that kind of stuff that was the beginning of his tenure here. I don't have any unrealistic expectations about the recruiting class is going to look like, and I think we got a pretty decent one that he can probably close pretty strong on.
Yeah.
So to me, it's just the beginning.
Harvey Specter was
A lot of
wondering.
folks want to finish product.
Harvey Specter was wondering,
what-
D-Lucky, if the next year's team, if the 2022-23 team is going to look any better than this one, or is it going to be worse?
The transfer portal is going to probably decide that, to be honest with you.
That's true.
Because again, it's not like we have a young crop of talent that just isn't out there yet. So, Bo probably will be back in his spot. So is he, significantly better? I don't know. Is the offensive line going to be better? Well, most of those guys will be graduated, so I don't know that we have, again, any underclassmen that are going to come in and be superstars. So unless we find some folks in the portal that can come and help those positions we talked about, it's probably going to be about the same. And then you just have the luck of, do you fumble the ball at Texas A&M, or do you, miraculously have an LSU play that gets you a win or two that you're not expecting?
I hate this is a situation we're in right now, D-Lucky.
Well, that's the beauty of a rebuild, baby. We can all look back on this at some point and appreciate it and go, man, do you remember when we couldn't even beat Mississippi State at home?
Yeah, I remember. I was there.
So
I was there
There you
that day, and you were too. We saw it happen.
Exactly.
Someday.
We've all seen it. It's part of being an Auburn fan. We've
Yeah.
had these dips before. We build up. Like I said, just make sure you appreciate it when you get to the top.
All right, D-Lucky, another incredible call, as is customary for you. So we love having you on the air, and thanks for just being part of the you've been part of the show, obviously, from the beginning, but you've been part of the site for way before I got there, so we appreciate you for that, too.
Man, love the site, love the family. Y'all stay safe. We'll talk to y'all soon.
All right, see you, man.
Peace.
There he is, D-Lucky. Absolute legend. He's on the, you guys know, he's on the Mount Rushmore of the brain drain. And he's also been at the bunker for a really long time. I was going to say something to you, but I don't remember what it was. Oh, I know what it was. Hornatius said, can't wait to meet Denton's mom. I don't know how I feel about that. I was thinking about your mom could help us a little bit at the the actual event. Just kind of because we got shots to give out and stuff, and she certainly knows how to handle her bourbon, so we can kind of move things around with her. But it's kind of a weird thing to say to you, because your mom is your mom, But Hornatius, he likes to say things that get you a little off kilter. I think that's what he's looking for.
Yeah. I can tell.
Let's see. Chris M says, I've said all year this is going to be Pat Dye's 5-6-81 team. Oh, no. Well, that sucks. But that means there's an 82 team coming.
Yeah. What happened with that team for an uneducated person?
That wasn't a very good team. But it set them up for an 82 team that beat Alabama in the Iron Bowl. I don't know if you remember that. It was a little before your time, but
Quite a bit.
Bo went over the top and beat Alabama, and it was really fucking embarrassing for them. Because this guy named Paul Bryant, he was their coach at the time, and he acted like he would never lose to Auburn, and then he started losing to Auburn. Kind of sucks. And sometimes it happens, you know.
Yeah.
One time Auburn got a bunch of these punt blocks late in the game and beat them with that one, too. It's funny when that happens. Actually, I rather enjoy it. I wasn't there to see that one, though. Yeah. Remember that time when the Auburn ran a reverse and beat Alabama? Do you remember that one?
I do not.
Do you remember that time when Alabama was up really big inside Bryant-Denny Stadium, and then Cam led this comeback? And
I was at that game.
Auburn ended up winning, and Lutzenkirchen did the dance there at the end.
I don't remember much. I just remember being there.
Yeah, I didn't think you'd remember that one. Keith M says 83 should be claimed by AU. Auburn was really good in 83, and you kind of had to set the what Chris M was saying was basically difficult season first year for Dye, but it set the tone for them to kind of build up from there.
Yep.
And Auburn was good 83. Really, I mean, on and off. I mean, different levels, but 83 through about 90. They're pretty damn good.
Yeah.
Not every year was great, but they were pretty good.
Of coaches that I know of that have been extremely good.
Yeah.
I think Kirby is really the only one that started off really well.
Kirby sucks. Kirby's a bad person, and he's a turd, and they're not going to win. So that's that. I don't know why you're laughing. And it bothers me from a celestial perspective that he ended up marrying Mary Beth Lysette, who was the great three-point shooter from Georgia. I don't know why a goober like him would end up landing a fucking great person like that. But, you know, we'll worry about that another time, Dan. This will all be adjudicated later on down the road. Bottom line is, Georgia's probably going to lose today to Tennessee, right?
They're currently up.
That's not what I needed to hear. Let's see. I Love the Cat says, this is not Denton's fault at all. It says, it appears Michael Landon built Denton's set. Michael Landon, you don't even know who that is, but that's the guy from Little House on the Prairie. So he's basically saying it's a very Spartan situation there.
Yep.
Anyway. Love the Cat says, Sarah Gilbert isn't happy. I don't know what that joke is, but Sarah Gilbert, I'm not worried about her. Let's see. CJ says, Auburn was confused and scattered and has been. Ooh. Has been. That's tough. D-Lucky says, hang in there, peeps. I think we are on the right path. Just not going to be easy. That's good. I'm glad to hear that D-Lucky and Chris M are on the same page because those are two guys that whose opinions I trust on this stuff.
Hey, Georgia State's up late.
Against who?
Coastal Carolina.
Oh, the Chanticleer's in trouble, huh?
Yep.
That would be an upset, right?
Yeah, they're going to have to go for two because Coastal just scored. And
when you were in high school in Winston-Salem, North Carolina, did you think about going to Coastal?
I did not.
Why not?
Just didn't really think much about where I was going.
Did you think it was a shitty school?
I don't really know much about it. Didn't really know much about it then.
You were going to Bama one way or another, and then, yeah.
Pretty much that or NC State.
Gotcha. NC State, man. Come on, dude. NC State awake today. Who are we pulling for in that one, huh?
Wake.
That's right. Demon Deacons, right? Yeah.
Wow, Ohio State is just obliterating Purdue.
Why do you have to bring that up, man?
Just giving you updates.
No, Nick the pipe layer, he doesn't want to hear that shit. Harvey Specter says, how are Hornatius' trees doing? I don't know where you're trying to go with that one, because he wouldn't poison his own trees, believe me. He wouldn't follow the Bammer guideline and poison people's trees. Did it bother you when that guy poisoned those trees?
Yeah, 100%.
That's bullshit, right?
Yeah.
That guy's a turd.
Complete turd.
Yeah.
He's worse than Phyllis from Feinbaum.
Well, she didn't poison any trees.
I know, that's why.
Uh-huh.
But people like her are why most people nationally have a problem with Alabama fans.
Yeah. She didn't bother me at all. Hornacia says, this is not, I know this is not true. I know this is for a fact this is not true. It says, Denton buys fake weed at the gas station. I know that's not true. You buy legitimate weed from a guy named Julio. I know that. No, I'm just kidding. He doesn't do that. I was just teasing. Denton's not that kind of guy. Oh, listen to this. Somebody, I don't want to name any names, but somebody has texted me and said he has a lot of things he wants to say about this game. Got any ideas, Denton?
BMAT?
No.
Assassin?
No.
Good afternoon, Commodore.
Hey, what's up, Brian Stoltz?
Hey, how's it going?
Where are you located in a general sense?
In Auburn, Alabama.
Well, I mean, I know that, but are you close to the stadium? Are you in the stadium?
No, I left and am at my house right now.
It sounds like you're like in Guam or something. There's a lot of background
Guam?
noise. Yeah, you sound like you're in. There's a lot of background noise.
That's outside. I'm standing outside.
Oh, okay.
What's going on?
Have you seen the cat yet? Is the cat there?
Well, the cat, she wore an Alabama hat a couple of weeks ago. I saw that. And she plays the piano really loud at night. So, yeah. She was playing the piano until like 11:30 last night. Wasn't a big fan of that.
What do you think about this game, Stoltzy? Are you bothered?
Bothered?
Well, I mean, you saw things happen today that you probably didn't think were going to happen. I mean, they're up 20-something points and they lose. I mean, that doesn't happen very often.
That is a collapse of epic proportions, and I can only say that it falls on coaching. I mean, did they think they had the game won at halftime? Did they just stop caring? Did Derek Mason not see that what he was calling on defense wasn't getting the job done? It was just a total baffling thing, and watching it happen and watching this defense just get absolutely shredded by a quarterback that looked mediocre in the first 19 minutes. They were doing a heck of a job of, containing him, making tackles, and then all of a sudden, I don't know if they got tired. I don't know what happened, but my Lord. I mean, to finish 24-26 with 17 straight completions at one time in the second half, that's just something that happens against. It should just happen against. Well, I would say Sanford, but Florida barely beat them. It's something that is embarrassing, and just I don't know if they gave up after a while. It seemed like they gave up after they went down, the defense at least, and Mason made no adjustments to what was happening. They rushed three players a lot, and that wasn't going to get the job done because Will Rogers, when he has time, is going to, dink and doink and do everything. And, he was completing passes downfield. And, Jesus, I mean, come on. I mean, that was a pretty bad game, a pretty bad second half. And it was just it was embarrassing to watch for, I think, Auburn fans and for everyone involved with the program. I mean, that's a loss that's going to sting for quite a while.
Yeah.
For Harsin and his staff.
Let me call you right back, Stoltzy, because you're kind of on a bad line. I don't think it's anything you've done. Okay.
Oh, okay.
All right. See.
Right.
That sounded really bad. I don't know what was going on there. Denton, did you notice that? Oh, hold on. Yeah, Denton.
Yeah, he did not sound good.
He sounded like pixelated or something. I don't think it's anything he did wrong.
Stoltzy goes 8-bit.
It was kind of like that, yeah. Yes, absolutely. Totally not your fault.
Oh, okay. All
right, so
everything's usually my fault. Everything's usually my fault. I know.
Yeah, I know, for real. And no bomb wings, by the way, in your future. Listen, man. So when they go up 28-3, I'm feeling pretty fucking good about the game. I think Auburn's going to win this game like 45-10, 45-14, and then it just kind of all falls apart. What was the kind of mood on the Zooms today?
The Zoom. Well, Harsin, I asked him about the kind of collapse of the defense in the second half. He really didn't answer my question. He said it's a tale of two halves, and Will Rogers is a good quarterback, and we just couldn't prevent it from happening. So whatever the hell that means, I don't know. I think you got to look at the bend and don't break defense that they were playing didn't work against the better offense. And my Lord, the mood on the Zooms overall was just bad. I think Bo Nix had a bad day or a bad second half after a great first half. I mean, I thought he was going to bounce back and have a 300-yard day and stuff like that, and then he just went cold. And Mississippi State made the things they did the same. They did the things they had to do to get back in the game, including that touchdown right before the half. I thought that was I thought it was innocent at the time, but I thought it was a big play when they came back all the way. And yeah, it's kind of inexplicable what just happened in Jordan-Hare. I mean, I think Auburn was 63-0. Is that what you said?
Yeah, I just didn't know what the time frame was on that. They had won their last 63 games when they were up 25, at least.
Yeah, I think it was 63-0 all time.
Yeah, I think it was all time too. That's too many. Somebody was trying to say that was since 2004, but I don't think they've been up that big that many times since 2004.
No, I can't remember that many times they would have been up that big.
Yeah.
So, just inexplicable what happened. Christian said he didn't take a shot at the fans, but he kind of did. I will say that a lot of the student section and a lot of fans did leave at halftime. I mean, up 28-3, you're thinking it's an easy win, and it's a little chilly, early start. So I'm not excusing the fans, but kind of pointing it out was kind of a bad thing for me, I thought, considering how bad he played in the second half. But, the defense, they were just awful, and they couldn't run the ball. Auburn couldn't run the ball when they had to, and it's just a microcosm of the problems that they've had all season, especially on special teams with Anders getting his that kick blocked, and the continued penalties on kickoff returns, and it's exhausting sometimes to watch this team because they have the skill sometimes at positions, not at offensive line, of course, or maybe not even on the defensive line, but they have the skills and skill players, and they just can't do it. The one highlight was Kobe Hudson and Javarius Johnson had great games, and they looked good. So good for them. They can go out and have some, I don't know, whatever they drink and enjoy the night, I guess, but not really because So I thought they looked good, and
that's good.
Anyway. Yeah.
Stoltzy,
so that's about it.
You were everybody in the chat wanted to hear from you today, so we're glad to have you on, and we appreciate you, brother, man.
I'm glad everyone did they want me on or did they just want to make fun of me?
They were dying.
That's two different things.
They were dying to have you on, so that's that.
Okay, good. All right, good. Well, I'm happy to be on anytime.
All right, brother. You behave yourself.
All right, I will.
Everybody,
bye.
There he is, Brian Stoltz, ladies and gentlemen. We now want to get Sir J-Head on as soon as I can find him on the list here. I have texted with Mr. J-Head, and wait, who's this person? No, we're not taking that. There he is, J-Head, my man. We're going to get J-Head on the horn. Wish you guys could hear the ringing.
GT, what's going on,
my
brother?
man, J-Head, what's up, bro?
Nothing much. Just got done watching that unmitigated disaster in the in nice Jordan-Hare Stadium. But other than that, everything's going well, my friend. How's everything going on the show tonight?
About as well as you can imagine. Not good.
I would bet.
What stuck out to you from this one, J-Head? There are so many things you could be upset about. What are let's say top two things?
Top two things. Number one, let me say this. Obviously, this is a devastating loss. I don't think anybody can encapsulate it any other way, okay? It was a setback for sure. But these things happen in first year. People don't want to hear that. It's going to sound like I'm sunshine pumping. But these are the kind of games that happen for a lot of first-year coaches. Yeah, specifically first-year coaches in the SEC. When you're trying to make a culture shift, when you're changing things philosophically, things just don't always mesh the way you want them to in year one. And yes, we have some talented players, but I would say that what I saw more than anything is you saw people not necessarily pulling in the right direction, unsure of themselves in certain situations. And it just didn't gel the way it needed to. We got on top and we started to coast, and then momentum flipped. And once it flipped, you could kind of see us. We were more or less in quicksand. Offense couldn't get going from probably that last drive of the first half on. Just could not get going at all. The defense, obviously, you saw the safeties get exposed, specifically on mesh concepts, different zone beaters that they were utilizing within their pass game. And Will Rogers was just on. Without the pass rush there to kind of neutralize him to a degree and kind of speed him up some, it just really exposed all the deficiencies that we have in the back end. And then obviously special teams play was not what we wanted it to be today. You saw more holding penalties on a good return there. You saw some other questionable calls. Specifically with the fake there in the second half, I wouldn't have done that. I understood the call. I probably would have done something else, but I guess I understood it. I just more than likely with 8 minutes left to go there in the fourth quarter, I would have punted and tried to pin him and then get the ball back.
So you're talking about is this the 2-point conversion?
No, not the 2-point. I'm talking about where we went for it. Did we go for it on fourth, or did we try to run the fake on fourth? There was 8 minutes left to go in the fourth.
Yeah, I got
I'm sorry,
now.
At that point, my timer was going nuts in the stand. So
no, I get it too. But let me ask you that about when they're down, they get the touchdown to go down 9. Would you have just kicked the PAT there, or you go for 2? I didn't understand that.
Would have kicked the PAT. Yeah. I would have kicked the PAT, and then I would have gone for 2. Once again, I understood it because what Harsin was looking at is, okay, I've got momentum right now. Bo's hot. He just hit a touchdown in Javarius. I'm going to get them on their heels. And I'm going to get this 2-point conversion right now and make things easier on the second drive. So I understand where he's coming from. Would I have done that? No. I would have gone for 1, kicked the onside kick, and then tried to gamble for the 2 on the second time in the second part of it if you could have gotten the ball back. But once again, that's splitting hairs to me to a degree. The bigger travesties were within the game when the defense started to falter in the second half and the offense just couldn't get anything going. That's when you lost the game.
Yeah.
Not those decisions in particular.
Word. A lot of things about this game that just kind of unseemly, man. You don't make a lot of adjustments in the second half, which I thought Derek Mason was going to be able to do. He's done those in the past. Today, he just kind of got outfoxed the whole way through the second half, and I don't understand exactly what happened there,
Well, I think it was just a shortage of personnel, to be completely honest. We just didn't have – I thought Chandler got exposed at times when they would line him up and get him manned up. I thought that our safeties were really poor today, to be completely honest. And I don't know even when we blitzed, when we brought an extra man, they were so dialed in. And look, Leach didn't do anything exotic. He ran the same 5 plays all game long, pretty much. But he got his guys in mismatches, and Will Rogers knew where to go with the ball. He was efficient. And as we did already previously discussed, without that pass rush there to kind of speed him up to a degree and make the pocket uncomfortable for him, and we got pressure at times, but just not consistent pressure. And without that, against a team like Mississippi State, they're just going to chew you up. And they methodically move the ball down the field pretty much from the end of the second quarter throughout the rest of the game.
Yeah.
And so we just, like you said, without that ability, I think Derek, schematically, it looked like we were rotating coverages on the back end, so he was trying to make some adjustments. I just don't think from a personnel standpoint we had who we needed. And I believe Hunter touched on this in his piece on Friday. We just didn't have the personnel to kind of match up to take advantage of some of the Mississippi State shortcomings.
Yeah, and in real time, man, it looked bad out there, dude. It looked bad. This is one of the worst losses. Pound for pound, this is one of the worst losses I've ever seen, J-Head. I'm going to be honest with you.
Oh, no question. It was really bad. And what it reminded me of is that awful loss that we had to Arkansas in Chiswick's first year, where they just came in, and Petrino did not have a good team that year, and completely and utterly just dismantled us. It also felt like Kentucky that year, where the stadium just fell flat. And you could feel that in the stadium today, where we got up 28-3 and we're coasting, and then the fan base really, really just kind of sat on their hands there for a little bit. And once they tried to get back in it, the team was just, they just didn't respond the way they needed to.
Yeah.
And the energy was sucked out of the stadium. You can really feel it today.
44-23. That was the Arkansas-Auburn score in 2009. That's the game you're talking about.
Yeah. That's the game, and that was a horrible game too. I was there for that game. Maybe I need to stop going to Auburn games. That's what I'm starting to think. But those, like I said, these are the kind of losses that happen. It's not unheard of for a loss when you're having a culture and a philosophical shift in a first year, and guys are still learning how to respond the way you expect them to, the way you want them to. It doesn't matter sometimes how much talent you have. They got exposed today. They didn't respond well. And where this loss is going to get fixed, it's not going to happen in season. It's going to be in the off season. When these kids get pushed, it's going to be when we start to recruit and bring in different impact players that kind of can affect these games and have a stronger mindset tonight. Not fall prey into some of the things that happened to us today from a momentum standpoint.
Some really gnarly stuff went down today. I'll be honest with you.
I agree. There's not much positive to talk about, to be completely honest.
Do you think
this unexpected?
Do you think this kind of loss? Do you think it messes up recruiting at all? Does it weaken their chance to get Egbo?
No, I think if anything, it strengthens your opportunity to get them, because any good recruiter is going to sit there and basically say, "Look, you saw what happened today. We're some players short of where we need to be. You can come in and you can be an impact player right away. If you don't believe me, the product on the field showed you that today. And if they don't sit down and drill that with him, then they're not the coaches, then they're not the recruiters that I thought they are."
Yeah.
But my guess is that's the spin you put on it. When you lose games in this way, when you're able to see that you're missing some impact players, it makes it sometimes even easier to recruit specifically the players that want to come in and make an impact right away. Guys that are looking for playing time, you're able to kind of turn your pitch to a degree.
Yeah.
So my assumption is that that's what they'll do, and I don't foresee it hurting recruiting all that much. I know that a lot of people want to think that winning and losing corresponds directly to recruiting. It does to a degree. When you can put a good product on the field and you can show kids, hey, this is what we're coaching them up to do, we're going to get you to the league, that's effective. It's also equally effective to be able to say, hey, we don't have the guys that we need right now. You can be one of those impact players and we can win this game next year.
And they go in and get a kid like Agbo, can get there's a bunch of guys. Williams, the wideout from South Carolina. There's a bunch of guys you can say, hey, look, we don't have these players. We need you right here.
100%. And that should be the pitch moving forward. We'd be crazy not to do that. And that's what Chiswick did in his first year. Because, look, like I said, and I don't want to, use Gene too much as an example, but a lot of what they did in that first year when they went in home with Michael Dyer and said, look, Ben Tate's leaving. We need an impact running back. We don't have anybody on our team that can do what you do. Period. You can take us to the promised land. That was the pitch. Okay, that's what we need to be doing right now to any impact skill player or lineman, defensive or offensive, and tell them, listen, do you want to play? Do you want to play in the SEC? Do you want to play for a coach that can develop you and get you to the NFL? Come play for us. That should be what the pitch is, and there are guys out there that we can get. There are 100% guys out there we can get. Do we close them? That's a completely different story. Do we have the opportunity to close them? 100%. So we'll see how that all kind of shakes out.
What are your thoughts? My last question for you, Jay Head. I know you got to go here in a minute. Your thoughts about the South Carolina
you're fine.
game?
Go ahead, Jay.
Playing at South Carolina, they've been playing better football, and Auburn hasn't been.
I think today was a good wake-up call for them, understanding. Now, to me, it really kind of hinges on Bo's health. Because I think what you saw now, obviously TJ didn't have the benefit of being the starter throughout the week of practice. But I saw a kid that's not ready for prime time. Granted, it's 2 snaps, but when you reverse field and fumble the ball with 2 minutes left to go on the clock, behind, on your own 20, and Bo did it last week.
That was bad. That was bad.
It was definitely bad, but TJ does not look ready to me. So really kind of how we play next week is contingent on Bo's health as far as that's concerned. And defensively, I think where we don't match up well with Mississippi State, I think we can take advantage of some mismatches with South Carolina. What South Carolina has working for them is they have recruited extremely well. What Muschamp recruited extremely well is on the defensive line. We can get exposed there if we don't come with a good game plan, specifically being able to utilize the quick game. in the passing with our passing concepts and figure out a way to be more effective running the football. Because today we were listless. Once we got outside that first half, I mean, our running game was completely and utterly ineffective. So we're going to have to figure out a way to kind of get some guys on the edge versus South Carolina, because running ISO against them is just going to more or less get us completely and utterly destroyed if we start trying to run inside zone. We're going to have to be able to utilize that outside zone concept and maybe utilize some gap scheme runs to get our guys on the outside, and then be smart in the throw game. We can get beat by South Carolina. There's no doubt in my mind. But I think losing today, in addition, or compounded by the fact that we lost at South Carolina last year, this is going to get our kids' attention. Yeah. I think this will be the one game that we show up. We come out, we play, we execute, we get a win to get to 7 wins so that you have a winning season, which will be nice, and expected. I mean, I don't think anybody expected this team to be any less than 7 wins this year. So you need to go out and you need to do what is expected of you next week, win the game against South Carolina, which is a losable game. I mean, I'm not going to pretend like it's not. And then get yourself prepared to go into the Iron Bowl. That needs to be the mindset of this team moving forward.
All right. J-Head, you always keep
questions?
You always keep it super real, man.
Yeah. Any questions from the chat with regard to recruiting or anything that I can answer real quick?
No, it just seems like everybody's real fired up to hear you, man. Pocket Watch says just in time for the legend. David P. asked about winning the game at South Carolina, which you just answered. And that's about the only thing I saw on there. I mean, we talked about Agbo a little bit. Yeah, everybody just loves hearing from you, J-Head.
Well, I love being here. I love the platform that you guys give me, the opportunity to kind of talk to various people, to those from the bunker and anybody else that's listening to your show. I know you guys are going to be doing a phenomenal job tonight covering what is unfortunately a very bad game. So my guess is that the conversation in the chat is overly negative right now. If I can offer anything, it's just perspective in that these things do happen. There is a tomorrow. The sun will rise, I promise everybody. And really, the focus should be on the future right now. What this team is right now is not what it can be next year. So the focus needs to be shifted to recruiting, roster management, how we're going to utilize and leverage the portal, and obtaining some of those impact players that we very sorely need. Because unfortunately, while Gus probably recruited well from a ranking standpoint, we are very unbalanced in various parts of our roster. And Harsin needs to level that, and he also needs to harness the talent that he does have on this team and get it focused in one direction.
All right, brother. I appreciate you giving us damn near 15 minutes right here. It's always appreciated, bro.
Well, not a problem at all. I got nothing else going this afternoon. I'm about to take my kiddo to the park and try to enjoy the rest of my day and not think about this. That's
Yeah. Compartmentalize, J-Head. Got to compartmentalize. Yeah.
110%. If you let it wreck the rest of your Saturday, then you're just doing life wrong, in my opinion.
All right, man. Appreciate you, brother.
All right, buddy. Absolutely, Jay. You have a great rest of your day, okay?
Bye-bye.
Bye.
There he is, J-Head, the GOAT. The GOAT. Bro, when you hear him talking, don't you just get excited then? Oh, my bad.
Okay.
I got you then.
I'm on, actually.
Yeah.
Thought I wasn't.
He's awesome. J-Head's awesome.
That he is.
I don't know as though Alabama has anybody like him.
I don't either.
He's awesome.
Georgia State did end up winning.
That's good. Because they almost beat Auburn, too.
Yep.
Let's see. David P. says, if we keep Bobo, fine. But please don't keep Derek Mason. The bend don't break crap is killing us. We got a new caller on the line. What's up? How you doing? Thank you for calling in.
Hey, JG. It's number 19. How you doing?
Hey, what up, bro?
Hey. So, could have gone better.
A little bit, yeah. Dude, is your son really like 18?
Next Wednesday, yeah.
Good God, dude, I completely lost track of the years, man. I was playing basketball with him I felt like it was 2 years ago.
Yeah.
Okay, so, yeah, all right, we're moving on. I got you. You've been on fire all day, by the way.
No, thank you.
Anything that, I'll just give you the platform, whatever you want to kind of bring up and you want to, let go about.
Man, a game like this hurts, right? There's no reason that we should we should lose a game like this.
Agreed.
And at halftime, when they came back, when they scored that touchdown right before the half, I was like, here it comes.
Yeah, I didn't see it, man. I didn't see it
coming. Yeah,
you saw it. I did not see it.
I could see it coming. Yeah, this is exactly the kind of thing we did last week against A&M. We held them until we didn't.
Damn.
And Mississippi State's a different team. They're an air raid outfit. But once they figured out how to score on our defense, they sure didn't stop doing it.
Well, shit.
And we didn't do anything different to make them stop.
Didn't seem that way.
And
that we did. Auburn didn't get in their way very much, did they?
No. And like we said earlier, halftime adjustments at the beginning of the year was something that we looked like we were doing, and I didn't see it at all today.
No, I didn't either. You're right about that.
I'm not good enough at football like some of your other callers to diagnose what that is, what they should have done. But I'm smart enough to know that what they didn't do it.
Yeah. The second half adjustments, which I thought were a big deal in the first half of the season, man. They haven't been really happening. I mean, the Ole Miss game, no. A&M, no. And today, hell no.
No.
Just not quite there, man.
And I think it is, everybody's going to be down on Harsin, the whole coaching staff, and they should be. But man, we don't have the people. We don't have the talent to be just lining up and knocking people off the ball like some other teams in this league do.
That's right. They just don't have the personnel, man. Don't have the linemen.
No, especially on the line. And that's, you can't blame Harsin for that. You can blame him for some of the scheme things that aren't taking advantage of some of the, some of the mismatches we do have. But man, yeah, it hurts. I don't know what the answer is.
I mean,
I'm glad I'm not getting paid millions of dollars to figure it out. Cause,
you'd be worried about it, wouldn't you?
Yeah.
I didn't expect Auburn to lose this game, honestly. I thought Auburn 28-3. I mean 19. You know what I'm talking about. I mean, you feel like you're going to coast.
I do.
You feel like you're going to coast.
Yeah. I mean, this is I can remember another game where a team was up 28-3 and then entirely soiled the sheet.
Now he's trying to he's getting all the Falcons fans mad at him now. Uh-oh.
Be mad at me. I don't care. Who's a Falcons fan?
Denton. Yeah, he's a Falcons fan, unfortunately.
Okay. Well, I mean, that's his problem.
Yeah, that is his problem. Believe me, he knows it too.
So he could have made better choices.
Does this loss change your feeling about Harsin at all, though?
Not really. I kind of feel like he's got the guys he's got this year, and you can't blame him for the guys he's got because he didn't ask for
them. 10-4.
And he got the job, but he didn't pick any of these kids.
Yeah.
So
I just thought they had more talent than this, and you just kind of watch them on Saturdays, and you're like, I don't know that he has enough, and I thought he did.
Yeah. No. Say what you will about Gus, and man, I will. But he could hide deficiencies in his talent with his schemes, and he could win some games that he absolutely should not be winning. but he could also lose a bunch of games he was definitely supposed to lose too.
Yeah. For sure.
So, Harson's got the talent that he's got, and he's got to figure out, his job is to figure out how to win with him. And it's hard because he's got a lot of mismatched pieces. He doesn't have it. He doesn't have really much of anything on either line.
No. Let's see. Well, Colby Wooden's pretty good, but I think he's going to go pro. And then D. Hall is pretty good. He's going to go pro. And then at that point, it's like, nothing on the offensive line. Nothing.
Oh, nothing. No. And, I don't know what Gus was recruiting on the line. Nobody does.
I know.
That's why he's not here.
We're all kind of shocked, but that's why he's not here, like you mentioned. Yeah. All right, number 19. We're fired up to have you on the air. Is this the first time you called in?
It is, yeah.
Yeah, hell yeah.
Glad to be on.
We love to have you. And you've been in the chat all day long, so we love to have you.
Yeah, we'll do some more brain drains for the softball season.
Hey, we'll see you when we get there.
Yeah.
All right, brother, man. Appreciate you calling in.
All right. We'll see you soon.
See you, man. Bye.
All right. Bye-bye.
There he is, number 19. One of our favorite bunks because he brings it when he does post. And of course, the Montgomery area caller, by the way. One of the true studs. I thought his son was like literally 14 or 15. He said he's turning 18 shortly. Like the years completely get away from me, Dan. It's crazy. I remember when you were a young pup yourself.
I do too.
I doubt you do. Let's see. Pocket Watch says number 19 should host softball brain drains. Hey now. We could have done a brain drain for sure when they were really, really good. I said 04. God bless, man. The years are getting away from me. 18, 19, something like that. No, it would be 15, 16, 17, I guess. They went to the College World Series and lost in third game. It's tough, Denton.
Yep.
Anyway, we love having number 19 on the horn. There was something else I was aiming to do, but I don't remember what it was. Oh, we gotta get a cup out, don't we?
Yeah, we do.
Your number one pick had already gotten a cup, so we need to kind of move on, I guess, from that. CBF, maybe? He had a couple big super chats, that's for sure. I don't know who else gets you excited on that.
Not sure yet, really. Pretty much everyone I can think of either has one. Well, I'm pretty sure has won one.
Yeah.
Pocket Watch?
We got a lot of those.
Pocket Watch one?
Did you see what Julia said? She said, wait, is this show still on? That's not very nice.
Nope, not nice.
I feel like she's maybe being a little bit negative.
Yeah.
That upsets me.
But for the cup, anyone but Hornatius.
Why? What's your deal with Hornatius?
He keeps bringing up my mom.
No, did he really?
Yes.
What did he say?
Earlier brought up my mom for the bourbon event.
He said he was going to meet her, that's all. What was the next thing he said?
Just now, didn't steal his mom's Bartles and James.
What, your mom doesn't have any Bartles and James?
And he's calling me high.
Wait, why does he think you're high?
I don't know. Yep.
You seem completely lucid to me, bro.
I am perfectly fine.
Julia is just, she wasn't trying to get on us. She was just saying she's amazed that there's still a show going this long after the game ended. I noticed it's getting dark outside, so it's probably going to be that time, right?
Kind of. It gets dark early now, though.
I know. We still have a month to go, bro, until we get to the solstice. The solstice is the 22nd. Dude, we have more than a month. We have 5 weeks before the solstice. Dude, this is the worst time of year for me because our days are still getting shorter. Ravine says, I'll take the cup. Julia's not new here, Spicy P says. Julia's been around. She's been chatting a bunch this year. Are you kidding? AU Law says, is Denton using roids? What are you talking about? He's not using roids. Come on, that's not very nice.
I would look so much better than this muscular definition-wise if I was.
Well, I mean, I wouldn't mind to be thin myself like you, but it's all good. I don't want to be young again though. No offense to you. Just saying. I made a bunch of mistakes when I was your age, and I don't want to go through them again. Speaking of that, you any closer to some honeys?
I am not.
Why? I thought we were talking about this on the show. I thought you were trying to get closer to some honeys.
It's not a priority right now.
Why is it not a priority? Like, literally, why not? Like, you got other things going on?
School.
Denton. Chicks should be your number one priority until they're not. High priority? Then they're low. Only after you get the high priority bagged. See what I'm saying? Reynolds asked a question earlier. He wanted to know what advice Gus would give to you.
I saw that.
If it was about laying pipe. And Gus would say, honestly knowing Gus, he would say, just do what you think is right. You got to meet a nice girl. We got Ruxy Poo on the line. Ruxy Poo calling in. What's up, bro?
I'm doing pretty good. How you doing, JG?
My man. What's up, Ruxy? We haven't had you on the line in a minute, and we love having you call in. How you been?
I'm good. So, I went to that game today. So, driving back to Atlanta with Stutzman and Call Me Biscuit.
Stutsy Poo, Biscuit, and who else?
And Boyd.
Oh, yeah, Boyd. Yeah, of course. What are your thoughts about that one, Ruxy?
I don't know, man. It's just this Auburn team is so damn inconsistent. They make some plays sometimes. The first half wasn't too bad.
Mm-hmm.
But then I haven't seen a letdown like that since the Falcons lost to the Patriots in the Super Bowl.
Wow. Oh, that's an absolute killer. I know you like the Falcons, Ruxy Poo, right?
Yeah, unfortunately I do.
Yeah, I know. That was a painful one. Does this kind of erode your faith in this coaching staff at all?
I don't know about that.
Yeah.
I just think our players kind of suck.
Okay. Specifically the offensive line, I guess?
Offensive line, yeah, they're terrible. The defense didn't play very well today.
We could go for this is Stutzman, by the way. We could go for not playing 10 yards off the ball when they're first and goal from the 3. That would be nice.
Yeah, that would be nice.
But I'm not gonna completely shit on Derek Mason.
Yeah, you don't want to fire him right now, do you, Stutzy?
No, I don't want to fire anybody right now. I'm fine with this coaching staff. It was really shit second half, but overall I'm all right with it.
All right, cool.
Yeah, they need to catch football.
They need players. They need to recruit.
Yeah,
they need players.
We need players. So what's the pitch now? Just you can come start?
Yeah, I think that's pretty much what you got right now.
Yeah. Hopefully, Parsons building this culture. I don't think any of our faiths are eroded in the staff or anything. It was just a real unfortunate game. Hopefully we beat South Carolina, and now the expectations are 7-5 instead of 8-4.
Yeah. But you're glad that Gus isn't here, right?
Yeah, but honestly, if Gus had lost that game today, it'd make me feel better because I'd just be making fun of him.
Hey, we got a question coming in from Spicy B. He wants to know who's the most sober guy in that car today.
Yeah, no, I am.
Word.
But yeah, Jay, we'll let you get on the horn with some people with football expertise. But, love you. Love B-Matt. See Clemente doing his thing, and even Stoltz.
Yeah. Clementine's been big in Club C mode. I like that a lot. He's been on.
Oh, God. I totally cut them off, and I didn't mean to. Stoltzy, I'm sorry. Stutsy Poo, I'm sorry I cut you off, man. That's totally my fault. I'm sorry, bro. I hope you watch this and know that I apologize for that, bro. I cut them off, then, and I did not mean to. I love Ruxy Poo, and I love Stutsy Poo. Those guys are great bunker posters, so I'm sorry that I cut you off. I just screwed up. My bad. I appreciate you, bro. It was awesome having they had a whole carload of guys there. They also, I had you turn off. They had Biscuit on there too. Call Me Biscuit. He's a great brain drainer and also a great bunkerer too. So, Sorry about that, guys. My bad. Totally my fault. I'm 50 years old. I'm almost 50 years. I'm in my 50th year, as my father-in-law would tell me, and I just screwed that up. My bad. Wow. What else we got here? Let's see. Hornatius says Ruxy has his +1 commenting in the background. Wow. I think Hornatius said something nice about your mom. He said your mom is I'm sorry, Dentone. Your mom is a very nice lady. I mean, he has a very high opinion of your mom without having known her. But I know her, and she is a nice lady. I like her. She's a nice person. I spend a lot of time hanging out with her. And your dad. Thoughts?
I mean, I'm not disagreeing with anything you say.
Yeah. They're not in town right now, are they?
They're not.
But you're going to be over there doing a little partying?
Sorry for partying.
And we were kind of talking about this earlier before Ruxy Poo called in. Sorry about that. Sorry about hanging up on you, Ruxy Poo. Chicks.
Can we just move on, please?
Why? I mean, everybody wants to know. Like, it's time for you to be
I don't know why this is such an important part of the show.
Because, look, dude, you're a sophomore in college at this point? Like, everybody was, like, I mean,
I'm tired of old people trying to live vicariously through me.
Hornatius says Denton doesn't prioritize the ladies with an LADYS.
I mean, he's not wrong.
Hornatius says Dentone's dad is out. What does that mean? What's wrong with cousin? That's my cousin right there. What do you mean he's out? He ain't out. He's good. Love me some cousin. I love fellow Raiders fans. What do you think about our Raiders fandom, Denton?
I'm just letting y'all have fun with it. I have no room to talk. I'm a Falcons fan.
Yeah, you know where it's going. You know it's going to fall down. Let's see. Julia says he called you old, Beavis. Yeah, his mom likes to make Beavis and Butthead jokes too. Anthony G says, JG, where do we go from here looking into next season? I don't see us that much better next season with the same group. Interesting question right there. So what happens at quarterback? What happens at offensive line? They're going to have to augment the situation at offensive line for sure. And, Ruxy was kind of mentioning that he's not crazy about the defensive line either. Although I think they've been pretty good, but, they're going to have to try to, Colby Wooden's going to probably go. Anyway, this is the bourbon of choice today. It's the Cave Hill from Rabbit Hole. This was a new bottle, by the way, when I started today. Do you feel like half a bottle is a lot, Denton?
No.
I don't like that answer. How much can you drink?
Not half a bottle.
That's what I thought.
Well, correction. It depends on your definition.
This is a joke. Taylor, do you see what Taylor said? I'm not even going to say it. Do you see what he said on here?
Yeah.
I don't understand. Harvey Specter has your back. He says Denton ain't no simp. Are you a simp, Denton?
I am not.
He's not a simp. That's the problem. That's part of the problem is that you're not a simp. I mean, if you sat around, you just bow down to the ladies, you could probably do better. But you're like, no, I'm not going to do that. I'm only do that when I feel like it's appropriate. Uh-oh. What's going on here? Just got a tip there that Bo's injury might be a little bit worse than we thought it was. But he finished out, he played he played one more series after the ankle injury. And they kind of suddenly brought in TJ, and TJ was kind of crappy. Let's see, David P. says, did y'all talk about the Tebow tweet? Just really dislike everything about the targeting rule in college football right now. The refs have really impacted this year for Auburn football. I think the targeting rule sucks. I don't understand what. They just have to fix that rule. Period.
Yeah, that's at least the third questionable targeting.
Yeah, for sure. I mean,
off the top of my head,
was it Zacoby or Owen got?
I know for a fact Zacoby.
got one at Penn State that
Penn
was kind of
State.
iffy.
And then there was...
I think Smoke got taken out for one that was iffy. And then
Smoke. And then today.
they got one reversed on Smoke today, and then got one on TD Moultrie today that was kind of... Yeah, I mean, I think according to the letter of the law it was, but I don't think that in the spirit of what they're trying to accomplish with that rule, I don't think that's what they got done. Riley says, interesting how TD got called, but the one for Kobe didn't get called. Nah, to me, it would be more like the one for Kobe. I don't know, man. It was more like the one against Smoke that got overturned because I thought he hit him in the shoulder, and they ruled that he did, so that was good. Anyway. Let's see. Spicy P says, why is Harsin scared to play Demetrius Davis when you get 4 games? I don't think Demetrius is ready for this. If you want to know my opinion. You probably don't even know who that is, but he's their true freshman.
Third string?
Yeah, I mean, kind of, but I don't think he's quite there. Harvey Specter says, Hornatius microwaves his pork chops. What? That's crazy right there. Unbelievable.
I think he might get some run against South Carolina depending on how everything goes there.
Damn, son. Okay. We can go with that.
If really comes down to how TJ plays.
Yeah.
Because if Bo's injury is as serious as second thoughts have been, then he's probably out for the game.
Spicy P says, Bo ain't playing next week, and TJ ain't ready for this either. So that was my point. That's what Spicy P's saying. I don't think Demetrius is ready either, but we'll figure that out later. We got a late super chat coming through from Hornicius. Oh, please don't let this be nasty. It says, please get Stoltz back on the horn so we can get off of Denton's mom. That's not. I don't like what he's talking about. We already stopped talking about it. Did we already stop talking about it, Denton?
Yeah. Let's see. Just thinking at this point.
Is this about your mom?
No. BMAT or Clemente?
Well, kind of here's what I thought. So we're about 6.5 hours into this thing, and I was thinking we just wrap it up.
Okay, yeah.
What do you think about that?
Sounds good. Another super chat.
Oh, indeed. Nathan R. jumping in. What's up, bro? Here he is. Oh, bro. He says, WTF, we were up 28-3. Man, that was bad. I was really on the Harsin train, but that is unexpectedly. At Auburn, they better beat South Carolina's brains out because we ain't beating Bama. Uh-oh. I mean, Auburn could beat Alabama.
Hypothetically.
I mean, in theory. I mean, Alabama's not super awesome this year, but neither is Auburn at this point. Let's be real about it. Number 19 says, is Bo hurt for reals? Also, I haven't been on Denton's mom. Good Lord. Oh, thank goodness. Look at that. I don't understand that. I don't know how I feel about this. I'm kind of fired up about that. Although Chris is just kind of reacting to what Hornatius was saying earlier. Love the Cat says, FYI, I served Harvey Spectacles microwaved pork chops. Interesting. And Blake R is just over here laughing so much that he's going to cry. Taylor J says, make fun of his shoes. He has normal shoes on, don't he? Wait, you don't? How did he know that?
I don't think he did.
He must be one of your friends. All right, guys. Deal is we've been on the air. Yes?
We haven't done the cup.
Oh, I don't know who to give it to. What do you want me to do?
I guess we'll just figure it out later.
I'll tell you what. Number 19, I thought had a great call in. Appreciate him having his first call. So you want to give it to him?
Sounds good to me.
All right. Number 19, my man. He's a winner today. Great call. He's been here literally the whole day. Not that he's not the only one. I know there's been others, but we appreciate you. Blake R., I know he's been here all day as well, but he's got one. So, yeah, that's the deal. Number 19, who's a great bunker poster also. And has been for a long time. We appreciate him being a part of the show. And he's also a Montgomery guy. We love it when Team Montgomery gets a cup. So you're the man. Blake R. says, I got to go. Need to eat and sober up. War Eagle fellow drainers and Bunker family. Thanks, JG and T and Denton. And Pocket Watch agrees that 19 is an excellent choice, so we are fired up about that. Guys, we're going to wrap it up there. Appreciate you guys being on here with us today. 6.5 hours we have gone. Unfortunately, this ended, first of all, me hanging up on Ruxy Poo. I'm sorry about that, bro. And the second of all, that Auburn lost the game to Mississippi State, which is not great. So we'll recoup, and we'll talk about this on auburnsports.com throughout the week. That and looking forward to the Mississippi State, the South Carolina game, and we'll get ready for the show next weekend, guys. So let's make great decisions out there. Let's all be studs and pimps and pimptresses. Den, do you have any advice for the peeps?
I do not.
You don't have any advice for the populace?
Keep doing you.
Keep doing you. Make great decisions out there. Be good and be you. Until then, we'll keep your feet on the ground and keep reaching for the stars. Peace and love. I appreciate you guys being here. Love to all the super chatters. Peace. Love you guys. Vamos.